Hello, my name is Ankita, and today we are going to build and deploy a complete SaaS business, a software as a service app, leveraging not only one but two AI services to create stunning, beautiful, concise summaries from your lengthy PDFs. You will also have the opportunity to convert this project into a side income or a full fledged business. We will be building an app called as Summaries AI that allows you to transform your PDFs into beautiful, concise summary reel of your document in seconds. And when I say entire SaaS business, I mean it. By building and deploying this app, you will learn how to add payments using subscriptions, all the software needed to power this app, design a stunning, beautiful, modern, responsive landing page, and even learn how to create that beautiful, stunning image that you see when you're promoting your SaaS app on social media. And all of this while learning Next.js 15 alongside React 19 using server and client components, routing groups, dynamic routes, server action. Now we will cover advanced forms using TypeScript, Zod, and server actions, ChatCN UI for component library for giving us those accessible React components, and Tailwind CSS v4, which is the revolutionary latest version of Tailwind for modern responsive UI. We will be using Clerk for robust authentication and user management, Upload Thing for secure file uploads and file management, LangChain UI for PDF parsing and text extraction, as we will be dealing with a lot of different files, OpenAI as well as Gemini AI for smart text generation and summary reels, and PostgreSQL, which is the world's most advanced open source relational database which allows us to write powerful SQL queries. But don't worry, to make writing SQL a lot easier, we will be using NeonDB, which is built on top of a serverless platform that allows you to shift faster and write performant and reliable backend code. And it is designed for a startup founder inside you that allows you to ship scalable apps and startups quickly. We will also be using Stripe for secure payment processing and for subscription management, including learning how to handle subscription cancellations and other complex payment scenarios. And I would say that this is practically a Stripe course on its own. This app is filled with modern and slick animations using motion, formerly known as Framer Motion. And don't worry if you're stuck, I have also created a custom Discord forums where you can ask questions and help you get your bugs resolved. To follow along with me and to build and deploy this beautiful AI SaaS application, you can download the cheat sheet for free that's located in the description below, that is filled with helpful links and resources that I have shared, along with visuals that you can reference as we build this AI SaaS app together. It also has a GitHub repository filled with commits to make it even easier for you to follow along. Now, whether you are an aspiring developer, working for yourself, or working in a 9 to 5 job, we all have this dream of building and shipping our own software and making money from it. This AI SaaS course will truly help you that, giving you all the tools that you need at your fingertips needed to ship your own SaaS applications. And this entire tech stack is completely free, so you can ship a SaaS app for $0. So let's take a look at a demo of how this will work. Now, this is the beautiful landing page that your users are going to land on as they go to your SaaS application, which is summaries.ai.vercel.app. Now, this specific app allows you to transform PDFs into concise summaries. Now, Sommaire is a name that I personally gave. It's a French word for summary. Now, don't come at me if I'm unable to pronounce French words correctly, but I found that it was a really beautiful name for this specific app. This SaaS app allows you to transform your PDFs into concise summaries, and it is in fact powered by AI. You can get a beautiful summary reel of the document within seconds. Now, if we scroll down, this is a quick demo of how the app looks like. And this beautiful landing page is fully responsive. So even if you go on tablet to mobile, you can immediately see it. At the same time, if you refresh the page, you can also see a really cool, slick animation that makes that makes your page look really modern. So if we scroll down, you will see how this specific Next.js course PDF document that I uploaded has been converted into this beautiful reel that we can check out. I try to replicate what you see on social media, that is Instagram or TikTok, for the important points about the reel. Otherwise, it gets really boring to read a really long document when you really want just a gist of a summary of the document. and you can scroll to the right or to the left, and it has this really slick animations as you navigate from one page to the other, as well as you can navigate from the right as well. It tells you all about the key highlights, why it should matter, the main points in the document, and the pro tips, it's key terms to know in the document, because I personally find that in a lengthy PDF document it gets very hard to know all the jargon that people are using. Then it describes. Final thought, this course transforms developers into Next.js experts. So AI said that, I didn't. I'm glad that AI thinks that it will turn you into a Next.js expert. That's awesome. If you scroll down, it tells you in 3 easy steps how this app works. You can transform any PDF into a easy to digest summary in 3 simple steps. So, step one is to upload your PDF. Step two is for AI to analyze it. And step three is to get summary. As simple as that. And when you hover over it, we also have this really nice animation for hovering a border around the element itself. Then we have pricing. And anytime if I refresh the page and I'm already in this section, you can sort of see how pricing slides from left to right. Then, if you click on Buy Now, this basically takes us to a Stripe checkout experience where it is a production environment. So, you will be charged if you do subscribe to it. And we have two pricing tables, we have a basic plan as well as a pro plan. All of this is powered by Stripe. I will teach you everything that you need to know to power Stripe for your AI SaaS application or for your SaaS application in general. Then when you click on buy now, then you would be able to buy this specific product as well. So now we are going to go ahead and buy the product. I have entered my credit card information and I'm going to go ahead and hit subscribe. Now, the minute we do that, this specific email address is going to be subscribed to a pro plan. And as it's processing, then it would redirect us to a thank you page. There we go. And this is a message that we have created that tells us, hey, thank you for trusting us. Now we can go to the link somareai.versal.app, and I'm going to log out because I'm already logged into one account. And if I go back, we get redirected back to home as we log out. But between the pro and the basic plan, there are two options. The basic plan gives you 5 PDF summaries per month, standard processing speed, and email support. Whereas the pro plan gives you unlimited PDF summaries, priority processing, and 24/7 priority support, as well as a Markdown export. So now, if we go ahead and sign in to our application, I'm going to use the email address that I just created. So, like the checkout experience said, we need to go and sign up. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and create an account for us. There we go. Now that I've done that, I have been redirected to home, and you can already see that it has already recognized that I am on a pro plan, which means I get unlimited PDF summaries. Now, when we go to upload a PDF, we see this beautiful upload PDF page. You can upload a PDF and let AI do the magic. So, for instance, then click on this specific cheat sheet and then upload it. As it's uploading the PDF, then it's showing these beautiful toast notifications to let the user know what's going on. Now, I have gone ahead and literally processed each and every step for us, step by step, so the user knows what's going on, along with getting all the loading states right as well. Because when there are multiple steps going on in the background, it's really hard to know exactly what's going on. So the user needs to know that. Now, the PDF summary has been generated and we are redirected to a new page. Now, this literally tells us how long it takes for us to read this document, the original document as well that we can just go to. We can also download a summary. And if we take a look, then it is in fact this summary, which is a markdown document. This specific view, it's a summary viewer that is AI powered. So AI is basically telling us that, okay, these are all the key highlights, why it matters for you to read the document, the main points in the document, and so on. And you will be able to navigate to this specific reel by going left or right. That's really cool. Even though the name of the document is Next.js Hot Tips Cheat Sheet, we have given it a AI generated title as well, and this is in fact total of 163 words. Now, if we go back to dashboard, we will be able to see a beautiful animation, and then see these cards as well. Now we can also go ahead and delete it if we want, or we can go and click on new summary and upload a brand new document. But sky is the limit here because we are on a pro plan, so we can do whatever we want. Now our secure authentication layer is taken care of by Clerk. If we click on it, I can click on manage account. So this entire modal as well as all the authentication is Clerk powered. I can even go ahead and upload a photo, and now I am able to upload the photo as well. I can connect a different account such as Google if I don't want to use this account, and all of this is taken care of by Clerk. I can change my password, so you don't have to worry a lot for all the authentication. On top of this, we are uploading all the files to a service called as upload thing. It allows us to seamlessly manage our files and make file management a lot simpler. Now, this entire page has SEO optimization, which means that if I copy this and go to an app called as Open Graph and hit check website, you can see how exactly this app displays on Facebook, on X, and on LinkedIn, as well as Discord. So I can share this wherever we like, and it will generate the title and description, which I'm going to show you how to do it in this specific app as well. And all the smartness is powered by OpenAI and Gemini AI. And I know a lot of you mentioned in my previous videos that whenever you use OpenAI in certain countries, there's a limit. Don't you worry, because we have a backup now. If OpenAI does not work for you, you can switch to Gemini AI. And we have a very smart way of switching from OpenAI to Gemini AI. If you have both services in your country, or if you just have one, then you can also just use Gemini AI. It's all gonna work. And I'm gonna show you how to do all of that in this specific course. Now, all the form manipulation. So when you click on new summary, there is this form. Now, even though this form looks pretty complex, which is just a upload field, but file uploads can be really complicated, which is why we are using upload thing, but we are also using TypeScript as well as Zod to perform all the TypeScript form validation and schema validation needed, so we can upload and parse the files really seamlessly. Once our PDF gets processed, then we pass that PDF to LangChain to extract the text from the PDF. So it's really fast and secure, as well as it's able to extract the text exactly what the PDF has shared and pass that on to AI to generate all the AI summaries that we need. And then we create this really complex React component, which allows us to navigate from one page to the other, but also create a beautiful reel. And all of this is powered by React 19. So you will be learning React 19 hooks that you haven't used before, and they are really powerful and really cool. So something. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and dive in and ship this AI SaaS app. In this course, you are going to learn how to build and deploy your own AI SaaS application. And to build this app, Somer, that transforms PDFs into beautiful summary reels of the document, we would need a few key tools for you to truly understand and master this specific project. Now, this is the tech stack that I would highly recommend and has a pretty generous free plans that we will take a look at as well to build this specific AI SaaS application. So when you start making money, your costs are low and you would know exactly the tools that you would need in your tech stack to build and deploy your own AI SaaS application and ship them and make money. So the first technology that we will be using to build this specific AI SaaS application is Next.js. Now, as it says here, Next.js is the React framework for web. We are going to be using Next.js and specifically the app router from Next.js, which is the recommended way to build your Next.js and React applications. We will be using React 19. Yes, you heard it right. React 19 is the latest and greatest with all the cool features and hooks that you may have heard of, but you will truly learn how to use them. This, along with Next.js, is going to give you a solid foundation to ship production ready AI SaaS applications so you can focus on building your product versus worrying too much about the technology. To make and build this beautiful AI SaaS application, we are going to be using Tailwind CSS. Now, Tailwind CSS is the CSS framework and has become the standard in their industry. Tailwind really is a utility first CSS framework that is packed with classes that you could just use directly to build any design directly in your markup. Now, if you want to use Tailwind CSS, all you need to do is add a flex property, and that will automatically convert flex into display flex in CSS code for you. The more utilities you use from Tailwind is going to allow you to rapidly prototype and build the production ready AI SaaS application that we are building. And to top it all off, we are going to be using the latest version of Tailwind, which is V4, where a lot of things have changed. But don't worry, I will be walking you through each one of them step by step. We'll also be using a component library, which frankly has become the standard in the industry today for shipping AI SaaS applications or even Next.js applications in general, called as ShatCN UI. This is a component library. Any production ready application does require a component library that allows you to beautifully design components and ship them, and it's already built on top of Tailwind CSS and completely open source, so you can pretty much just grab the components that you need. For instance, if you take a look at all the components that are available, they have alert, avatar, badge, card. A lot of these components we will be using in shipping our production ready AI SaaS application, and ShatCN is going to be a really close partner to help us achieve that. Now, when it comes to our database and storing all the data that our users upload and to give us that security, we'll be using Postgres SQL. This is the world's most advanced open source relational database, which will allow us to write SQL queries and interact with our database. But don't you worry, because even though we will be using PostgreSQL, we won't necessarily have to deal with the intricacies and the complexity of using it. For that, we'll be using NeonDB. Now, NeonDB has a pretty generous plan and it allows you to ship faster with PostgreSQL. Frankly, it is the database you're going to love because it's built on a serverless platform, so you can build reliable and scalable applications faster. The pricing for NeonDB is pretty good as well because with the free plan, you get $0 per month, you can get started for free, and you get half a gigabyte storage along with 10 different projects as well. So as your application scales, you can potentially switch to the launch plan, but I have launched several applications on the free plan and it has served me really well. So I would highly recommend you to consider using NeonDB in your tech stack because it will really allow you to ship AI SaaS applications like this one. To add the AI flavor, to make our applications really smart, we are not only going to use OpenAI that will allow us to transform our PDFs and create that beautiful summary reel and add AI capabilities and the smartness to it. We will also be using Gemini as well that allows us to ship really smart AI applications. The AI capabilities where you would transform your PDF into AI concise summaries and create this beautiful reel is only possible because of OpenAI as well as Gemini. Because we want to make sure that when we ship AI SaaS applications, we are mindful of the money that we spend. So OpenAI does have free credits, but if you do run out of credits, we are going to fall back to Gemini AI. This way, we will be able to leverage the AI capabilities from not only one, but two AI solutions that you could use right away. On top of this, to accompany our AI solutions, we will be using LangChain that will allow us to parse our PDF, extract the text, and chunk our documents, all thanks to LangChain. And you will learn exactly how to do this in this specific course. To manage our file uploads, we will be using a beautiful tool called as Upload Thing for all our secure PDF uploads and file management. This genuinely is the best tool for managing your file uploads because it creates a really thin layer on top of Amazon S3, but all the complexity is taken care of for you. This is in fact built by Theo, so you can truly trust it. I have used it personally in a bunch of projects and I honestly love it because I don't have to think too much about my file uploads because upload thing takes care of it for me. To process all our payments, we are going to be using Stripe. We are going to use Stripe for subscription management, secure payment processing, creating one-off plans if need be. But you can also think that this is a course on Stripe as well because you're going to learn everything from creating a product in Stripe, creating subscription, creating different webhooks inside of Next.js, and managing the entire flow from allowing your user to access the application once they purchase all the way to deleting their account or deactivating their account if they have not made their payments. All of this will be taken care of for you thanks to Stripe. We will also be using Clerk as our authentication partner. Clerk is frankly the most comprehensive user management platform. User management can get really tricky, but Clerk is going to give us a complete suite of embeddable UIs, flexible APIs, and different dashboards for us for authenticating our users, managing them, and it's going to take care of all the authentication complexity for us so we can focus on shipping our AI SaaS application. And Clerk is honestly one of the best partners. They are not sponsoring this specific video. I cannot recommend them enough. The pricing for Clerk is also pretty generous. You can get started for free, no credit card required, 10,000 monthly active users, no charge for users who sign up but never return, and so on. Along with that, we will be able to add a custom domain as well as pre-built components. But whenever we are ready to go pro, we have a bunch of users for our AI SaaS application, then we can truly upgrade to the pro plan, which is also just $25 per month. Having said that, I'm using Clerk in a bunch of my projects, and Clerk free plan is enough for me to get started as well as ship my AI SaaS applications. So truly, they are a great partner for authentication while shipping your AI SaaS applications or SaaS applications in general. And on top of that, all the features are completely free to use in development mode. So you will get the flavor of using them. But the minute you're ready to go to production, you can choose which functionality you want to enable or toggle off. To give this beautiful application some animations so that it looks pretty slick as the user scrolls from one section to the other so they can eventually purchase your application, and it creates that trust with your users. We are going to use Motion. Now, Motion was called as Framer Motion in the past, but they are completely independent now, and Motion is a modern animation library for your application. All you need to do is use Motion and create a composable component that we could use to add animation throughout our AI SaaS application so our application looks really slick. On top of all of this, we will be using Next.js to build a production ready application which is performant. It will give you real-time updates, allow us to seamlessly ship a responsive application, and give us a beautiful user dashboard for managing summaries. We will also be adding SEO to our application so that it's easily discoverable on Google and other search engines, so it's easier for users to find us. Next.js is also used by some of the top companies in the world, so we will be following suit and building with Next.js because everyone from Stripe, from OpenAI, Netflix, all of these companies use Next.js in production. So we can truly trust Next.js as our trusted framework for shipping our AI SaaS app. To get started, let's go ahead and head over to the Next.js documentation and to the installation section where we would be looking at instructions for setting up our Next.js project. Now remember, I'm going to also show you where I'm getting the information from and not just give you the commands and spoon feed you everything, because I also want you to ship your own AI SaaS or even SaaS applications with the technologies that we are building, and I want you to be confident shipping them on your own. So I will be walking you through where I'm getting the information from so you could learn how to do it yourself as well. So going to the documentation, we are going to copy this specific command, which is a CLI tool for Next.js. If we hit copy and head over to our terminal, this is where we can paste it. This will allow us to create our Next.js project. The name of the project could be anything we like, but we can call this summaries. We are definitely going to use TypeScript, and we will talk about the benefits later, but it allows you to create types for your object. So not everything in JavaScript is just a giant object. We will be using ESLint, as ESLint truly allows us to lint your application so that it can catch any errors and allow us to ship a bug-free, seamless application. We will be using Tailwind CSS as we already talked about, and we won't be necessarily using the source directory. Feel free to use it if you like, but I just think it's more of a preference. Then we will be using the app router, which is the recommended way for building Next.js applications. And yes, we will be using TurboPack. TurboPack is the incremental bundler and build system with Next.js that allows us to compile all our files and rapidly improve development time. So 100% yes, we are going to use TurboPack. Would you like to customize the import alias? No, we are going to stick with the default. Now, this is going to install the dependencies as well as the dump dependencies necessary for our project. All right, and now as it has done that, we could cd to summaries, and then this is where all our projects and file live. Now I'm going to be using Cursor as my AI code editor, as it allows you to ship really good code and allows you to be really productive, as it auto completes a lot of the code. You can ask questions, chat with it, and so on. Even though we won't necessarily be using the AI capabilities of Cursor as much, I will still be using that as a AI code editor. If you like, feel free to use whatever editor you prefer. If we go to Cursor, this is where we could just go to the folder where the document lives, where the Next.js project lives. Now, as I have done that, I've opened up my project directly in Cursor. Now, if we zoom in a little bit, let me walk you through all the files that are there set up for us. Now, the Next.js CLI tool is really great for this reason, because now it has given us a base foundation for shipping production-ready applications. So to walk you through the project, we have the app directory, which has a bunch of files created. Now, Next.js uses the file-based routing system, which means whenever you create a new file, you will be able to route to it as long as you follow the naming convention. For instance, we have the page.tsx file, which means this is a file that's been exposed to our browser. So we could just go to page.tsx. Since it is the root file, we could just go to localhost 3000 and then access it right away inside our browser. Now keep this in mind, we have not necessarily started the development server, so this is not going to work. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just run npm run dev, and this is going to use TurboPack to start a development server. So now if we head back and go to localhost 3000, you would be able to see the Next.js project ready to go. So going back to our project, we have the page.tsx, and what you see right here in localhost 3000 is in fact displayed from whatever we have in page.tsx. So if we were to get rid of all of this data and let's just say home, then all you're going to see is home right here in the project. Anyways, we don't need any of this, so we can pretty much get rid of it. Then we have the layout file. The layout file is where we would store our header and footer elements, as it is the root file where all our application root elements are going to be stored, which only need to be called once. For instance, fonts. Also, if we want to set up any metadata such as a title and description for our project, then we can easily do that here. Now, this is very important for us to do so that search engines can easily discover us. So we can just rename this and call this Sommer. And then this is where we can just say Sommer is an app for summarizing PDF documents for now. So if we go back to our app that we are trying to build, we can pretty much just inspect element and go to the head tag. And here we can find all these different meta tags. And this in fact does get exposed through the data constant from layout. So for instance, we have the OG title, which is what we can just copy, go here and paste it. Similarly, if we go to description, this is what we need as a description for our application, because that's the app that we are trying to build. So now if we head over to Sommer, you can see the title has automatically changed here. And if we go to if you inspect element and open up our head tag, you will see not only the title, but also the description that's been updated based on the metadata constant right here. Similarly, we have the root layout as a default function, and HTML and body elements are in fact exposed right here with the fonts being set up as well. Now the font for our project is going to be Source Sans Pro and not these fonts. And because Next.js font allows us to import anything from the Google font, we can just import the font that we like. So in this case, we can just say Source Sans 3 and let's just call this as Font Sans. And we can just easily access it right here. We don't need this font at all. And this is where we can just rename this to just say Sans, call this Font Sans as well. And now expose a property called as weight, which is pretty much going to be everything from 200 to 900, because we want all of these font weights in our project. Now, instead of using all of this, we can just say font sans dot variable. Now, along with this, we also need to add font sans and apply the variable that we created here, which does get exposed. So now if we go to localhost 3000 again, and if we inspect element, you can see that the font has definitely changed right here. So the font has been automatically applied, and that is the job of layout. Then we have the global.css file, which will allow us to store all our global CSS configuration. Any tweaks to HTML and body elements need to happen here. Then we have the public folder where we will be storing all our assets, along with a bunch of different files that do get created, such as the ESLint config file that allow us to configure any ESLint configuration that we want. We also have the next config file that allows us to configure our Next.js project and update whatever we want. Now, since this is a TypeScript file, you can basically click on this and see everything that you can do to tweak our Next.js configuration for our project. We have the package.json that stores all our dependencies and dev dependencies. And then we have the post.css config file specifically for Tailwind CSS. So CSS essentially gets transformed from Tailwind to CSS, and this is the configuration for that. We also have a global Tailwind config file, which allows us to configure our Tailwind for the project. And this is where you would set up any colors and so on. But with Tailwind v4, that changes things. So we need to tweak this file and pretty much get rid of it. But more on that later. We also have a TS config file because we are using TypeScript instead of JavaScript in our project. And this specific file allows us to configure TypeScript as well further. And Next.js CLI tool has already done a lot for us. Now, if you hover over any of the properties, you would see what each of these properties do. So that is essentially our Next.js project. Now let's go ahead and add ShatCN UI component library to our project. So if we head over to the docs and we have a handy installation section, let's pick Next.js here. And this is where we can copy the command to allow us to initialize ShadCN in our project. Now, if we copy this and head over to our terminal and paste it, the minute we do that, it's going to ask us to install ShadCN UI library. And here we can pick whatever theme we want. It's validating that we have Tailwind CSS. It has found Next.js in our project, validating the import alias, and so on. Now, there is more info in this specific documentation which will guide you to a few questions to configure our project too. We're just going to go with whatever is default and later on add this button. So we can copy this for now. And now let's just go with the default and select all the default options that allow us to configure ShadCN. Now, as you can see, how would you like to proceed? And we have two different options. So when you use React 19 along with Next.js 15, we definitely need to follow this specific guide to give us information about how to configure our ShadCN UI project. But here's the thing, I have done the work for us to read through the documentation, and all it's saying is until all the libraries get up to date with React 19 and the latest version of Next.js, we have two options to configure our project. Now, since I have already tested our project, we could just use the force that will allow the libraries to force React 19 as a dependency, and it pretty much works the same way. It's now going to install the dependencies, and now we can go back to running our development server again. If we go to the project, you will see we have a components.json file, which has the description of ShadCN components and where each of the files live in our project. It's mainly for ShadCN. And we have a lib folder now with utils, and this is a CN function that's pretty handy for us to use, and we will use that whenever we want to merge any specific Tailwind files as well, because ShadCN uses that. So now if we paste what we copied, which is the button, we can use the force option here, and the button has automatically created for us. So now if we run our development server, let's go ahead and use the button that we just added. Now we have a new components folder and the UI folder within which the button component lives from ShadCN. And we'll walk through this in a second, but let's just go ahead and use button inside of our page. So if I say button, let's import it from ShadCN, and let's just say ShadCN button right here. So now if we go back to home and go to localhost 3000, let's close these developer tools, you can see ShadCN button has been configured in our project, which is pretty handy. So now it gives us the basic styles that we need to configure our button. The benefit of using a library like ShadCN is that it is giving us the entire code for what button looks like in here, with options for different variants, so different types of buttons and also different sizes of buttons, which we can just configure because this is a React component. So we can just add props to it and configure it. So for instance, if I say I want the variant to be outline, if we go back, now the button is in fact a outline. Similarly, if I say I want the size to be large, and if we go back here, the button is in fact a large button. So we can configure our button however we like. In order for you to ship this production ready AI SaaS application, it's not only important for you to follow what you should do in production, but also in your code base. Your code base should be set up to scale very well and handle the complexities of a scaling project as your application grows. So one of the things what we are going to do is configure our ESLint and prettier config so that your project matches to what I have as well, and you would be able to follow along. Now, I am using Cursor as my editor of choice, but Cursor is just a fork of VS Code. So if you're using VS Code, then it should pretty much match to what I have. So what we're going to do is in ESLint, we have a few things we need to configure. First of all, let's just get rid of this and paste this new object that I have added. Now let me walk you through what it is. We have changed the compact.config, and I'm extending not only core web vitals and TypeScript, but also added a new string here for prettier. The plugins is going to be prettier, and we are going to also add these rules. Now, if you don't know what prettier is, prettier allows you to format your code so that whenever you make any mistakes, then prettier is going to take care of it. As you work with multiple people, this gets even more important, because if you prefer single quotes and someone else on your team prefers double quotes, maybe it's time for you to have a conversation about it. Anywho, if it's just yourself, still, it's really good as your project scales. So, for instance, we have these things, and there are two rules that we have set up. We pretty much don't need this rule, but this is a place where we would say, okay, if it in case of error, please show error for prettier, and we don't want at ampersand code. So, for instance, if I add double quotes here, I don't want my code base to complain about it. And this pretty much says, please turn it off. The other thing what we definitely need is in your extensions, you would need a extension for ESLint, which is this extension right here. I have already installed this, so you need to install. And the other extension that I would highly recommend you to get is also a prettier extension, which is this extension here. There's also a prettier ESLint extension. Don't get that. You would just want the prettier extension as well. Now, once you have all of this, we still need one more configuration, one more thing, which is if I hit enter and hit save, it automatically formats it. And the way you could do that is by going to settings and going to VS Code settings here, clicking on settings.json, and you want to make sure that editor.format on save is in fact true. Now, you could also do the same by creating a new folder called .vscode, and inside of that, creating a new file called as settings.json, and then adding editor.format on save is true, for instance, as well. You could do the same, but I don't necessarily need it. I want it on for all my projects whatsoever. So definitely add that too. You can also add any preferences here, or you could create a new prettier file and share those preferences with everyone else you are working with. But these format on save is extremely important, so that whenever you hit save, then it does format it accordingly. So yeah, that's it. This is the setup that you need for your specific project, and so that it's consistent with everyone. ESLint is already installed by Next.js, but you would need one more plugin. So if you stop the server and install npm I, and you need -d, capital D, this allows you to save it as a development dependency. And you can say ESLint plugin Tailwind CSS. Now, it will also allow you to remove any invalid class names as well, and make writing Tailwind code a lot simpler. So if we run our development server again, we need one more thing, and this will also allow you to add and write maintainable Tailwind CSS code as well, as it will order your class names, warn you for any invalid Tailwind CSS class names, and so on as well. So that's it. That's our config for shipping the specific production ready application. So make sure you set that up if you're using VS Code or Cursor, for instance. On top of this, we can also head over to VS Code extensions, and you can already see a bunch of extensions that I have already installed. I would highly recommend you to install the ES7 React Redux snippets, because I will be using those quite a bit. I'm also using a theme from VS Code called as Dracula, and that's a theme I really love. So in case you're wondering what the theme for my editor is, then definitely I love that a lot. I also have a extension for color highlight, because whenever you have a hex code, an RGB code, this color highlight will essentially tell you what the color is as well. So that makes our life a lot simpler. I would highly recommend you to get the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense as well. This way, as you're about to type your Tailwind code, it will auto-populate it. For instance, if you go here and say gap, you can see all the different gap properties that you can grab from here, and it will also tell you what those properties are as well right here. And this is possible thanks to Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. I also have a extension called as VS Code icons. Now remember, we are not building a dummy application. We are shipping a production ready application, And these things, even though they are minor, are extremely important for you, because as your application code grows, these things get really important because you now will be able to see all these different icons thanks to this VS Code icons extension. This just makes it a lot simpler for you to understand what the types of the files are. And again, as you're looking through the code, right now it's small, but as it grows, it will make your life a lot smoother and simpler. So 100% I would say to get the VS Code icons extensions as well. Now keep in mind, everything that I recommended up until this point is obviously optional. It will definitely help you to build your application just like I am and follow along as well. But in case you run into some unnecessary issues, please don't worry. You can either leave a comment in the YouTube video and I will definitely help you as much as I can. But also make sure that don't worry too much and don't stress too much about it, because you can still proceed with the rest of the project without any of these. It's not a big deal. It's definitely helpful, but not a big deal as well. So let's go ahead and start building our application further. Tailwind CSS has come out with a latest version called as starting from Tailwind V4. Now things have changed quite a bit if you're using V4. In fact, there are a lot of packages that are still not up to date and still using the latest Tailwind V4, which as a result, if you are using this project, if you are following along as the other libraries are transitioning, then definitely check out this specific section of the course. For instance, if we head over to documentation and just look for the upgrade guide, this is where it will show us exactly what we need to do to upgrade it. Now, this specific upgrade tool is very handy. It is basically going to look at your existing project and upgrade to the latest version of Tailwind. So let's just copy this and head over to our terminal. So let's just paste what we copied. And this is where it's telling us that, hey, your Git repository is not clean at all. Now we have done quite a bit. So let's just go ahead and commit all our changes. So here, let's just add and give it a really nice commit message that we could use. So far we have set up our project and also added shatcn. So let's do that and hit commit. The minute we do that, now let's rerun this command again. And now it's slowly going to migrate all of this. Now remember, I said that tailwind config.ts file is no longer provided in the latest version of Tailwind. That's because it has been moved into the global CSS configuration file from Next.js. So it has automatically just installed a package, migrated a bunch of files. So let's take a look at them together. But before we do that, let's also run the development server. Now, as we go back here, and you can see in the files changes in this tab, you can see that post CSS config.mjs file has a new plugin called as @tailwind css/post css. It has gotten rid of Tailwind config file completely, and all of those variables are in fact available inside of base, components, and utilities. So you can see import Tailwind CSS and also plug in Tailwind CSS animate. So all of these three lines are actually replaced with this one line now, import Tailwind CSS. At the same time, previously in our Tailwind config file, there was also a plugin that was installed called as Tailwind CSS animate, which is now a plugin directive that has been introduced inside of the latest version of Tailwind, that is Tailwind V4 right now, and it has been add plugin right here. Whoops, I don't need that. Then we also have a custom variant for dark, and the theming, that is all the CSS variables are in fact added here. Now, we did not necessarily add any of these CSS variables by default, but remember when we installed shatcn UI library, it created all these different CSS variables that we could readily use. We also have the different layers as well, that is the base layer. So you can add any base styles here that you want to tweak inside of Tailwind. Utilities would be to create specific utilities, and we'll take a look at more of these things a bit later. But for now, all you can focus on is essentially how all these different styles are moved to global CSS. There have also been changes made to button.tsx as well, which has in fact replaced a few of the styles. For instance, shadow SM is now shadow XS and so on. So there have been few design system changes as well that Tailwind v4 has come up with. So I'm also going to check in this file and we can say upgrade to Tailwind v4 and hit commit. Now, all of this entire GitHub repository is going to be available in the cheat sheet linked in the description below. So definitely check it out as you follow along the specific course, along with all the links and assets that I'm going to be using throughout this course. So definitely check out the link in the description below if you haven't already to download the handy cheat sheet. Let's add a beautiful theme to our application. Right now, we are just going with whatever defaults are being provided to us, but let's give it a beautiful theme. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we do have quite a few CSS variables here that Shatcn UI has configured. Since we are going to be using Shatcn UI as a component library, let's just go ahead and replace all of these colors with a theme that I have set up for us. And we don't need two bases, we just need one. So if I undo all my changes and just get rid of this completely and paste it, that's exactly what we need here. So I have replaced a bunch of colors here. And if you take a look at the global.css files, a bunch of background and foreground colors that we need for creating a beautiful theme for our application. So for instance, if we go back to Sommer app that we are trying to build, our AI SaaS application, you will see it has this really professional looking modern UI theme. And for that, we need to pass in the colors necessary to make it look this good. So for instance, we have this hint of emerald teal color gradient, but at the same time, we also have this black rose palette as well that we will be using. So if we take a look at this, you can already see there have been some changes with hover properties change completely because of these changes. On top of this, in global.css, we can get rid of body completely and replace that with a bunch of H1, H2, H3 styles. That is how all our headings are going to look like as well, so that when we start using these headings anywhere in our application, they all look the same. If we go here and refresh the page, nothing's going to change here except the button. Although if we go to page and add a heading here, and let's just call this Sommer, and if we go back here, you can see Sommer is looking so much better because of the heading styles that we just added. Additionally, we also need to add a font sans variable as well and expose that here too and add a default value. This way, our font gets applied automatically as well, and it also has some defaults too. So you can see it is now in fact source sans 3. Similarly, this is source sans 3, but if it does not have source sans 3, then it's UI sans serif and all the other fonts are going to be applied as well. Then we are going to add a utility called as container. This specific utility container will give us the necessary layout, and we could use this wherever we like to give it a nice layout for our application, which is pretty consistent. If you think of design in general, it is very important for us to have consistent colors, consistent themes, consistent titles, headings, and so on. So this is very important for us to do. So that's it. Now that we have a basic theme ready for us, let's go ahead and start building our application further. I think it's time for me to build my editor next to the browser so you can start seeing the changes live side by side. So in order for us to build our application, which is right now running on localhost 3001, the Sommer app, we want to make sure that we give a beautiful heading to our application. This specific heading will have a logo, a couple of links, a few links in fact, and this specific clerk modal, which will come a bit later. But if I'm not logged in, then the layout changes completely as well, where we show a header just one link and another link for sign in. So this is the thing that we will be building right now. So for that, let's just go to components and create a new folder and call this common. This is where we would create a new file called as header.tsx. Now this header file will be something very simple, which will have the header text. Now in order for us to show the specific header, which will be consistent in all the pages of our application, we need to make sure that we are storing it in a place where all the pages can access it. And if you remember, we talked about this earlier. This was in fact in the layout file. In the root layout file, where we have the HTML and body elements, is where we would want to add the header element. And here, let's just go ahead and import header from common header as well. Now, whenever we want to store anything common inside of our application, then we can store that in common folder inside of components. So now if we go back to home, you can see header is in fact showing up here. Similar to header, we would also want a footer as well towards the bottom of the application. Now you don't need to add all of these links that I'm adding as part of my app. We are going to add a very simple footer, but in order for us to do that, we need to create a new file and call this footer.tsx. Similarly, just like header, this will in fact be footer with a footer semantic element. And now if we go to layout again, let's add footer after children here. Similarly, if we import footer, it will in fact come from common. And now let's wrap children, which is all the pages inside of the main tag, just like this. So now if we go back here, you can see header is here. We have a button and towards the bottom is the footer. Now, if you want to make sure that all the pages have consistency, let's just get rid of this completely and remove the styles. And the minute we do that, the styles completely change. We want the header to the top, but we always want the footer towards the bottom of the page. The way we could achieve that is by going to layout. We have the header, and in class name, let's add a class name of flex1. And let's add another div that wraps our entire application. And let's just give it a class name of relative, flex, min age screen, which is going to mean the min height is 100 viewport height, and flex call. The minute we do that, you can already see the footer has moved all the way to the bottom of the page. Similarly, if I go here and give it a class name of BG Gray 50, for instance, you can sort of see the footer here. Or if I say P12, you can actually see the footer show up here, right here. Again, let's not style the footer yet. Let's focus on the header, which is going to wrap our entire application. You're going to have the logo, you're going to have pricing, sign in when the user is not signed in, and so on. So let's just create a nav, which is what header will store. And now that nav could have a bunch of elements. So this specific nav is going to have a class name of container. And remember, we created the class name container inside of global CSS, which maps to these values. And then we are going to add a few semantic elements. For instance, we need a div for our text sommaire, which is going to be a link component. And link component, in fact, does come from next link, which is Next.js link component itself, which extends the browser anchor element and gives us additional performance benefits as well. So for instance, if we do slash and then here, let's just say sommaire. So now if I go back to the home page, that is localhost 3000, we can see that sommaire is in fact displayed. So we can just go to page and remove sommaire from here because we don't want it duplicated. Now we have the link component for sommaire. Similarly, we need another div, which is going to contain a bunch of links, which is pricing and a few other links as well. So here, let's just add another link component and let's just say this is going to slash and pricing, because eventually we are going to have a pricing section and we want to make sure that it actually just jumps to the pricing section And the way you could do that is by adding the hashtag pricing. So we have the pricing section here, which is what we need right in the middle. And towards the end, we need a sign in button, a sign in link as well. So let's give it another div. And instead of pricing, let's just say /sign in. And this is going to be /sign in right here. So now you can see we have the logo, the pricing, and sign in, but obviously it is not aligned correctly. Let's just give it the nav flex item center, and let's make it so that there's enough gap between all of them. So now you can see by adding justify between, we have given enough gap between all of them. And if we go back to desktop, then there is still that gap as well, because we have added justify between and we have a class of container. Now similarly, we want to make sure that on a desktop device there is more padding versus on mobile. And the way we could do that is by using a property called as LG:, and this will allow us to target desktop and tablet devices. Now remember, in Tailwind CSS, by default, whenever you add padding, it always targets the smaller device. But the minute you say LG, the responsive design styling is to first target on mobile and then go towards the desktop styling. So for instance, here we can say PY4, but for large devices, let's give it PX8, which means horizontal padding. And then for mobile, let's give it horizontal padding, and then MX auto so that it's centered as well. Just like that, for instance. Similarly, if I expand this, you will still see it's aligned pretty well because the padding increases as per the different breakpoints. Similarly here, we can say flex, and then on a tablet and bigger, it's going to be flex 1. Now, along with the text, we also have these cute little icons that we're using throughout our application, just like we have the sparkle icon, the text, the file text icon, the pizza icon here. We have a bunch of icons here for different text to explain visually what the text means. And for that, we're using a package called as Lucid React. Now, Lucid React gives us those beautiful and consistent icons via React components, and that's exactly what we are using. So if you view all the icons, these are all the different icons that we could use. Since if we look at file text icon, that is in fact the icon that we will be using. We could either copy the SVG or the JSX, see it in action by seeing the different ways we could use it in different frameworks. In React way, this is exactly how you can import it. Now, luckily for us, with Shatsian UI, Lucid React is already installed in our project. So we could just copy this and use it as well. If we go back to header and paste it, as you can see, it did not complain as it's already installed. And here we can just say file text and declare it as a React component. And now we can give it any width or height that we like, because this is simply an icon that we could use. But on larger devices, we want the width to be 8 and height to be 8 as well. Let's give it a coloring of text gray 900. With hover, we want it to rotate. Why? Because if you take a look, it has this cute little rotation here, and we could do that easily with the rotate utility from Tailwind. Let's say transform and transition, and also give it a smooth transition as it rotates for us. And this will allow us to do that. Now, if we go back here, you can see when you hover over it, it immediately turns to the right, turns to the left. It rotates a little bit, and that's exactly what we are looking for. But we want the link component to essentially be wrapped all the way around the icon too, because a user might click on the icon and expect to go to the home page. So in that case, we can just copy this and wrap it all the way around the file text as well. And this time, because it's actually in a column, we need to change that and say this is gonna be flex, item center, gap 1, and by default, it's going to be a row. But in a larger device, we want the gap to be a bit more. And let's just make sure the flex shrink is 0. Now, as you can see, even though we click here, it's going to definitely be back to home. Now, I know pricing doesn't exist, but the URL did change. But if I click on somewhere, it goes back to localhost 3000, which is the link that we have here as well. Now, to style somewhere, let's just give it a span. And for somewhere class name, let's just say font extra bold because it's a logo. It's gonna be a bigger size in bigger devices, and let's just give it a color of text gray 900. Alrighty, so now we have a beautiful looking logo that we have styled. Now, in order for us to style the pricing, we can just simply use the pricing link. But let's say when the user does log in, we also show a your summaries link as well. So we can just copy this and paste it. And here, let's just say dashboard. And we can just say your summaries link right here. We can tweak the code later on so that this is only shown when the user is logged in. But since we have not necessarily implemented authentication yet, we don't need to worry about it for now. Let's just enable it for everything. So we're going to say it's going to be centered on larger devices. Gap is going to be 4. On large devices, gap is 12. Large items center, for instance. Perfect. So now you can already see it is looking a lot better. So we have the pricing and the dashboard links. And now for sign in, let's do something similar. So we need flex. Large is going to be justify end. Again, large is going to be flex 1 and so on. And we need another link here called as upload a PDF. So we're just going to assume that the user is signed in. So here, let's just give it a div and give it a class name, flex gap 2 items center. And here, if the user is signed in, then we also need to show a upload link as well. So here we can say upload a PDF, and this will just go to /upload. Similarly, if the user is not signed in, then we want to make sure that it's in fact the sign in option itself. So what we could do is we could just create a constant that just says is logged in, which is going to be false for now. And we can just toggle it accordingly. So for instance, here we can say if it's logged in, then show this, else show this other content. This way, whenever is logged in is already working, we have implemented authentication, we can easily replace it. So when the user has signed out, then in that case, it goes to /sign-in, which is a sign-in link. But if not, then it's going to go to upload PDF, for instance. At the same time, there's going to be a badge of some sort to show whether it's a pro account or not. For now, let's just say it's a pro account. And then there's also going to be a button that will redirect the user to home. And this button is basically the URL avatar that I was talking about earlier. So for now, let's just keep it as is. We can keep it sign out for now. Or let's just call this user for now. Similarly, we only want to show dashboard when the user is logged in. So let's just add that as well. Otherwise, we don't want to show dashboard either. All right, so this is the non-logged in state, which is looking a lot better. Now, let's just make sure we are styling each of these links as well. Now, because we are going to give it the same styling for every single link inside of header, let's just create a common component and let's just call this navlink.tsx. Now, this specific navlink component will take the link, for instance, from next link and take it a children property, which will basically wrap anything inside of it. So for instance, here we can give it the styling necessary for the link. So we can say it's going to be transition colors, text is going to be small, duration is going to be 200, text gray 600, and on hover, we want the color change to our theme, which is rose. It's going to be 500. There we go. We're not using navlink at all. So what we could do is go back to header, remove the link component, and wherever there is link, let's just add nav link right here. We have nav link and nav link. Now remember this, we also have a class name property that we need to configure inside of navlink as well, which we are not doing so right now. Now in order for us to do that, we can just add class name. We can just add class name here and also take that as a prop, which is going to be optional. But now in order for us to make sure we are giving a if else condition in styling, we could use the function from ShatCN called CN that basically uses a TW merge, which merges the Tailwind styles together from the package Tailwind merge. So what we could do here is do CN and close it as well. So we can, I'm just gonna zoom in a little bit. And here, let's just close the brackets. There we go. And give it class name here, which comes from class name. So if it doesn't exist, it's going to be empty and nothing's going to change. So now this error is gone because these class names can automatically be applied on navlink. Similarly, let's apply navlink everywhere else as well. We just have to use navlink here. So navlink has been applied everywhere else. We can remove link here. And now you can see navlink has this beautiful styling, which is what we want here too. So it's looking really good and our header component is ready to go. For the header, if we are on the slash page, or let's say if we are on a sign in page which doesn't exist right now, we want sign in to be highlighted. We want to make sure that user is aware which page they are on. It's in fact pretty simple to do inside of Next.js. Inside of navlink, we could easily use a directive called as path name that allows us to tweak accordingly based on the path itself. For instance, here we can say path name equals to use path name and import use path name from next navigation. But the minute we have to use path name, we need to convert this into a client component because this is a client specific feature. The client components inside of Next.js need the browser, so we need to add use client directive on top. Now similarly, if we say is active, we can say if path name is in fact href, which is what we get from navlink, or if we say if href is not equal to slash and path name dot starts with is in fact href, that means it's active, for instance. Then in that case, we could easily just check if it's active. Then we want to add the text rows 500. Now we don't want to do that on slash, but if we wanted to, we could as well. So if I remove this completely, if we refresh the page, and now if I go to sign in, you can see sign in is in fact highlighted. If I go to sommaire, then it is not the case anymore, which is exactly the behavior that we are looking for. If we want pricing to be highlighted, then we need to do it something differently, where we need to say that the href is in fact something different. But again, we don't need to worry about that for paths that are just a-link hrefs. We basically need a proper path such as sign in order for that to happen. So our header component is pretty much ready to go. We can now work on the rest of our homepage, which is our landing page. Now this landing page has a few different elements. If you were to take a look, it has this beautiful hero section, which has a H1 and H2, that is heading 1 and heading 2, which are the two most important headings on our page in our AI SaaS application. We have this like badge, which will grab from ShatCN UI component library. And then we also have this beautiful button that has this really cool animation as you hover over the button itself, which is recommending us to try Sommaire application. Then we have another component, another section on our page, which will show a quick preview of what our app is all about. Now, I highly recommend you to add this in your SaaS applications because it gives users a really good idea for what your app is all about. And I think it's important for you to do that. So in order for us to implement this, we won't be able to do that right away. Why? Because we haven't implemented this at all. In fact, this is one of the core features of our application, which we will implement later on. But for now, we can add a placeholder for this section and then eventually replace it. Then we have the how it works section, which has this nice little hover, but we also have really slick animations as well as the user refreshes or is about to navigate to that specific section. Again, this tells the user in 3 simple steps how our application works. And then we have the pricing section with 2 different tables, a basic plan and a pro plan. Now, I always recommend you to highlight the plan that you really want users to buy, which is the pro plan. And here we can have a list of all the features in the table for the pro plan as well as for the basic plan. So we just need to tweak the styling based on the plan we want to highlight. And then towards the end, we have another CTA button, which again tells the user that, hey, are you ready to save hours of reading time, which is possible thanks to our concise summaries with the power of AI. So let's go ahead and implement each one of these sections. Now, one of the things I like to do when it comes to implementing the landing page is I want to divide each section into some completely separate component. This way, it's more organized, and whenever I want to modify anything, I would be able to right away. But first come first, let's just go ahead and add all these different sections. So now in our application, if we go back to page, let's close header and layout because we no longer need it. We also don't need the button component either because that is simply for verifying ShardCN installation. So here, let's just go ahead and add a section called as the hero section. Now this section does not exist, but what we can do is we can just go to components and again, let's create a new folder here called as home. Now one pattern I'd really like to implement in our application or any other applications that you implement, I would highly recommend you to do so, is to create different folders for different features of your application. Now, all the landing page content can actually live together inside the home folder, so we could do that. So now inside of home, let's create a new file called as herosection.dsx. Now this file is going to be a simple component that returns a simple div called as hero section. Now we can go ahead and import it from home/hero section, and now you can see hero section is in fact rendered here. Similarly, we could do the same for the different sections we want in our application, which is going to be the demo section, for instance. Then we are going to have the how it works section. Then we are going to have the pricing section. We are going to have a CTA as well, CTA section. Now we can just comment out all of this code because we don't need it right now. Let's focus on one thing at a time, which is hero section here. Now when it comes to hero section, first let's just give it a relative positioning with full. And we just need this relative positioning because we are going to add a gradient to our hero section, but more on that later. Let's focus on implementing the hero section itself. Now, the way we would implement the hero section is in fact changing the semantics of it and calling this section because semantically this is in fact a section on our page. We need a div tag. Now, in this div tag, we are going to have a few styles. So let's give it a class name. But more importantly, what we need is a title, a H2, which is an H1, H2 and a button. So let's add that. So we have an H1, we have an H2, and then we also have a button that comes from ShardCN UI. This is just going to be try somewhere button, for instance. And anytime we want to add any imports, I always like to add the attribute. This is automatically implemented for us via the create next tab, so we don't need to worry about it. But we could import any import just like this. This way, if I were to move hero section to any other spot in our application, it's still going to work because it doesn't map to .. which again makes it very restrictive and harder for things to move. So here, let's just say we want this to be the H1. We want a get a beautiful summary reel to be an H2, for instance, and we have a button. And then we also have a component called as the badge component, which is called powered by AI. Now, in order for us to implement that, we need to get the badge component from Shatsian UI. But before we do that, let's just add powered by AI. And if we go back to home, you can see all the contents of the hero section right here. Now, in order for us to add powered by AI, for instance, we also need a sparkles component from Lucid React icon as well, which comes from Lucid React. And now you can just add a class name here, which would be h6 w6, but then we also need a margin right. And then in order for you to change the color of the icon, you need to use text colors and say rows 600. And also let's add animate pulse, which is an animation that comes from Tailwind that allows us to give us that pulse animation that we need. So you can see how it's pulsing right now. Let's wrap these two elements next to each other inside of a div. And let's also give it a flex so that they are aligned right next to each other. So here we can say flex, and now they are simply next to each other. Now we also have this beautiful border right here. But before we do that, let's get the badge component from Shatsian. If we take a look at the installation section, we can just copy this and add the badge component and simply use it. So let's just stop the server and paste the badge component and install it. And now let's just run development server. Now let's wrap the badge component around the powered by AI badge itself. And now let's get badge from UI badge. And now you can see powered by AI is just like this. It's looking pretty good. But we need to obviously change the styling of the badge. So let's just do that. So we can say relative px 1 pixel because we need it to be a border. We don't need a background. We just need a border, which is a gradient. So let's just do that. Overflow hidden, rounded full. Then we have background linear gradient, which is going to be linear 2R from, and this is how we can add color stops with Tailwind CSS as well. From to and via allows us to add color stops. So I'm saying from 200 rows to 500 rows to rows 800 are the 3 color stops I want to add. So you can already see how it's looking. And lastly, let's also add a animate gradient X. And this is a class name we need to define so that it basically animates accordingly. Now, if you go to global CSS, we could just simply go to utilities here or towards the bottom. Let's just paste what we copied right here. We can just go inside of base and then copy what we pasted, which is gradient X. And now you can see how it's already animating. And instead of giving this to the badge, let's just give this to a div, for instance, and add a badge inside of that, which wraps our entire application. And now for the badge itself, let's just give it a relative positioning, px6, py2, text is going to be base, font medium, bg white, rounded full, group hover is going to be bg gray 50, and transition colors. You can already see how it's animating, the border is animating, but then the text is a lot better. Now let's just change the text color of this to be text space and the text to be text row 600. There we go. So now you can already see how it's looking so much better. And let's just give it a variant of secondary to the badge. And now you can see that the hover is also looking pretty good. So now that we have the badge, let's just give it a styling to the entire page. So for the section, let's just say relative mx auto. Let's give it a flex call, z0, item center, justify center, and all of this will essentially make it so that it's all aligned to the center, py16. But then when it comes to bigger devices, let's just give it py20. For large, let's just give it padding bottom 28. Transition all animate in. large PX going to be 12 and MX W7XL, which is going to give it the width necessary. And for this, we can just get rid of this completely. And now you can see that removing one div just fixed it all for us. All right, so now we have the badge that's been center aligned, which is what we want. Let's give H1 a styling as well, which is going to be font bold, PY6, text center. This centers the text and it's already looking so much better. And for H2, let's give it text large. For small, text XL. For large, text 2XL. Text center, PX4. For large, PX0. Large, max W4XL, which restricts the width of the subtitle and then of the H2. And let's also say 600. This way it's a little bit lighter. And for the button, let's wrap it up in a div. And for the button itself, let's just make the button look really elegant. So first of all, we want this button to be a link. Why? Because this specific button is just going to redirect the user and it's not going to perform any action on its own. So we definitely need the button to act as a link. In order for it to act like a link, we need to import next link from Next.js and use that. And here we can ask this to redirect to pricing to try the Somewhere app. Now we can just give it gap2 item center for the button, because the button also has a icon. So we can just align it so that the icon is right next to it. So arrow right can be imported from Lucid React, and let's make it so that it animate pulse as well. We're encouraging the user to press the button. Now for the button itself, first of all, the text needs to be white because it needs to be visible. But at the same time, it has this beautiful gradient. Like you can see, it has probably 2 color stops, and that's what we want as well. It has this black or like slate color to rose color stop. When you hover over it, it switches. So we need to just switch the order of the gradient on hover. So let's just give it a margin top of 6, text base, but on small, let's increase the sizing. On larger devices, let's increase the size of the button even more. As you can see, it's already looking bigger. Let's give it rounded full, PX8. But on small devices, PX1, large devices, PX12, PY6, on small, PY7, on large, PY8. And again, this is all making it so that it's really responsive and catering to exactly the styling that we need. Now you can already see this button is already looking better, but as you make the browser bigger, it's even better. So this is obviously zoomed in, which is why it's looking like this. But otherwise, this is how it looks like. Perfect. Now we have a few more styling here, which is that we need background linear to R. And this is where we need from slate 900 and 2 rows 500. And this itself is going to make it look really slick. But on hover, we don't want the same things. We want for on hover, we want it to be 500. On hover, we also want to slate 900, and we want the font to be bold. At the same time, on hover, we don't want any underline either, for instance. And this is what we are looking for. So you can see it has this nice looking gradient on hover and not. Let's give it a shadow large, but then we also want to make sure that there is this nice animation and smoother animation as you hover as well. Alrighty, so now the buttons are looking so much better. We have the H1, H2 already. We just need to make sure that this specific text concise is exactly what we want. Let's just give it a span and let's style it separately. So typically what we would do is we would give it a background, and this just like the highlighted background is what we need. But we also are rotating it. For that reason, we need to tweak the styling a little bit. So for that, we need to give it a span here as well and wrap this entire text in a span. And this is going to be an inline block. It's going to be relative inline block. This way we can give it an additional div as we like. So right after concise, let's just give it an additional div, which is going to be absolute positioning. Inset is going to be 0. Background rows 200/50. And whenever you add /50, it automatically means that we're reducing the opacity to 50%. And we are rotating it up a bit. Rounded large, transforming it, skew y1. There we go. Now you can already see this is taking over the whole thing. We don't want that. We want it to be so that it's proper. And we need to change the class name to be relative positioning here, Z10, and then PX2. And then remove summaries from here. Let's also give it an aria hidden equals true, and move from PDFs into on top, because we don't want this text to have any styling. We just want this text to have a styling. And now summaries can also be part of H1 as well. There we go. So now it's looking so much better because this is exactly the styling we're looking for. So this is the word concise styling. Now, if you want to extract it into a separate utility inside of Tailwind, you could do that as well. But again, this is very simple. We're going to only use it here. So let's just keep it as is. So now you can see that it's already a lot better with the styling here. And we can also remove this unnecessary div that we have as well, because we don't need it. Alrighty, so now all we need is this beautiful background gradient for the styles to work accurately. So now if we go to page, let's just give it a div here. And this specific div will essentially be flex column. So it all aligns in a column. And this is where let's create a new component and call this BG gradient. Now this component can go inside common because we'll most likely use it in other places. And I'm just going to paste the gradient right here because this gradient is essentially the background gradient that I'm talking about here. It's imported, and now you can see there's this nice gradient that we see right here on the page. And this is a radial gradient, which is basically adding the different color stops and creating a custom polygon here, which is a clip path and allows us to style it the way we want it to. So our hero section is ready to go. We can start looking into implementing the demo section because hero section is pretty much ready to go. So we can move demo section right here and uncomment it. We don't have a demo section yet, but this is where we would store it in the home folder. So this time, let's just create a new folder called as demo section.tsx. And then let's just again export default demo section. Now the demo section as well has a icon, which is the pizza icon, a text, as well as this section right here, which is a summary preview reel or something. But what we need right now, again, let's remove this and say it's a section. And what we can do is we can just give it a nice little gradient in the background. Now this gradient is something you can just grab it from the commits, but again, it gives it this nice little gradient in the next section. It will definitely allow you to make your app and landing page look a lot better. Since if you want to add a gradient like that, you also need to give it a relative positioning for the gradient to appear. All right, so now let's also give it a styling here. Let's also give it a wrapper around it too, which is going to be class name py12. For large, it's going to be py24, max w5xl, mx auto, px4, in smaller devices px6, larger px8. And this one is going to be the title itself, which is going to be this value right here. Now under this, we will also have a text which maps to what we have here, and that's what we want to add here in the wrapper itself. Now this wrapper can pretty much close around the entire application because we want, around the entire section because we want more spacing there. So we have the gradient here. And now let's give another div with a pizza icon, which is going to be W686 and text rows 500. At the same time, we're going to have an H3, which is going to be this text right here. Right now, we are adding the bare bones necessary for the section, and then we're going to focus on styling it. So if we go back here, you can see we have the pizza icon with the text as well. So let's focus on styling it. So here, let's just give it a flex call items center with text center and a space Y4, which gives good vertical spacing to everything. You can already see the alignment is getting better. For H3, we want the font to be bold, text 3XL, max W2XL. Again, we're restricting the width with horizontal centering, PX4, and then small PX6. And then we also want to make sure that for this section itself, which is watch how summary transforms, which is right here, this Next.js course PDF is something that's red in color, or like it's a text gradient. So let's just give it a span and paste it like that. Let's give it a class name. Anytime you want to give a gradient, you can just say BG linear to R or whatever direction you want the gradient to be, and add color stops. So we're going to have a color stop of 500 to rows 700. And then whenever you want to give it the gradient to the text, then you can just say BG clip text and then do text transparent to basically align the gradient to the text itself. As you can see, it's lighter and then it gets darker, which is exactly what we have here. And now let's just give proper styling to the pizza itself. Because right now the pizza is not looking that great. It's pretty tiny and we want to highlight it. So let's just give inline flex, items center, justify center, padding 2, rounded 2XL, give it a background of 80% opacity gray, backdrop blur as well of excess, border, and this is where we want it to be circular, which is why we're giving it a border as well, 500 to 20, and then MB4. Now you can see it's looking a lot better. So we have this pizza, which looks a very interesting shape, and that just helps for it to stand out. And now let's just give it a div to the entire H3 element, which is going to be text center and margin bottom 16. There we go. So this way there's some margin bottom between what we're going to add next. Now this is where we are going to add the summary, but we don't have that ready yet. So it's fine. We're just going to align it so that when we add it, it's going to be easy peasy for us. So we're going to say PX4 and then large PX6 and close the div here. Perfect. Now this is where we would add the summary viewer essentially. So let's just add that as a comment here. And inside of this, we can align the item itself separately. Alrighty, so now we have the next section ready to go as well, which is this section right here, which is exactly what we want. And let's also give it a additional padding here. So we can say PD12. Perfect. So now our demo section, our summary viewer section is also pretty ready to go. We can focus on adding the how it works section. So when it comes to how it works section, we're going to do the exact same thing and import that from how it works and add how it works.tsx. And this needs to be in home. And this is going to be how it works section. There we go. Now, if we take a look, how it works section is visible on the page. And now we can start looking at styling it. Again, we're going to have relative overflow hidden and BG gray 50 to differentiate it from the rest of the content, rest of the page, I should say. And this time, let's just copy the wrapper that we have and let's move this inside here. Sometimes when you do see this red squiggly line, even though you have added it, just reload the window or you can just Command Z and do it again. It takes a second for the editor sometimes to realize that there has been a new file and there's a change. But don't worry too much about it. It just will go away unless you genuinely make a mistake. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy what we did in the hero section, which is copy this value and paste it. Just going to be the wrapper itself. So now you can already see we have a section here. And this time we are going to have a few things. We're going to have a gradient for sure. So you can pretty much just copy the gradient. So definitely grab it from the GitHub. We're going to have class name, text center, margin bottom 16. And this is where we are going to have our H2 and our H3. So H2 is going to be how it works. And H3 is basically going to be this section, this text right here, which is there. And lastly, we are going to have a grid of elements too, which is going to be grid calls 1, but in medium, it's going to be grid calls 3, gap of 8, and then restrict the width as well, MX auto, and relative positioning. There we go. Now, if we go back to that page, you can see how it works and how this is displayed. Because none of this is style, we're giving it the structure necessary for it. And we can get rid of this styling from here. So we can start styling these two titles here. So we have this that needs to be all caps. So we can just start doing that. It's going to be font bold. It's going to be text Excel and uppercase. And uppercase just allows us to make it all caps for us. And let's just give M4 a margin bottom and text rows of 500. There we go. How it works is all capitalized. Similarly for H3, we can say font bold, text 3XL, max W2XL, restricting the width again of the subtitle, and MX auto. There we go. You can see it's looking so much better now. Similarly now, when it comes towards the bottom of the content, we have these steps, 1, 2, 3 steps. We can just create an array of steps and then loop through them. So let's say these are those steps. For instance, we can map through them and say step index and then map through the div itself. And this way we would be able to essentially render the content as we need, for instance, as well. Let's just create a constant called steps. These steps are going to have a type of steps of array, and the type is going to be type step, which is going to be icon, because every item takes in an icon, a text, and a description. So let's just say it's going to be a React node. It's going to have a label, which is going to be a string, and it's also going to have a description of type string as well. Now we have array of type steps, so let's just add them. So you can already see it's auto generating based on the types. And this is something I find with AI editors in general, that you can, once you give it a type and structure, it's a lot better at generating the text. The icon here is going to be file text icon with size of 64 and stroke width of 1.5. And let's close this icon. Label is going to be upload your PDF. Description is going to be this description here. So we can just copy this and paste it. And import icons from Lucid React. Similarly, we can just copy this exact same thing, app structure. Instead of icon, this is going to be a brain circuit icon. And it's the label is going to be AI analysis. And then the label is going to be just this label. Same thing here too. We are going to have get summary as a title, file output as an icon, and then we are going to get the copy from here, which is going to be this. Now that we have the steps generated, we could just loop through them now. So here we can have the step generated, and for the div itself, we can say by default, it's going to be, we are going to have a class name of relative p6. And at this point, I almost think this could be its own component. So let's just do that. So we can say step item, key is going to be this with this code, and function step item as well, which is going to have icon, label, description, and so on. Now, when it comes to the div, this is where we can add relative, padding of 6, rounded, 2XL, and you can start seeing things here, but nothing is gonna work here because we haven't necessarily added any text yet, but you can already see how things are looking. And BG white of 5, backdrop of excess, border white of 10. On hover, we want it to be border rows of 500/50. Transition colors, group them and make the width as full. Let's give it an H4, and this can be the label. So now you can see the label has appeared. Then we can give it a P tag of description. Description has appeared, and you can see that the hover has been active already. And also we need an icon, but obviously we need to style the icon further. So let's do that. So again, let's give it a div, class name of flex call, gap 4, h full, and another div of the same. And let's move icon in there. Flex item center, justify center, h24, w24, mx auto, rounded, 2XL, bg linear to br, because we are adding the gradient again, rows 500/10 to transparent. And then we want a group hover because we want to make sure that whenever you hover, it's a group hover and not just a hover. And then for the icon color, we can give it a color of text rows 500. There we go. So now you can see that the icon is looking pretty good. And let's move these two items inside the div here. And again, give it a div again right here. So now the class name is going to be flex call, flex1, gap 1, and justify between. Similarly, now we're just going to center the elements here. It's going to be text center, font bold, text XL. And same thing here too. Text center, text gray 600, text small. Now you can see it's already centered with hover properties too. And if I were to zoom out or make it bigger, you can see it's pretty much the same here as well. So the how it works section is also looking pretty good because we have all these different icons. But as you can see, we also have these arrows as well in the middle. So we need to add that too. So let's move it back to how it was right here. And now we can go back to the step item itself. And this is where we can add a div, and we can hide it for the last element and add a wrapper here as well. So now let's give it a class name of relative flex item stretch. And for this one, for the last item is where we would add the right element. Move right. Size is gonna be 32. Stroke width is gonna be 1. And the color is gonna be 400. There we go. You can see we have the icons in all three situations. In fact, we don't even want to show them in mobile. Doesn't make any sense. So we can hide them on mobile. But the minute it's on a medium device, let's just show them, for instance. So you can say right for transform and Z10. There we go. We have the relative positioning for here. Step item is displayed here, and we are hiding it essentially as well. But at the same time, for the last item, we don't want to show this. You can see it's already right here. Not what we want. We want to position it accordingly. If idx is less than steps dot length -1, then show it, for instance. And if we show the page, it still shows up here, not where it needs to be. So let's fix the styling for that. Let's just give it a absolute positioning right here. Now if I refresh the page, you can see that the arrows are in their position, and how it works section also works as intended. Pricing section is extremely important in a SaaS application because you want to make sure your pricing makes sense. Now, I am no pricing expert, but I do think that when you make the pro pricing really enticing, that does allow the user to pick that specific plan. So that's exactly what I'm doing in this specific application. Now, basic is where you display a bunch of basic features that you want to offer. And this is someone who want to use this application for occasional use. But when it comes to pro, you want to give them unlimited. You don't want to restrict them, for instance, as long as you're not paying any upfront cost. In that case, we want these two tables, and both of them are subscription, and the buy now would lead to potentially a new Stripe account, which is what we have. So, for instance, if I click on buy now, it does take me to my test Stripe account as well. But that's exactly what we'll be building now, a pricing section. So if we go to the pricing section, let's move this up and uncomment this. Similar to how we had it earlier, we need the pricing section inside of home. So let's create pricing section.tsx. Pricing section, and instead of div, it needs to be a section. There we go. And now if I go back to localhost 3000, you can see pricing section is right here. Now, when it comes to pricing section, we need a few things. We need a consistent pricing card, and we also need a section as well. A section that will hold all the items. So again, as a wrapper, if you go to demo section, we need this as a wrapper, for instance. So we can copy this. And every single time when you save a change, notice how it says each child should have a key prop, unique key prop. So let's fix that. If we go to how it works section, let's give it a key prop necessary here. The key prop will be right here. Perfect. All right, so now back to the pricing section. Yeah, we just added the wrapper. Let's add a div which will have an H2, and that will simply be just pricing. Then we can have another div which is going to be a pricing card itself. Now, in order for us to show that, we basically need two separate columns. So let's add columns here, but in large, it's going to be a row, and it's going to be item center, but large, it's going to be item stretch with gap of 8. What we want to do is we want to make it bigger for the pro plan. Now, this is where we would need something similar. We would have an array, we would map through our plan, and this plan is where we would display the pricing card with a key plan.id, for instance, and we would spread the plan as well. Now, we don't have any of this at all. We don't have an ID, we don't have an array of items, and so on too. So we need to create that. But that's exactly what we would need to display pricing onto the page. We would have two cards, and those two cards will have details such as the different items and so on. Now, what should the pricing details have? What should the plans have? So if I create a array of plans, it should have an ID of basic, and the other object will have an ID of pro, for instance. And we can start replacing this by saying this is going to be plans. Pricing card is not defined, so let's just give it we don't need to export it, but let's just give it a default pricing card here. This way, now there are two cards displayed here, and we have the two plans here as well. Now, for the first plan, the name is going to be basic. The second plan, the name is going to be pro. Then we are going to have a price of $9. In the second plan, we are going to have a price of $19. Then we are going to have items, which is going to be the list of items, which is 5 summaries per month. Then we are going to have a bunch of items as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the items itself for what the IDs are going to be. And we can pretty much get rid of the things that are prematurely added here right now. We just need to make sure that we have the structure necessary for our card. So we can just remove these items because we can add that later. We don't need it right now. And this is how the plans will look like. Now pricing card is empty, so it doesn't show anything yet, which is what we need right now. We need to add that so that pricing card will display information. It's going to be relative W full and max W LG. There we go. And now instead of pricing card, it's going to have another div, and in that there somewhere is going to be a p tag with name, and this is where we can like get name, price, and different description. We can have items, ID, payment link, and so on. So we're going to have name. You can already see basic has been displayed here because of the name. We are going to have another P, which is a description, for instance. Then in another div, we are going to have price, which is going to be in another P tag, for instance. Then in another div, we are going to have a link component, which will link to the payment link itself, for instance. And this link component will come from next link. And we can just say buy. It says buy now. So let's just say that buy now. There we go. Lastly, we also need items too. So between price and we're going to have items.map item IDX. And this is where we can just display a list of items, which is going to be li, and it's just going to have item itself. There we go. So the key is going to be that. And now you can see all the items are displayed here too. And we have not necessarily typed and added a type for pricing. So let's do that. So here we're going to say price type and just have the price type here, which is going to be name is string, price is number, description string, and so on. So we have a base structure for pricing table. So let's go ahead and add the rest of the styling right now. So first, let's style the name and description. So first of all, for name, we are going to have text is going to be large, but in larger devices, it's going to be Excel, font bold, and we need to capitalize it. And capitalize will make the first character of the text as capitalized if you haven't already. Similarly, when it comes to description, we are going to say text base content 80 and empty 2. And here we're going to have flex, justify between, item center, and gap 4. And obviously that's not right. So let's just give it a div here as well with, there we go. All right, so now we have the name and description. We need another element that wraps the whole thing to give it the necessary border and so on. So we can wrap the whole thing here. And here we can say it's going to be relative, flex, flex call, h full, gap 4. In large, it's going to be gap 8, and then z10, p8. Then we are going to have rounded box, or let's just say we're going to have rounded Excel, border 1px, then border gray 500 by 20, rounded to Excel. There we go. You can get rid of rounded. You can see that how it's highlighted because it's the same value. So, to Excel. Now we can use the CN property from chat-CN that will allow us to merge styles, because when it comes to Pro, we want to highlight it and make the border red. So here we can say if ID is equal to Pro, then we want border to be rows 500, gap to be 5, and border to be 2. There we go. So we are now coming very close to the pricing table that we're looking for. So we're just going to highlight a few more things accordingly. So now we have the styling for the Pro container, and we have added some styling for the name and the description. Now let's add the styling for the price. So let's just give it a class name, and let's just give it a gap of 2. And the reason for that is we want to make sure we are adding price. So we can say text 5XL, tracking tight, font extra bold, and let's add a dollar sign next to, whoops, let's add a dollar sign next to price. And then let's add another div with a p tag and call this USD because we want USD to be displayed next to it. And here we can say text access, text base 60. Or let's just get rid of this. We don't need it. Uppercase, font, semi bold. There we go. This is going to be USD. We need another p tag with /month because we want to show that it's actually /month. So it's like a subscription. So we can say text access and that's it. So now we have USD per month, which is this USD per month, very similar to what we have here. And now let's just align the USD per month well. So we can say flex call, justify, and MB for PX. This way it's aligned properly. All right, so now we have USD per month, and let's just give space Y 2.5, leading, relaxed, text, base, flex 1. There we go. So now there's more space between the li elements too. And now flex item center, gap 2. And then there needs to be a check icon, size of 18. And then here there needs to be a span as well for the item itself. So now we just need to style the button to make it look good, or I guess keep the link as we want. So here we are going to say space Y2, flex, justify center, W full. So now it's centered, and now the link should act like a button. So we can say W full, rounded, full, flex, item center, justify center. So all that is fine for now, but then let's give it a gap of 2. And this is where we can start adding the gradient colors for the button. So from rows 800 to rows 500, hover from rows 500, hover to rows 800. Text gonna be white, border 2, PY2. There we go. Our pricing table is looking pretty sick, I must say. But we definitely want to encourage people to not go for the basic one and try to encourage them to go for the pro one, because that's what we recommend. So again, we can say if ID equal to pro, then let's give it a styling, else some other styling. And for this, let's just give it a CN tag that we had earlier. There we go. So now for pro, let's say border rows 900 and border rows 100 from rows 400 to rows 500. And now you can see this is the recommended one it looks like versus the other one not so much. All right, and for in terms of icons, let's just give it an arrow right with size of 18. There we go. So now our pricing tables are looking so much better already. We just need to style this pricing text because it's not yet styled, but the tables themselves are looking pretty good. So when it comes to styling the tables, we just need to center it right now. Justify center. And anytime you want to center something, you can just do flex item center, justify center with full PB12. There we go. And now for H2, let's just do uppercase, font bold, text XL, MB8, and text rows 500. There we go. So now the pricing is so much simpler. It is pretty cool with both of these. As you can see, when you hover over the card, there's no hover animation here. So let's fix that. At the same time, let's give it this one a class name of relative overflow hidden. And let's also give it an ID of pricing. Alrighty, so now when it comes to the card itself, let's just give it a hover as well, which is going to be hover scale of 105. And then we just need to say hover, transition all, duration 300. It's even smoother than what we have here, for instance. Now you can see that the hover is looking pretty good, but if I zoom out, it's also looking a lot better here too, with the pricing here too. So our pricing section is also pretty much good to go. Now, obviously, we will revisit this pricing as we come back to it a bit later when we implement pricing. But you can already see how the difference between the pro plan and the basic plan are so obvious. And the differences between the pro plan and the basic plans are so obvious. And now we can move on to adding the CTA section, which is the last section on our site, which is this one. So let's do that. So let's move this back to how it was. Go to page, move CTA section here. And now let's create a new file and call this CTA section.tsx. Export it. Similarly, import it here too. So now we have the CTA section here in the footer. And for this section, let's make this into, turn this into a section. There we go. And here, let's give it a class name of bggray50 py12. Just like that. There is no content yet, but let's just give it the same wrapper that we did here. So copy this, paste it. We don't need this. And now let's give it another div. It's going to be flex call, item center, justify center, space y4, text center, and then another div here with h2 and a p tag. The h2 tag is just going to be ready to save hours of time, just like that. And then for p tag, it's just going to be transform the documents. There we go. And this is how it looks, ready to save. So let's just give another styling, which is the link component, a div with a div, and then a link component which goes to pricing /hash, import link from next link. And then for the link component, we're just going to have this as a button from Shatsian UI, which is going to have a variant of link. And then for this link component, let's just say, let's get started with arrow right icon, class name of ML2, A4, W4, and animate pulse. There we go. And now let's style the button itself, which is gonna be W full, min 400 pixel. It's gonna be W auto, BG linear. Again, the same gradient, slate 900 to rows 500. Then from hover is gonna be the opposite, from rows 500, hover to slate 900, hover text white, and then transitional duration 300. There we go. You can already see it's looking a lot better. And then we can just give this div a flex call gap 2, 400 pixel to be flex row, justify center. And now this also needs to be a flex, and then W full. It needs to be a flex with whatever we did here to be here. There we go. And this needs to be 6 with PY as 4 and 6 as well. And the size of the button here needs to be large. So now we can just get rid of this additional spacing because the size of the button has already added that. And the variant could be outline, or just go back to link as it is. Doesn't matter. All right, so now it's time for us to tweak the styling for the header. So we can say space y2, and then for h2, it's gonna be text 3XL, font bold, tracking tighter, small text 4XL, medium text 5XL. There we go. And then for the paragraph, it's going to be MX Auto, Max W 700 pixel. Let's just say XL. You can add any of these values as you like. So we can just say to Excel, for instance. Then we have text gray 500. MD is going to be Excel, but relaxed. So it has a bit more spacing. Text space, but also relaxed. Excel is going to be text Excel, but also relaxed. And then in dark tone, it's going to be 400. There we go. So it's looking so much better already. All right. So now we're pretty much good to go. We have the text here too. And now if we expand this, this is just ready to save time with ready to save hours here and then here as well. As you can see, like the length is different here to here. We can easily tweak that by, instead of saying 2XL, we can just say 700px. And that makes it very similar. All right, so now we have a very beautiful looking landing page ready to go. This landing page serves as a really strong foundation for us to build the rest of the pieces out. So I'm really excited for the next chapter for us to focus on implement. It is now time for us to add authentication to our project. We add authentication so that we only allow logged in users to check out our app, upload PDFs, and get beautiful, concise summaries with the power of AI. And for authentication and user management, I should say, we're going to use Clerk. The Clerk is incredible when it comes to adding authentication. Like it says here, it's more than just a sign-in box, 100%, because it's a complete suite of embeddable UIs that we could just use. And when it comes to pricing, we've already taken a look at this in the past. It's $0 per month. So from a SaaS perspective, we could totally just launch with Clerk. And then as our application grows, we can probably look into moving into a pro plan. For now, the free plan is pretty generous. So what we are going to do is add authentication and use Clerk to do that in our application. So if we head over to the docs and if we go to the Next.js section, this is where we want to make sure we install and follow all of these instructions to add Clerk. So let's do that step by step. So I'm going to copy this and open this up in this specific tab so that we can follow it side by side. So the first step is to install Clerk/Next.js. So if we head over to that terminal, let's stop our server and just install Clerk/Next.js. It's installed and ready to go. Let's start our development server again. Now this time we want to just get the API keys from Clerk. So if we head back here, let's just say get started. And I'm just going to use my Google login to log into Google account. But if you don't have an account, don't worry. You can create it for free. You just need to sign up using Clerk. And the way you would sign up, if I were to show you one more time, I'm going to get sign out here. This time, if we head back to where we were in dashboard, if you go to dashboard.clerk.com, you could just hit sign up and then follow the same process to create an account. You could either use GitHub or Google to sign in or sign up and then pretty much sign in. All right, going back to logging in to my application. And these are all the applications, as you can see, I've been using Clerk for close to a year now, and it has been incredible for me. So let's just create a new application here. And this time, let's just say Sommer. Now, this is what you will display here, the Sommer application. I'm just going to say Sommer AI. Now, we can pick whatever we want here in the sign-in options. For instance, if we want to disable email, then this is how the modal will look like. The embeddable UI, essentially. You could also configure phone number, username, and so on. In my case, I'm just going to go with email and Google, but feel free to toggle whatever you want based on whatever SaaS you create in the future as well. This time, I'm just going to pick email and Google because those are the top two ones that I've seen people use. Now, let's just go ahead and create the application. And now, this is where the instructions are, which is exactly what we were following as well. So for instance, if we see, we have already installed this. And the handy thing about Clerk is that they have already given us the publishable key and the secret key, which we can pretty much add to our env.local file. Now, environment.local file is essentially our local environment file, like the name indicates. Whenever you want to store anything that you only want to use on local, then add the suffix dot local. So let's just copy this, head over to our editor and create a new file called as n.local and just paste this. Now that I have pasted this, let's head back and we can just pretty much copy this. So I'm just going to copy this and open this up in this specific tab here and follow the instructions here. Now it's time for us to create middleware. Now, middleware in Next.js is sort of the middle person whenever any route gets accessed. This is the file that will get triggered first. And this is the best spot for you to add authentication or add any checks, because you can basically check, okay, is this person signed in or not? Whatever you want to perform, you can pretty much perform in the middleware file. So let's copy this. And this file needs to be in the root. So let's just create a middleware.ts file and paste it. Now, this has a function called clerk middleware, and this is the config for it, which basically means that it's going to run for all of these files. But if it matches these things, then pretty much middleware is going to get skipped, because if you want to access any HTML or any of your assets such as JPEG, WebP, PNG files, we really don't want a middleware to run, because we want anyone to access it unless we don't want that behavior. But in this case, we are pretty much good to go. Now, next, we need to add the clerk provider to our application. And this is where we need to wrap this up in layout. So if we head over to app directory and layout, this is where we want to wrap the clerk provider. So right above HTML, let's add clerk provider from clerk Next.js and wrap this completely here. Now you can see that clerk provider has been added, and now we can add sign in and sign out buttons wherever we like. For instance, we have the header component. So let's just head to header and let's go to home, or I guess common, and header. And this is where we can pretty much add the sign in and sign out functionality that we're looking for. For instance, if the user has signed out, show the sign in button, or if the user has signed in, then show the user button. So we can pretty much copy this and paste this in this spot here where we had the user button placeholder. And then when the user has signed out, then add the sign in button. This is pretty much what this specific toggle would be, where if the user is logged in or not, then in that case, we want to just show it. So that's what we want to do. So we can just disable this completely. We want to show dashboard, that is your summaries, only when the user is signed in. So we can pretty much just get rid of it and say sign in, and then wrap this completely over here. So now this will only be shown if the user has signed in. Similarly, for logged in, we need something similar, signed in, and then signed in here again, and we don't need any of this here. Similarly, since this is going to be shown when the user is signed in, we could wrap this with signed out from clerk Next.js. So this is how it's going to work. If the user is signed out, show the sign in button. If the user has signed in, then show all of these buttons, and so on. So now if we head back here and refresh the page, we should still see sign in button, sign in functionality that we want. Now if I click on sign in, nothing really happens. So let's just go ahead and create the page there so we can test out all of this functionality. All right, so now this is pretty much good to go. Now, if we continue to the Next.js guide, this is where we can create our custom sign in and sign out pages. Now, if you saw here, if we go to /sign in, for instance, there is nothing here. There's a 404 page. But what we really want is this type of a page. So what we can do is create a new route for that. But to create a route, we need to do something specific. So let's just copy this thing completely. And now go to our editor and create a new file and paste it. This is automatically going to create these two folders with this specific page. And now we can also copy the contents inside the page too. Similarly, just like sign in, we can do something similar for sign up page as well. So we can just go to custom sign up page here and copy this whole thing entirely. And now let's create a new file and paste the whole thing again. There we go. So now when we go to page, let's just copy the sign up functionality and paste it here as well. Perfect. So now we have sign in and sign up pages. If we go to this specific guide, it has the sign in functionality. Then we have the middleware. And this is where we can add any type of custom middleware that we want here too. But first and foremost, let's just make sure that we are able to test out all the functionality. And now you can see if we go to /sign in, there is a modal, a custom embeddable UI from Clerk. So if I click to continue to Google and click on my account and sign in with Google, it has redirected me back to home. None of these pages exist, keep in mind. But if you notice, I do see this avatar and I can manage my account, and all of these embeddable UIs are provided by Clerk by default, which is exactly what we want. And for example, if I hit sign out, then I'm redirected back to home. If I click on sign in, or if I go to sign up, same thing happens. We do see this embeddable UI, which is exactly what we're looking for. But this specific page doesn't have any design yet. Why? Because we are directly just returning the sign up page from Clerk. We can just create a section here and paste it and press enter. Just do flex, justify, center, items center. And then for large, let's just give it a min height of 40 VH and press save. Now it does have a bit more layout, bit more of a centered layout. And now let's just give it another div. And this is the time where we are just gonna go to our landing page, go to demo section. And if you notice, we have this one like wrapper that we're using pretty much everywhere. We could just go here and paste it. And there we go. Now we have a bit more functionality here. We could do pretty much the same thing, copy this whole thing entirely, go to sign in page and do the same, except this needs to be replaced with sign in. There we go. So now if I sign out, go to sign in, it still works as expected and it has this beautiful layout as well. But if you notice, if we take a look, we have a nice BG gradient here versus we don't necessarily are seeing it on our page because we haven't added that. So we can just tweak this specific BG gradient component to take in a different color along with these colors right here. Now we are passing class name here, but realistically we want to move this class name and move that directly in here so that we can tweak the colors. So that we can tweak the colors that we want here as well. So for instance, just gonna import cn utils. If we haven't already, we can remove the braces, the curly braces from here and keep it as is, and rest everything should stay the same. And then this time we can just pass in different colors that we want for the gradient there. Additionally, we can remove the children property too because we don't need it, and remove this isolate property as well. So if we go back to home, everything stays the same. We have the gradient, but if we go to sign in, now we can just pass in the values necessary here too. So we can say BG gradient, paste that, and now you can see this nice gradient. Copy this again, go to sign up, paste that too, and import it. There we go. Sign in and sign up now has this gradient, but we can pass in the values that we want as well. So we're gonna say from rows 400 via rows 300 to orange 200. Same thing here. We're gonna copy this whole thing, go to sign in and paste it. And now you can see there is this beautiful gradient here as well. We have the gradient that we passed in into sign in. And if we go to /sign up, this works, but let's just go to our page and go to sign up. It still works, and we have this nice looking gradient here too as well. So our auth is pretty much ready to go. If we go to the Clerk dashboard, this is how the dashboard looks like. And now you can see that there's a user, that is me, that had recently signed up with a recent sign in as well. So now you can see that there are users in here. some details about the users, and I could also just go ahead and impersonate the user and so on too. So for instance, I could update their set their passwords, tweak a few things for that specific user, and so on. So the entire user management is also done in Clerk 2. I could configure Clerk further to take in a username I want as well. So the embeddable UI can also be tweaked, but to an extent where they have allowed a lot of things by default. So for instance, username is completely free because the features that do need a pro account are all marked with pro. So if you do add a phone number, then you need to go sign up for a pro account and pay for it. But to be honest, the free features are really generous that you don't necessarily need to do that, especially when you launch your SaaS application. As you grow further, then you can always do that later. But if you want users to set their personal information such as first and last name and so on too, allow users to delete their account, which in this case I really don't want to, then in that case I could do that as well in Clerk, all inside of Clerk. And whenever we are ready to ship to production and we have a domain, we could just create a production instance and literally clone the development instance. So any changes that we make in development will be available in production, and obviously tweak the environment variables and so on for production and use them. So it's very simple and easy for us to use Clerk in our application. On top of that, we can create OAuth applications. We can have SSO connections. We can add a bunch of different restrictions, such as we can only restrict signups to accounts with pre-approved identifiers, for instance. So if you want to add a wait list, a block list, whatever, then you could do all of that with Clerk. But keep in mind, if you enable features with Pro enabled that need a Pro account, they will work in development, but the minute you switch to production, they will not. But this is a really good starting point for us to start using Clerk as well in our application. And like I said, the free plan is quite generous. It is now time for us to work on the upload your PDF feature. When you click on upload a PDF or go to your summaries and click on new summary, you should be able to upload a PDF. Let that file be processed and then accordingly work on it. So how about we first create the page for this /upload. So if we head over to our page here, close everything, let's go to the app directory. And the first thing what we need to do is start organizing our file system here. So first we are going to create a new folder and add these brackets to it and call this logged in. What this means is we are grouping a bunch of routes together, which are the logged in routes. You could also call it auth, you could call it whatever you want, because this specific folder path is not going to be included and exposed as a route in the browser. So whatever you include here is just merely for organizing. If we create a folder called upload, and if we create a new page in there called page.tsx, and let's just call this upload page. Now, if we go to /upload, you can see upload page is definitely here. But the fact that it was inside logged in didn't really matter because this is just for organizing. And this concept in Next.js is called as route groups. We are grouping a bunch of routes together. So now this is the upload page. Let's begin styling it further. So let's just sign in here and let's go to upload your PDF. And this is where we can start designing it. First, let's just call this a section, and then let's give it a class name, min8screen, and then let's also get the BG gradient from common because we have this same gradient here, so we are going to use that directly. Then we can just create a div which is going to have a few elements. Let's just make sure we can center the div, give it a specific width. So let's just add the max width, give it some horizontal spacing, some vertical spacing, but in bigger devices, let's increase the spacing and so on. All right. Now in here, what we want are two things actually. One is the header and the other one is the footer. So we can say start uploading your PDFs. Similarly, we need a form here as well. So we can worry about that form for later, but we definitely need this specific text. Upload your PDF and let AI do the magic. And then we also have a batch component which comes from Shatsy and UI, which is also what we are going to be using. This is a sparkles emoji, so we can just say sparkles and give it another text here that says AI powered content creation. There we go. So now if we take a look at our app, you can see we have a basic, very super basic layout ready to go. So let's start designing it a bit further. So first, let's just add flex call, item center, and center it further. Justify center, gap 6, and text center. There we go. Now it's centered now. Here, let's just use the badge variant as secondary. This way, it immediately looks like the badge we are looking for. And then give it additional class names, which is we need relative positioning, px6, py2, text space, font medium, bg white, rounded full, and then let's do a group hover of bg gray 50, and then transition colors. There we go. Now for sparkles, let's just give it a specific width and height too. So we can say 86 w6, margin right is 2, and then let's change the color to text row 600, and let's animate it and give it a pulse animation. So now you can already see it's working. And this, let's just change this to a p tag instead of a span, and now we can say this is just gonna be text space. There we go. So now AI powered content creation is looking pretty similar. We just need to give it the border necessary for it. So here, let's just give it the border necessary to the entire badge component. We can say relative p1px, and remember this is a gradient border, which is why we are adding an additional div here and making it so that it's actually a gradient border itself. From rows 200, via rows 500, to rows 800, animate gradient to X and group them, for instance. And now you can see this is way better, but you can see there's this subtle animation here on this entire gradient, and for that we are going to style this. So let's just go to global.css, and we have this animate gradient X, which is exactly what we want here. So you can see it's also adding the gradient necessary for it. So luckily for us, we already had that style already, so we could just pretty much use that. Perfect. Similarly, now we need something similar for like a div wrapper for the title as well as the p tag underneath it. So here, let's just give it a class name. Let's first of all capitalize everything, if not already. Text 3XL. Let's make it font bold, tracking tight, text gray 900, and in small, let's just make it bigger. And this is where we can say, okay, start uploading, and let's just remove H1 from here. Start uploading your PDFs. But if you notice, your PDFs has something similar to what we had in our landing page. So we can pretty much just do exactly that. So if we go back to our landing page and go to the hero section, we did that for concise. So let's just copy this whole thing, the H1 here, and then go to upload and paste this whole thing here. Now, obviously the styles have changed here, so we need to tweak it. We can just remove the H1 from here. And now instead of transforming PDFs to concise memories, we can just summaries. We can say start uploading, and then your PDFs could come in here. And now you can see this is exactly what we want. We can remove summaries altogether, which is exactly what we have here. Perfect. And now we can just simply add another div with the rest of the text. which is to say, upload your PDF and let our AI do the magic with the sparkles emoji. Similarly, let's give it a class name of margin top 2, text large, leading 8. So give it a little bit of line height. So if you hover over it, you can see the line height. Text gray 600 and give it a smaller width of 2XL and text center. So if you go back here, you can already see how things are looking like. And now you can see it's literally the exact same content here. And now we can focus on actually working on the form itself because we have the page ready. But as you can imagine, this specific content is going to get really massive. We don't want that. We want to organize it just like how we organize the landing page. So what we can do is we can just create a new folder inside of components, and let's call that folder upload. And in that folder, we can create a folder called as upload header.tsx. And this is where we can pretty much just grab what we had here from under the wrapper all the way and call upload header here and move upload header directly in here. And the couple of badges import that did not belong there anymore, we can just move that here as well. So what we're essentially doing is we are composing it. And now if you see, everything else should stay the same. Why? Because we have made it into a upload header, which is what we want. So similar to how we have an upload header, we need a form as well. So we pretty much need a upload form too. So we can just create a new form, call as the upload form. And this upload form can also go in the upload folder. And let's just import upload form here. And now you can see it's definitely not centered, nor is it aligned well. So let's just align it well as well. So we can say flex call, item center, justify center, gap 6, text center. There we go. So now upload form is going to start from here with the gap of 6, and then we can start styling it further. Let's quickly take a look at this diagram to understand the architecture of our upload service. When the user does upload a PDF, and after verifying that the PDF is valid and it matches the size requirements, we are going to use a service called as upload thing. Now, upload thing is a really good service for managing file uploads. It is essentially a thin layer on top of Amazon S3 bucket. So this makes it really easy for us to just upload files. It has a really cool API to do so. And it's completely compatible with React and TypeScript and Next.js. And it makes our life really easy as a developer. So when it comes to file and uploads, I definitely use upload thing. Once you do, what happens is upload thing is just going to give you a URL. That specific URL is your uploaded file. We are then going to extract and load the PDF uploaded using LangChain. Now, LangChain is really cool because it allows you to basically process your PDFs using LangChain, and we can easily just load our PDFs, and it's able to do that pretty seamlessly. Once it's able to do that, then we are going to get that text from the PDF and then pass it through OpenAI and give it a AI prompt, which will allow us to generate a really cool summary reel using a prompt that I'm going to share with you. Now, OpenAI credits can be very tricky. In some countries that I've learned recently that you may not necessarily get the credits, but in those countries, Gemini is definitely available. On the other hand, being SaaS developers and we want to ship our SaaS and make money potentially and eventually, we want to make sure that we are keeping our cost minimum. So for that reason, we are going to implement OpenAI as well as Gemini AI. We'll first use OpenAI. So if it's supported in your country, great. And if you get free credits, amazing. Then in that case, definitely create an API key. And I'm going to walk you through how to do that as well. But let's say you do have OpenAI, but for some reason, after using up quite a bit, you do get the rate limited exceed, you get the rate limit exceeded error or a 429 error, then in that case, you would probably want to switch to Gemini, which is what we'll be doing as well. We will be learning how to do the switch elegantly if the OpenAI quota is exceeded, and only use Gemini in that case. But let's say you don't have OpenAI at all, then you can just use Gemini as a default option. It's going to work seamlessly as well. But regardless, the transformer that we will be building to transform data from the text that the user uploads to the summary that we get from AI to a reel, it's going to be pretty central and seamless, that you don't have to worry too much about how the UI is going to render, because the summary reel that we create is pretty much going to be a standard set of data that we'll be asking from AI. Once both of these services run and we get the summary, then we are going to save that PDF text, save that summary text inside of PDF underscore summaries table inside our database. Now, I know we haven't necessarily created the database yet, but for now, this is what you need to know. We will be storing that in PDF underscore summaries table, and eventually we can look at how our database is going to be structured as well. And we are going to store that inside of NeonDB. So first, let's implement all of these things first, and then we can start looking at implementing our database connection as well. We need a form for our upload form. So let's go ahead and add that right now. So what we can do is we can just add a form inside of upload form component that we created. And we can just say that form is going to have a flex call, and a gap of 6, because we really want the form to be in a column format. Then we are going to have a input, which is going to be of type file. Similarly, we also need a button, and this button is going to come from ShadCN UI, which is going to say upload your PDF. Now we have the button now, and we have the file uploader as well. Now, let's also make sure that this is in fact coming from @/components. Now, we can also need to add a on submit button to the form as well. But before we do that, this upload form is going to have a bunch of different information, such as we are going to add validation, we are going to add upload thing. We're basically going to add everything that we talked about in this diagram here. So for that reason, we're gonna just start separating the components altogether. So let's create a new component here, and let's call this upload form input. And this is where we can add our form, as well as we can add anything that we like here too. So what we can do is we can just pretty much move what we added so far and just declare upload form directly in here and return this as well. And the button can come from upload form import here. So we can move the import button. And there's a typo here, which we fixed just now. There we go. So now in this specific form, we can start tweaking the form and how it looks like. And the on submit could be passed in as a handler here, which is pretty much going to be handle submit. And we can just say submitted for now. Now this thing does need to take a prop, which we can just pass in, and let's just declare a type here as well. So we can say interface upload form inputs and move that all together. Now the form itself is going to have a on submit, which is going to be equal to on submit. Now keep this in mind, this type is not accurate. We are going to have a E, which is going to be react.form element, and then this itself can be void for now. And then we are passing the on submit handler to form on submit and so on. But keep in mind the fact that this is a form and there's a handle submit, it needs to be a client component. We cannot have that be a server component. Similarly, upload form also needs to be a client component. So we need to add that client directive because we are using forms. So the minute we are using button handlers, forms, and so on, anything that requires the browser, it needs to be a client component. Alrighty, so now if we go back to our form input, this is where we can start replacing the input file. Now we are going to use a component from ShadCN called as input, which automatically handles a lot for us. So we don't need to worry about it too much. So we can copy the command, head over to our terminal and paste it. There we go. Let's start the development server again. And now this time, let's just add input from ShadCN. And input is in fact going to come from components/UI/input. Now, in the case of input, we're going to say type is file, ID is also file, name is also going to be file. It's only going to accept application/PDF because we don't want to upload images or anything like that. It is a required property. And let's also give it a class name just for now in case we want to style it further. So now if I refresh the page, you can see choose file, no file chosen is in fact a file uploader. But let's tweak the styles a little bit because we want to make sure that we are styling the form correctly. So here we can say justify end, item center, and gap is going to be 1.5. There we go. So this way it's now horizontal. So now you can see it actually needs to be full width, but we can tweak that later. So we have the form input here. So here we can say class name is going to be flex call, gap 8, w full, max w2xl, and mx auto. There we go. So now it's full width like we wanted the upload width to be. We're passing in the on submit as well. And then in the form, it looks like a simple form that we need to handle. So now we need to look into processing the file itself, for which we can start looking into upload thing. So now we can start looking at processing the file here in the upload form. Right now, handle submit just says submitted. So first of all, let's just say let's add a E because it's going to be a event, which is going to be of type form event and HTML form element. And we also need to add e.prevent default so it does not refresh the page once we hit submit. All right, so now we have this. The form element is going to take a form data. So we can say const form data is going to be new form data, and the value would be from current target itself. And we can get the file from form data by saying .get and file. Now remember, we called this as file here, which is what we need here, get file. And we can just type it as file as well. This way, TypeScript knows that this is a file. Now this is where we need to start validating the file, the fields that the form has as well. Because if we need to check, hey, is this file valid? Does it also exceed the size that we have set as well? What are our limitations and so on? So we definitely need to do that. We need to validate the fields, for which we need a schema. And we're going to use schema validation using Zod. Once the schema validation is done, we are going to then upload the file to upload thing. So we're going to have to set that up. And once the file has been uploaded, then we can parse the PDF using LangChain. Then we can summarize the PDF using AI. And then lastly, save the summary to the database and then redirect to the individual summary page. So this is exactly what we need to do. So there's a lot over here, but don't worry. I'm going to walk you through each one step by step. So first things first, let's create a schema. Now, in order for us to create a schema, we need to use Zod. Now, Zod is a TypeScript first schema validation library, and it basically will not allow anyone to make a database call or proceed even a step further unless the schema has been successfully parsed. And which Zod has become very popular in the industry, and it has a bunch of functions that we could just readily use because it is a schema declaration and validation library. We will declare the schema that we need for Zod, and once we do, we can then use it. So let's just go ahead and install it. So first, let's just copy npm install Zod. stop the server and paste Zod and restart the server again. Now, in page or in upload form rather, we need to get Zod schema here. So in order for us to define the schema, we can just say schema equals z dot object. Now this object can be anything. And z is in fact going to be z from Zod. Now this schema is in fact going to be the file object that we talked about. So we can say, hey, it's an invalid file, or the file must not exceed specific values and so on. So this is where we can start defining the schema. So here we can say z.instance of file type, and then we can get it a parameter that, hey, if that's not the case, if it's not the type file, then let's just say invalid file. So this is the first step in the validation process, for instance. Now that we have refined it, we know this is correct. This is the instance of file. Let's just refine it further. And now say, let's check the file. Let's check the size of the file. And this needs to be refined. Now, if the size of the file is greater than equal to, is less than equal to 24 megabytes, 1024 and so on, then we are going to say, if that's the case, if it's less than equal to that, then it must, if it's more than that, then it needs to be, we need to show the message file size must be less than 24 megabytes. Now to be safe, I'm just going to say 20 megabytes. This way we can be careful just in case we run out of credits with OpenAI, and if the file content has too much data, then we can just be careful here, because OpenAI only restricts us to 25 megabytes of file. Now again, the last refinement step is going to be that it in fact starts with application.pdf as well. So we can say file.type.starts with application PDF, else the second parameter is going to be in fact the message, which we can say file must be a PDF, for instance. So we can close this here. Every single time, this is how we can handle it. Similarly, we don't need message here. The second parameter can in fact be the value itself. And same thing here as well. We don't need the message necessarily. Or I guess we do in this case. So let's keep it as is. All right. So in the refine function, we don't need the message object. But in the case of instance of, we do. So now we have defined a schema, which is pretty solid. So we can use the function, which is the validation field part, where we can say, hey, if the result equal to schema.saveParse and the file itself. Now saveParse is a really handy function from Zod, and here we can say these fields are validated fields. Now validated fields gives us two options. It gives us success property, and we can check if success is not true, then give a message. So for instance, here we can say if validated properties dot success, if it's not true, then we want to show a message saying something along the lines of validated fields dot error, and let's flatten it, and then access field errors dot file, again of 0, otherwise invalid file, for instance. So what we're saying is, hey, like give me what the errors you get from Zod, and then just return this, because we don't want the user to proceed whatsoever. Because after we do proceed here, that's where we want to do all the other processing. We want to perform all the other processing, but we don't want to do that right now. We want to make sure that the file has been validated here. So let's try it out. So now I'm going to upload a file, and let's open up our browser console as well. And let's just go to console here and open it down here. Let's clear this and now hit upload, and it has been submitted. Console log has been submitted. And if you take a look at, if we log validated fields, for instance, hit upload again. Let's refresh the page. Now, if I go to and upload your PDF, you will see that success is in fact true, and the data does have file, and the file tab has all of this information: the name of the file, the type of the file, the size of the file, when was it last modified, and so on. We can now proceed uploading the file to upload thing. Upload thing allows us to manage file uploads. Now, if you're wondering why not just directly upload it to Amazon S3, well, we can definitely do that. It's way too complicated. This specific layer on top really gives us a good API to interact with, so we can just focus on our product versus worrying too much about file uploads. If you take a look at their pricing plans, you have everything you need to start uploading for free. It's a 2 gigabyte app essentially, and you can just get started. The storage is shared between all the apps. So if you have multiple apps and if you want more than 2 GB, then definitely go for the 100 gigabytes. In this case, we could just click on get started. Now I have already logged in, but you can easily sign up as well and log in. Once you do that, we can head over to dashboard. As you can see, I already am using upload thing for quite a few projects. Let's go ahead and create a new app. Now this is the free one that we want and we should care about. And this time I'm gonna say Summaries AI is the app name. Now, all the other options are basically defaulted for us, so we don't need to worry about it. And let's just go ahead and create app. Now that we have created an app and it was that simple to create an app, we can head over to files and manage our files here. We could also manually upload a file, but what we are looking for at this point is the API keys, because we would need that for our application. If you go under plans and billings, and these are all the available plans, and if you want to switch to another plan, you could do that as well. Settings would allow you to pick a region if you have upgraded to a paid plan and so on, or transfer this project to a completely new team. In our case, we're going to focus mainly on the file section because this is where all our files would be uploaded. So now let's just head over to the docs and let's look at how we can implement upload thing in our project. So first of all, let's just head over to the Next.js app router documentation and let's go ahead and install upload thing. So let's stop the server and just install it, because these are the two packages that we would need to upload our files. Now that we have done this, we also need to get the upload thing token. This is something we can grab from dashboard. So the upload thing token would essentially be under API keys. And this is where we could just get the upload thing token. Like it said, it's over here. So we can copy this, go to our environment.local file. And this is where we can just paste it. As simple as that. All right. So now that we have the upload thing token, let's proceed to the next step. And we can pretty much follow exactly what this specific documentation tells us because it's pretty good. The first step for us to do is to basically create an API folder and create a core file inside upload thing folder under API. Instead of image uploader, we are going to create a file uploader. So let's head over to our editor and let's just restart the server here as well. So first, let's shrink all the folders here and create a new folder called as API. Under API, we would want a file which should actually be under a folder called upload thing. So we can say upload thing /core.ts. This automatically creates the folder as well. And this is where we can just get the instance for upload thing. So we can say create upload thing, and this comes from /server because remember, this is under the API folder. Anything that you add under the API folder, you can basically use that as a API. But make sure that it's not /client. It's always should be /server because this is a server code. So now that we have created an instance for upload thing, let's expose a file router. So we can say our file router. And this is going to be the one responsible for uploading the files, interacting with upload thing, and giving us necessary details. I'm going to call this PDF uploader. We can call this whatever we like, since this code of ours, this app of ours is a PDF uploader, which is why we need to call it that. Now let's just use the F instance that we created. And this is where we can say, I want it to be PDF, and the max file size should be any of these values. Now, if you take a look, these are all the different values that we have. 32 megabytes is something that is max. for us, because remember that OpenAI restricts us for 25 files as well. So what we could do is pick a number that is the closest. 32 megabyte is what we are going to pick. Now we can call dot middleware on top. And this is where we can make it an async function. Just open this function up. I'll just get request from it. Now here is where we want to get a user information and return that to upload thing. So definitely let's get user information here. But at the same time, what we want to call after middleware is on upload complete. And this function would essentially get called once the upload is complete, and we can grab metadata as well as file information here, which we can simply pass it down and figure out exactly what we need to do. So here we can just log upload completed for user ID, and we can say metadata dot user ID. Similarly, we can return, hey, what the user ID is going to be, which is going to be metadata user ID and the file as well. So once the file gets uploaded, this is the router that will be called. And lastly, we want to make sure that it does satisfy file router from upload thing. And this is going to be type of file router. Lastly, let's export the type our file router equals type of, let's just capitalize this one, type of our file router. There we go. All right. So now we have returned the metadata.user ID as well as the file. But where does this come from? Well, it basically is going to come from here. So what we are going to do is we are going to get a user. And the way we could do that is by using the clerk API. We could get the user by saying await current user. And again, notice how the import is at clerk/nextjs/server. Let's do that. And in case there is no user, this is where we want to just throw an error, because we only want to make sure that files are uploaded via if there is a user, if there's a valid user. Let's return a upload thing error and let's just say unauthorized. That's it. Perfect. Now that we have this, let's just return it and say user ID is in fact going to be user.id. And if you notice this specific metadata, this specific async value with metadata and file, the metadata.userid does come from the middleware itself, and it gets passed on to on upload complete. Now, one thing we need to keep in mind is that create upload thing as well as type of file router needs to basically come from a different import altogether. So we can say create upload thing should come from /next, and type of file router should also come from there, which is /next, because this is a Next.js specific import. That means there is some code running on upload thing that handles the Next.js specific stuff. So we definitely need that for sure. And here we can add additional console log that just says file.url, just to make sure that we have uploaded the file, and then we can return the file itself over here. And then instead of returning the entire file, we can also just return file.url right here. Perfect. So now that we have the core file set up, let's create a new file, which is going to be the route.ts. Now, just like how we saw inside the app router with inside the app directory, whenever we want to expose a public route, we need to create page.tsx file that tells Next.js that, hey, this is a public route. Similarly, in order for us to expose an API route, we need to create a file called as route.ts. So here we are going to import create route handler that comes from, again, upload thing /next. And we're also going to import our file router, which is what we created just now, right here inside of core. All right, so now that we have this, let's just export two values, get, comma, post. These are going to be the get and the post requests. We can create the route handler and then expose this to router. And we can say, okay, router is going to be our file router. And that's it. That's all we need to do. Now, if we want to add additional config, we could add that easily over here. But this is what we are going to do. We are just exposing the router that we just created right here and exposing that so we can invoke it wherever we like. Now, if we go back to the docs, that's exactly what happened here. we could set multiple values. We get the auth from wherever our auth is running. In our case, that's going to be clerk. In this case, we have created the file router as well. And we need to create this file as well. So if we go back and then create a new folder called as utils, inside this folder, we are going to create upload thing.ts. And this is where we can just say import type file router, which comes from API slash upload thing slash core. And another import is generate React helpers, which come from React. And now we are just going to expose use upload thing hook that we are going to use inside of our Next.js code, inside of a React code, I should say. So we can say generate React helpers, and this is where we can add at the file router. For instance, you can just get rid of this and store it. This import made me realize that we made a mistake. The API folder should in fact be inside the app router as well. So we need to definitely add that. So let's move that in here and then move this file inside of API. Yes, there we go. And now this makes sense where it's at app slash API slash upload thing slash core. There we go. So now that we have this, let's go ahead to our upload form and start working on uploading the file to upload thing. The cool thing about upload thing is that you can use their components that they provide us. But in our case, we are creating something different. So we are going to use the use upload thing hook that we just exposed as well. So we can pretty much copy this whole thing, move it here, and inside of our form, we can just expose it. Now use upload thing hook comes from utils slash upload thing. As we saw right here, we created that. We exposed the specific hook from generate React helpers. And in this case, we are not going to have my upload thing. We're going to have PDF uploader. And this name should match to what we created inside of core, PDF uploader right here. So all of this just begins to make sense now. So now if we go back to route, or let's go back to core, in this case, we can just return the entire file. Now that we have exposed this specific hook, we have this function called start upload that we could start using to upload. So we don't need an alert. We can just say, change that to console.log, uploaded successfully. And in case of error, we can say console.error. We can also retrieve the error that comes in, so we know what the error is as well by logging it here. And now we can go back down here and say const response equals our start upload, which is the function that we just created. And here we can just upload the files. Now we need to convert this into an async function because it's an await, and we can handle it further. If its response is undefined, then we can just return. There we go. So now let's refresh this page one more time, choose a file, and let's go to the susol bar menu and let's just upload. And you can see success is in fact true for the file, but the upload has began for undefined upload successfully. So now if we head to upload thing and let's go to files, you can see the menu that we uploaded is in fact in upload thing. So this is working perfectly, which is great. So now that the file has been uploaded, we could look at parsing the PDF using LangChain and then summarizing the PDF using AI and then saving the summary to the database. But this specific code is looking pretty good. Now, what happens if things are not working correctly? Right now, we are just logging the errors, but it would be nice to tell the user what's going on as the user progresses from one thing to the other. In order for us to achieve that, let's install the toast from ShatCN UI. So let's go to ShatCN and scroll all the way to the bottom and create a toast component. As you can see, this is the toast for it. Let's just copy this, head over to our terminal, and you can already see that the logs were here as well. Now let's just install toast from ShatCN UI. Let's use force Now that toast has been added, let's restart the server. Now, in order for us to add toast, we just need to add toaster component right here. So we can say toaster and then that's it. Because as you can see here, it's right under main, right above the closing body tag. All right, so now we have a toast component, so we can start using it. So here we can say use toast, or the other way, toast equals use toast, which is a hook that got created. And now we can basically begin to add a toast wherever we want. So in case of an error, we need to let the user know that, hey, something went wrong. So we can say title, error occurred while uploading. And the description could be error.message. Similarly, if we go all the way down, let's say if the fields were validated and they were not successful, so we can say a cross icon and say something went wrong with a variant destructive, which means that it's going to change the colors to be more destructive. And the description is going to be literally this value that we have right there. And then we can just return it. At the same time, we don't even need this console log because we are literally doing that right here. And then we can tell the user that, hey, by the way, PDF has been is processing. So let's see if there's an icon for document, which is this one. You can say processing PDF. Letting the user know what's going on, especially when the task is really time consuming, would really help them to know the process and they don't get bored and close our application. Our AI is reading through your document. Let's just add a sparkles emoji. There we go. So now that we have added processing PDF, let's also add the data for if something goes wrong. So if I say toast, title is something went wrong, and then description is going to be please use a different file. Because something went wrong while uploading in upload thing. So we can just ask them to use a different file. If something were to go wrong in the actual file itself, then we already have this error which says, okay, error occurred while uploading. But after the file has been uploaded and still something goes wrong, then there's something wrong with the file. We can be confident of that. All right, so now once we have uploaded the file, we can move this toast underneath, which says processing PDF. Then this one could be uploading PDF. And we can just say, we are uploading your PDF. There we go. So now this is how the steps are. We can remove this console log. We are validating the fields. If they're not successful, we are going to tell them what the problem is with their file. Then we are going to share a toast. Hey, we are uploading the PDF. If something were to go wrong, we're going to tell them what went wrong. And then we are letting them know that, hey, we are processing your PDF after the upload. This is just for our next step, but this is where we can stop as well. Alrighty, so now if we refresh the page, close this and close the console log as well, let's just go and pick a file. Susur bar menu and hit upload. You can see processing PDF, uploading PDF, and so on. And this upload was pretty instant, in fact. If we go back to upload thing, refresh the page, you can see now we have two files. We can delete both of them because we're not doing much with it right now. But you can see that processing PDF is also there. But we want this toast to be on the top. So let's just tweak that. So let's just go to components, UI, and the toast component. And here to match the styling, I'm just going to give you the code for it. And we have basically just added a lot more spacing as well as moved the position to top right. So that's it. You can grab the code for the CSS in one of the commits. All right, so this is the only change we're making in the toast component. So you can just grab the entire thing and paste it. So now we can focus on processing the PDF. So going back to our diagram for upload service, we have uploaded the PDF to upload thing. We got the PDF URL. Now it's time for us to extract and load the PDF loaded using LangChain. Now, LangChain is pretty good, and we would be using that to get the information using a PDF loader specifically from LangChain. Load the PDF, get the page content by combining all the pages and getting the text from it, and then returning that to generate a summary with OpenAI and even Gemini later on as well. So that's exactly what we'll be focusing on now. So we will be using the PDF loader from LangChain specifically to load the PDF and then map all the pages together. So if you take a look, we would essentially need these packages. So if you go to npm tab, let's just copy this and install it. Let's just stop the server, paste this here, and we can just copy this and open it up side by side right here. There we go. Let's just restart the server. And now what we need to do is create a new function for parsing the PDF and generating it. Const summary equals await generate PDF summary. And this function can itself get the response from upload thing. And this is where we can just simply start calling it. Now, this specific function inside of Next.js is going to be a server action. Now, let's first create a new file and let me explain what server actions are. So let's create a new folder called actions. And here, let's just create a new file called as uploadactions.ts. Anytime you wanna expose a specific function as a public HTTP endpoint without having to use an API folder like we did for upload thing, you would need to create a new file and add use server directive on top. This would mean that any functions that get exported in this specific file are in fact server actions. So for instance, let's just export a function called as generate PDF summary and then return that. Now this specific function is what we declared here. And if we import it, this comes from actions/upload actions. And we can simply just call that in a client component. That's completely okay. But Next.js will do its magic and convert this function because it's exported in a file called as useServer to a HTTP endpoint. All right. So now let's just type this and we can say this is going to be a upload response, which is going to be of type server data. We are going to get user ID, which is a string value. We also have the file. Now, if you remember, we exported from upload thing. We exported if only the file.url. Here we want to just do the file entirely because that's exactly what we will be using here. So we need the URL, which is a string. At the same time, we also need a name. We need both of those things so we can even show that to the user eventually. And here we can say, hey, if there is no upload response, then we just want to return it. And typically what I would like to do is we want to give the same consistent return message. So whether it's successful or not, so success could be true and false Boolean value. At the same time, the message is going to be whatever message we want to show the user. So we could eventually show that in a toast message or show a error message to the user, and the data property, which will be null in this case because it's an error. But otherwise, it would just be some text or an array or something like that. All right, so now we have this condition for error handling. So now we can just retrieve the message directly from server data. So here we can say we have the user ID and we have the file, which is exactly what we typed there. So URL, and the name. Now, this is going to be equal to upload response, and upload response is in fact an array, so we need to type it. And now this is also going to be a array, just like that. There we go. Now URL and name, we could just rename it and alias it to PDF URL, and this could be file name. This way it's more specific. Now if there is no PDF URL for whatever reason, we want to do the same thing here like we did earlier, which is the same response type where we can say success is false, file upload failed and data is null. All right. Now we can move this whole thing in a try catch block where we can log the errors as we want. So again, copy and paste the same thing for now. Now in the try catch block, we can try to get the text for the PDF, and let's create a new function for that where we can say fetch and extract PDF text. And here we can pass in the PDF URL. All right. And this function does not exist, so let's create one. Now we can just extract the individual util functions into its own file. So what we can do is let's create a new file altogether, and let's go to maybe lib. And inside of lib, let's create a new file called as langchain.ts. And this is where all our langchain code is going to be. Now here we can just export async function, and the name of the function is going to be fetch and extract PDF. We are going to take in the file URL, which is going to be of type string. There we go. Now let's just import that here from lib langchain. And now here is where we are going to parse it. So we can take a look at the code on the right hand side where we can simply import it. And then later we just want to get the loader. But remember this, that we need to download the file. If you take a look, this is a physical location. So this is where we are going to use fetch to download it. So here we can say fetch and then give it the URL that we just got. Then get the blob from it. So again, we can get that from response.blob. And typically when we use fetch, we get JSON, but we can also get a blob from fetch as well. And this is typically what is used whenever you're working with files. Then we can get the array buffer from it, await blob.array buffer. And this gives us the array buffer that we can just pass into the PDF loader. Now, if you notice this is a local file that they had. In our case, because it's a remote file, which is why we need to do this. So if we copy this code and paste this path is what we need. And if you take a look at PDF loader, it basically takes a blob. So what we can do here is we can just create a new blob object and then pass in the array buffer that we just created. This way we are able to transform it the way we want it to. We can get all the documents. And again, like it says here, docs await loader.load. This will load all the documents. And now we can just combine all pages. In this case, when we combine pages, we can just map through them, doc, and then this is where we can say doc.page content and then join it with /n, for instance. All right, so now we have the text that we need, so we can try to see if that's what it is. So here we can just console log PDF text. And in upload form, that's exactly what we're doing here. We're passing the response and then checking if the summary exists. Now we can also just console log here as well and just say summary. Perfect. So now if we go back and refresh the page, and this time let's just pick the same file again and hit upload. The minute we do that, we can go to our terminal and you can see that whatever was there in that file is in fact basically appended next to each other, and all the pages are in there because it's a cocktail bar and it has a list of all the different options that we'd get. Now you can see it's processing the PDF and we can pretty much do whatever we want. And now that we have the summary, we can pretty much just generate summary from OpenAI as well now, because this works. We have the text from the PDF. Now it's time for us to add the power of AI to it. Now you can see we are in the OpenAI docs. Like I mentioned before, if you don't get free credits from OpenAI in the country that you're based in, don't worry, because we are also going to use Gemini as well. So you could either switch between both of them or just use one. So if OpenAI doesn't work for you, you may want to skip this section or just keep watching and go to the Gemini section, which is right after this. So in order for us to work with OpenAI, we're going to start building, and this is where it takes us to pretty much a documentation for OpenAI with all the different models. Now you can just sign up and then log in. In my case, I already have an account, so I'm just going to log in, for instance. There we go. I have logged in, and the minute you do that, you can just go to settings and go to API keys, and you can see all the different API keys that I have used in the past. But let's just create a new secret key here, and let's just call this summaries AI. We can just pick default project, and we can give permissions for all, doesn't matter. Let's create the secret key, copy it, and then let's go to n.local file, and this is where we can say OpenAI key equals, say OpenAI, which is one way, API key, paste it, and that's it. All right, this is the documentation for OpenAI, and what we want to do is we want to pretty much just generate the summary from OpenAI. We already got the text from LangChain already. Now it's time to just use the chat operation, the chat function, give it the prompt that we need, and then just get the messages, parse them, and send it to the user. So for that, let's just go to text generation section inside of OpenAI. And this is exactly the code that we would need, where we would import OpenAI, create the new instance of OpenAI, use the chat completions function, pass in the prompt that we need. So there are typically two roles. One is the role of a or developer, and the other role is of a user. User is where we would act as if we are the user and give it the prompt. We would pick the model as well that we want as well, and then return the message content too. Now let's just do that. So let's just copy this code, go back to our editor, and just like how we created a LangChain file, let's create a file called openai.ts and paste this. Now because we have an API key already, I'm just going to say API key is in fact process.n.ai OpenAI key. Now we can just go to .n.local, copy the key name itself and paste it. All right, so now obviously we don't want this as a prompt. We want the prompt to be something else. We just want this to be a system role, and this one we can just give it a prompt that we need. Now this prompt is quite interesting, so let's come back to it in a second. But what we need is we don't need to store it, for instance, and if you hover over it, it will tell you if you want to store the output of this chat completion request for their use, and we really don't want to do that. So we can say model is already selected. We can just say GPT-4 as a model. Then in terms of temperature, we can say 0.7, and temperature, as it says, means that the higher values will make the output more random, while the lower values are 0.7, 0.2 will make it more focused and deterministic. And we want to definitely stick to more of a lower end, because we don't want it to be super random, because we want consistent data. And in terms of max tokens, we want to say the maximum number of tokens that can be generated in this chat completion. We don't want to run out of tokens, so keep that in mind. So we're just going to say 1500. All right, we can get rid of this and we can just return. But we haven't necessarily created a function yet, so let's just export that and create a function. Here we can say, okay, it's going to be generate summary from OpenAI. And then the params could be PDF text and then the string. Now here we can just move this entire code in here. And now we can just return what we had earlier. So we can say completion dot choices, which is an array, dot message dot the content itself. There we go. And because this can return an error, let's just add this in a try catch block. So we have a try, and then also let's add a catch block with an error. And this time we are going to say, hey, if error.status is in fact 420. And if we take a look at HTTP code 429, let's Google that. It just means too many requests. It means that the client has sent too many requests to the server within a specific time frame. And this is what OpenAI mainly restricts us. So we can just add any here. if we say error.status is 429, that means rate limit has been exceeded, then we can just throw a new error that says rate limit exceeded. We are customizing this error, otherwise just throw the error. And the reason why we're doing this is so that we can check in our server action that, hey, has this status code been this? If that's the case, then let's just call Gemini, for instance. All right, we have the LangChain code. So if we go back to our server actions, which is where we got the PDF text, let's go ahead and call OpenAI. So now, again, let's add a try catch block. And this is where we can say const summary equals await generates PDF summary. Generate PDF summary from OpenAI. And let's import that. But if there is no summary, then we need to handle that as well. So right here, we need if there is no summary, then we need to handle that. So let's just assign summary here and let's remove this. And now we can say, okay, if there is no summary, then let's just return success equals false and all of these values. Success is false. And then this is where we can add the message that says failed to generate summary and data can be null. All right, so now we have the summary. So we are logging it already. And this is where we can call Gemini code if in case there's an error, for instance. So we have the summary. Let's just try out the code and see what happens. Let's refresh the page, choose a file. Again, let's stick to the same file and the menu. We are uploading the PDF. Our AI is reading through your document and it says, let's try it out. If I open up and let's hit upload and it says rate limit exceeded. So in fact, my rate limit for OpenAI has definitely been exceeded. So there we go. We definitely need to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. But at the same time, there's one thing we missed adding in OpenAI code, which is the prompt. We have no content here. So definitely we need to tweak that as well. So let's give it a system prompt. And this is where we can say it's going to be summary system prompt. And we need to define what this prompt is going to be. In utils, let's create a new file called as prompts.ts. And this is the prompt that you would need to give to OpenAI. Now, this specific prompt does OpenAI that, hey, you are a social media content expert. And this is the format of the document that we want. And we are telling them specifically, hey, every single point must start with a period or like a bullet point followed by an emoji and space. Do not use numberlets and so on. It's very specific. And this prompt is what we need to give to OpenAI. So if we take a look, let's just import that from here. This is a system. We are giving it specific instructions for that. And now as a user, we are going to say, hey, transform this document into an engaging, easy to read summary with contextually relevant emojis and proper markdown formatting. And let's just say /n and PDF text. And this needs to be converted into a string literal so we can give it. So the PDF text that we would get from the LangChain API is what we are passing here. And we are literally telling OpenAI to create this into an engaging, easy to read summary with contextually relevant emojis and proper markdown formatting. Now this is exact. So let's try it out again. If I go here and upload my PDF and hit upload. And now if we head to the console, we get the PDF text, which is what we want. And now hopefully it's AI is processing the document and it's taking a second, which is why adding toast messages really help. And there we go. We have received our document in the format we want. We have document details, key highlights, why it matters, key terms to know, and so on. Now this is really important here and really awesome that we have retrieved what we want from OpenAI. So now that we have the OpenAI code, let's begin adding a couple things here. One is that we should definitely not see the toast message once it has done processing. That's one. Second, we are not showing the loading menu, nor are we resetting the form after. So let's just fix that for now. So if we are back in the form, we are generating the PDF summary. Let's now take in the information from AI and let's try to process it. So we can say if data is going to be null, message is going to be null, and then let's parse that from result, or it's going to be empty. Let's call this result. All right. Now let's just say if there's going to be data, then only we want to perform the database action, for instance. But if there is data.summary is when we want it. So we need to definitely tweak that to return a summary from the database, from our action itself. So we can just comment this out for now. If there is data, we also want to show a toast message to the user, letting them know that, hey, by the way, AI has done processing, so we are saving your PDF. So we can say saving PDF. Hang tight, we are saving your summary. That's it. And once everything is done, we can show another message. And provided everything works as expected, we could also just reset the form. And in order for us to reset the form, we need to first create a reference for the form itself. This way we will be able to reset it after. So in order for us to create the form ref, we can just say form ref, use ref from React. This is going to be HTML form element type. It's going to be null. And this specific ref needs to be passed into the form itself. So we need to tweak this to say this is going to be form ref, because what we need to do is we will need to clear it the minute there is some data from the API. So here we can say we need to change this into a function. So you can say export const upload form input equals forward ref, which is the React way of doing things. And we can say HTML form element, comma, upload form input props. And this is where we can pass in the data here. So we can pass in on submit, comma, whatever we want, and then comma ref. And now we can just return this whole thing. And let's get rid of this completely. Here we can say export default upload form input. And the fact that we're getting component is not a function, upload form input dot display name equals upload form input. And if we take a look, upload form input is right here. And this itself fixed that error because it somehow doesn't understand the name of the function. So we need to add a dot display name property. And lastly, let's add the ref here that we passed on from our form, and everything else can just stay the same. Now, if we go back here and in the form itself, and this is where we can just reset the form completely because we don't need it. So we are saying ref equals form ref. So form ref is what we need to reset. So right after this, we can say form ref dot current dot reset. Oops. Let's copy this code. We also want to reset the form in case of any error as well. Let's just put everything inside of here, inside a try catch block. So right after this, and right after this, we can say error. And this is where we can reset the form and also say console.error, error occurred, and print the error as well. Now everything here can just go inside the try block. This way, if there are any uncaught errors, we can just log it and not break the form completely. Alrighty, so now we have reset the form successfully. After this, let's also add a loading state here, which tells the user that, hey, something is happening and they don't necessarily upload a PDF again, which is what's going on here now. Just say is loading, set is loading. And let's create a new state for that. And let's just say false. Now, the minute we have the submit data, here we can say, okay, set is loading and to true. So the minute we have the button being clicked, we can say set is loading is true. Let's copy that. And now we just want to say set is loading is false in case of any error whatsoever. So we can say over here, if it's going to be false here, set is loading is false. If there is no response, set is loading is false. In case of any error, set is loading is false, and so on. But if the loading is true, then again, we need to pass that in as well here. Because we need to also just disable the button in case of loading being what it is. So here we need to take in another value which says is loading is Boolean, and then get that from the props and then disable certain values. So we can say disable equals is loading. Similarly, the class name would be here. Again, let's just get cn to combine class names. If it's loading, opacity is 50 and cursor not allowed. This way we are telling user that, hey, it's not allowed. Similarly, we can add a disabled property here and say is loading is disabled and change the text here accordingly. So if it's loading, then we want to show a loader. So we can say this is gonna be the, this is gonna be, there we go. So now we're saying, okay, if it's loading, then just return a loader icon with the text processing. Similarly, let's just give it a class name mr2 h4 w4 and animate spin. This is gonna spin the loader that we get from Lucid React icons, which is what we imported here. Otherwise, we're just gonna see the text upload your PDF, which is what we have here. So let's just give it a quick test and test out the loading. I'm just gonna return this right away. This way, none of the other AI code runs. So if I submit and hit, you can see processing is working as expected. And because we have returned early, none of the AI code has been called as well. So when we're debugging, you can definitely use these techniques to manage your uploads and set loading as true and false accordingly. You can also save AI credits or any paid credits through that as well. You definitely need to add these barriers in development in general. All right. So we have the loading states good to go. We also have essentially implemented OpenAI. Let's just actually return the data as well for OpenAI, because right now we are not really returning it. So we get the summary, but if the value is correct, then we also need to do it. So we can just say success is going to be true here with message as summary generated successfully. And the data is going to be in fact summary, and we can pass in additional data as the time comes. So now you can see here how in the upload form we had added if data is summary, then only saving to database. That's exactly what we're looking for. So if the data summary does exist, then we also want to handle that as well. So if I say, okay, save summary will come later on, but for now we can definitely add a toast message if we want or anything like that. And if everything works successfully, we can add a success message here as well. But this is where we would be storing the summary to the database, and that could be a separate server action altogether. But for now, let's focus on generating the PDF summary for Gemini. If we get an error, rate limit exceeded or 429, we really need to make sure we call Gemini. This way, the user experience stays the same, because users shouldn't care about which AI model we're using, which AI service we're using. All they care about is smart summary of their really long PDFs. So that's exactly what we want to focus on right now. If we go to upload actions, we have this comment here saying call Gemini. This is exactly where we should call it. So we can just check if error is an instance of error. And if error dot message equals to rate limit exceeded, then in that case, we want to add another try catch block that would mean to call Gemini. So here I'm adding console.error, and here we can say Gemini API failed after open AI quota exceeded. That's the Gemini error itself. And now we can just throw new error saying that failed to generate summary with available AI providers. So we're just handling the error cases if in case Gemini fails. But if it doesn't, then we can just assign summary and just say generate summary from Gemini. And again, pass in the PDF text as well. But obviously this function does not exist, so we can create something similar like we did earlier. Let's create a new file called as Gemini AI.ts. And this is where we can call this function generate PDF. So we can say export const generate summary and then paste it. Now this would be PDF text, which is going to be string. And now I want to introduce you to something very cool. Introducing you to T3 Chat. Now T3 Chat is essentially a wrapper on a bunch of AI models such as ChatGPT, 4o Mini, and all of these models as well. I think the reason why T3 Chat is superior to other platforms is because even though LLMs have gotten great, the UI for it has not. If you go to ChatGPT, it's simply a chat application. And I find that sometimes it's really slow and it's not where we want it to be. So this specific app that is T3.chat is created by Theo. And honestly, it's really fast. And the biggest difference is that the reason why it's like really fast is because T3 Chat, in fact, stores all the data on our device. So we own our data, which is pretty awesome compared to other AI apps where it's on the cloud and we don't know what's going to happen with our data. So this makes it really simple. The free plan is pretty generous. So you could definitely use that for this purpose that I'm going to show you. But at the same time, if you don't want to use T3 Chat for more than just a free version, then they have all these models that you can switch to. If I log in, it's a super simple interface, but it's actually really fast. For the T3 Chat, I'm on the Pro plan. So if I go back, I do get unlimited messages, and my plan is I get unlimited AI models, whatever is available, priority support, and so on. And I can just enable, disable Cloud Sync here as well if I want. I'm enabling it. I'm okay with it. But here is, so the way we are going to use T3 Chat is basically to use the AI capabilities to generate the Gemini code for us. And you can do something similar as you write more code or you find repetitive code in general as well. For instance, we are going to ask T3 Chat that, hey, I have this code for OpenAI. Can you create similar code for Gemini AI? And I pasted the code for OpenAI directly. And this code is in fact this OpenAI code here, right here. Now, the thing is, it basically created a similar code, but it replaced just the keyword OpenAI to Gemini. That's not what we want. We wanted to give it more context. So then I said, follow the link for Gemini docs and update the code. And the minute I did that, it was able to update the code and give me two different variations. For instance, not only did it create this specific chat version, but it also created this single completion instead of chat. And single completion is what we want. Just copy this whole thing, go to Gemini AI and paste it right here. Now, system prompt is something that can be imported. Gen AI is something we don't have, so we can get that as well. So if we go to Gemini AI, and if we go to Quick Start and Node.js, it's saying we can install Google Generative AI. And if we go back to T3 Chat, that's exactly what it told us as well, to download the package. And now let's restart the server again. And we have also copy pasted the code. So let's just go and update it. So this is where we can just say import Gen AI, and Gen AI comes from Google Generative AI, and then we pass in the API key. So just gonna copy this, for instance, and this is what we need. And then for the API key, we need a Gemini API key. And for that, we're just gonna go to Gemini API, get the API key and create one here. So you can basically select a project from your existing Google projects. I have a bunch of them, so I'm just gonna select one. And then let's just copy the key, go to n.local, paste the key. But more importantly, let's just get Gemini underscore API key equals, for instance. All right, so now we also need to convert this function into async. And let's see what happens. So we have the Gen AI model. We won't be using the Pro model. Instead, we would be using 1.5 Pros-002. And the way you can find out what model is good for you is by going to the quick start document, going back here. And now you can see we have 3 different models, right? We have the 2.0 Flash. This is the newest model. This is their fastest and most cost efficient one. And this is their Pro model. And if you click on the Pro model, you would be able to see the stable versions, which is one of them. So I just picked one of them. Now, there are definitely rate limits to it. So for instance, you could have 2 RPM and believe it's rate per limit. More importantly, it is quite generous and we could use it for quite a bit. For example, 2000 pages of text, for instance. And now that we have updated the model here, we also need to add a few other parameters like we did for OpenAI as well, which is to say temperature is going to be 0.7 and max output tokens are going to be 1500. And this also will allow us to limit it to not a really giant document where we lose all our credits. We don't want that. All right. Now, when it comes to the prompt itself, instead of just pasting the prompt like this, let's just tweak the prompt a little bit, where we are going to save this and we can say contents, and we can say role is gonna be user, parts is gonna be first object is gonna be text with summary system prompt, similar to how we had earlier. And then we have another text, which is going to be this text entirely. So we can just copy this whole thing and get rid of this. And this is what we want, where we have user role parts, comma. And now this is the second prompt is what we are looking for. So we can say just this. So we have contents, role user, parts, text summary prompt, and text. We have copy pasted the exact same thing. And now we can just pass the prompt here. We await the result or response. And here we can check, okay, if there's an empty response from Gemini. So we can say if no response.text, then we want to throw a error saying empty response from Gemini API. Otherwise, just return it. Similarly, throw the error, but if it's a 429, then return a rate limit exceeded. But in case of Gemini AI, we don't need to do that because at that point, we just want to end it. We just want to say, okay, if it's an error, then that's it. We're just going to go into this infinite loop that we're not looking for. And now if we go to upload actions, let's import Gemini AI as well. And now that we have done this, so now to test our code, let's just replace OpenAI with Gemini for now and test our code just to make sure Gemini works as expected. So now if we upload our PDF, let's see what's going on in the terminal. We do get the PDF text. Now it's trying to process the PDF. Oh, we did get the prompt from Gemini as well. So it works. So we did get the summary as expected, but this time from Gemini, which is exactly what we are looking for. So our Gemini as well as our OpenAI integration is working as expected. Now we can switch this back to OpenAI again. And this way, whenever there's an error from OpenAI about Gemini or about 429, that's when Gemini AI is going to kick in. We have basically completed a lot already. For instance, we now can upload PDF. The PDF URL then gets to LangChain and it does get extracted. Then we are able to generate summary using OpenAI as well as generate summary using Gemini too. And then later on, that summary goes into our database, which is NeonDB. So this is the part we are going to implement now. But before we do, let's walk you through quickly how our database schema is going to look like so we know exactly what we are doing. Now, as you already know, that we will be using Postgres database, PostgreSQL for it, and we'll be using NeonDB, which is a serverless platform for our application. Now, if we take a look, we are going to have three different tables. We're going to have users, PDF summary, and payments. When it comes to users, we will have an ID that auto generates. So for instance, this is going to be a UUID that is going to be auto generated. And we can mark this as well if we like right here. Similarly, this specific ID is also going to be auto generated, and so is payments ID as well. So all of these are basically, or IDs are UUIDs, which are auto-generated. And UUIDs are essentially unique identifiers that will automatically get generated using a function that we have specifically in PostgreSQL, but also just like available in NeonDB as well. Now, when it comes to users, we're going to have all these fields such as ID, email, full name, customer ID, price ID, status, created and updated at. You can read the name and it's really obvious what it does. But to connect why we have a separate users table is only to indicate that, hey, this specific user has definitely paid. So we are going to only store users that have purchased a product, but otherwise users that have just browsing, such as logging in and whatnot, we're not going to worry about them. So in the users table, we're going to have ID that's auto-generated. And this email is going to come from clerk, full name, customer ID, price ID, status, created at, and updated at. The customer ID is something that's going to be unique for the customer. Price ID is something that what the customer has purchased and what their price ID is. Then we have a status, which is essentially going to be inactive, active, and so on. Because if it's active, then only we want to let them access the website. But if they cancel the subscription, then this specific status gets inactive. So this is something we need to mark as well. It's going to be active or inactive. All the status information, for example. Then we have the fields created at and updated at, which are pretty much common in all of them. And they are mainly there to let us know when a specific field was created at and when a specific field was updated, for instance. So that is something important to note. And this is a good information for us to keep in general inside of our database, where we can tell, okay, when was something created and when did we update it, for example. And it's just going to be default to timestamp whenever user did it. Then this specific users table is only going to be inserted when a specific user pays for it. So obviously we are going to have a payments table as well, which is going to have ID, that's UUID generated, the amount, that is how much they paying, what's their status as well. So like, for example, are they active or not? What's their status? Stripe payment ID. So this is something that we get from Stripe. Price ID, also like what type of plan have they subscribed to and the price ID for that. User email, again, like this references this email in the user, so they both are connected. And this way we can say, okay, tell me this user who has paid from, and we can check the payments table for that. All right, and then we have the PDF summaries, which basically means, again, ID is auto-generated with user ID, which we are just storing it right now. And then we also have the file URL where the file was uploaded, the summary text, that is the text that we get from OpenAI or Gemini, the status as well, such as if it's completed or not, if it's incomplete, and so on, the title of the document, the name of the file, and when it was created and updated. So the database schema is pretty simple, I would say. It is not that complex. We only have 3 different tables, and we just want to make sure that these tables are set up correctly so we can use them throughout our application. Now, for instance, if we go to localhost 3000, and if we go to upload a PDF, right now the PDF processing does occur here, for instance, but now the last step in the process is the database upload itself, for which we are going to use NeonDB. Now, when we go to login, and again, if you don't have an account, you can just sign up over here. Either you can use any of these providers to log in, or you could use your email. I'm going to go ahead login and hit Google login. Now, I already have so many accounts. I'm using NeonDB a lot. You can already see the storage I'm using NeonDB for, and it's still free for me. So if we go to new project, and this is where we can say Summaries AI, for instance, you can pick the Postgres version that you want if you are tied to a specific one. For provider, I'm just going to go with AWS. Azure is also fine. And this is where I can pick the region. I'm in the East Coast, so obviously I'm going to pick the US East Coast. And this is where you can just decide how much you wanted. To be honest, for our use case, we can just keep it the default one. And let's hit create project. We can click on Next.js, and this is exactly what we need to make SQL queries with NeonDB. For instance, if we go to environment variable, I'm just going to copy the snippet, and this itself is going to be the database URL. And then I'm just going to get the database connection and make the SQL query right in the statement and get the data. It's as simple as that. In fact, I did not use NeonDB in one project of mine, and I really regretted it because of how easy it is to work with Neon. NeonDB is not sponsoring my channel yet, but in case you're listening, Neon, please sponsor my channel because I have used your product quite a bit and I'm such a huge supporter. Anyway, let's just go to our end local file and paste what we copied. For instance, we have the database URL and all we need is this specific value. So we can just copy the snippet. And for this, what we are going to do is we are going to get the database URL quite a bit. We need a place where we can just store it. So in lib, we're going to create this file called db.ts. And this file is going to be very handy for us and we're going to use it everywhere. So we are going to say import neon from @neon database /serverless and paste it. So basically what we had, right? And then just exactly this. But we're not going to return any data or call any SQL queries. Here we just are simply going to check if this specific database URL doesn't exist, then we just want to stop everything. We don't want to make any calls and throw an error saying that neon database URL is not defined. And this way we know exactly what's going on and we're going to call this function everywhere. So obviously we shouldn't call this get data, but instead call get DB connection. And then we are going to call neon function and then just simply return SQL. Yeah, this is the only thing we're returning. We can also just return S directly, but I want to keep it a little bit more verbose here that tells me that, hey, this function actually returns SQL. You don't have to do that. You can directly return it, but this is just a preference thing. Now, the other thing we also need for NeonDB is to also install Neon as well. Now, they also have a CLI we could use, but what we also need is just NeonDB database /serverless. So let's just go to the terminal, and what we want to do here is just install it. Once it's installed, let's restart the server again. And now if you still see this squiggly line, you can just command P and developer reload window. This will automatically tell your editor that, hey, we have a package for this. All right, so now we have the database connection and we can start using it. Now let's head over to dashboard, and it gives you all the information about your dashboard. But where we want to head is the SQL editor. Now in this case, let's just create a new query. Now what's cool is you can also use generate with AI, and I use this specific functionality quite a bit because I can just tell Neon that, hey, create this query for me, and it just simply does. But in our case, I'm going to give you this really long schema.sql statement, and I'm going to walk you through it as well. What this does, it basically creates the extension if it doesn't exist, which is the UUID extension. It creates the users with this UUID generate v4, which is available via this extension. Then it also stores the PDF summaries. It has the payments table, everything that we talked about right here in our database schema. It does that. At the same time, it also has a trigger function, which basically updates the updated ad column as well. And this automatically runs. Similarly, the updated ad for others as well. You updated users, updated ad is also updated. Same thing for PDF summaries as well as payments as well. So we can just save this, and I'm just gonna say schema. And you just have to run this once. But let's just hit run. And now you can see in separate tabs exactly what's going on. And you can also hit analyze, and it will tell you what's happening here as well. And there was a syntax error, but I believe resolved it. But if we go to now tables, we do have the tables we need. For instance, payments, we have PDF summaries, as well as we have the users table as well. These are the tables that are created with all the requirements that we need, which auto increments the ID to. So for instance, if I add a record, you can see how it's a default value. This means it's going to automatically create it. Same thing for created ad and updated ad, but everything else is null. In this case as well, the default, null, or empty string, and so on. I don't want to create it, but this is how you could do it as well. You could grab this, and we are going to store this in a file called as schema.sql as well. So in the main project, let's just add schema.sql. I'm just going to paste this schema.sql as well with users table, PDF summaries, and payments. And the thing I want you to also note is how it references. That means references users at email, which means it just creates the reference for us for the users table. So we know they're connected. So this becomes the primary key, which is the table ID. And then this becomes the foreign key essentially as well. All right, so now we have the database. So we can finally go ahead and insert and save database summary now. We have returned the generated summary. So now let's just go ahead and create a new function, and let's call this function store. We just need to store it. So we can just say store PDF summary action. And in this case, we can store a bunch of values. For now, let's just keep it as is. We need to make sure user is logged in and has a user ID. Then we also need to save the PDF summary as well, which also needs to happen in this specific action. So we need a save PDF summary function. And all of this can go in a try catch block as well. So that is also something we need to add. Now, similar to how we had earlier, we have this return statement. For any time we want to handle the errors, let's add that as well. So here we're going to say we don't need to pass any data because we are storing the PDF. And we just need to tell the user, hey, it's successful. So here we can just say if error is instance of error, then we can just get the message, else error saving PDF summary, for instance. Now we have handled the error. Now we can simply just start writing our code here. We need to get the user ID from clerk. And the way we could do that is by getting user ID from auth. Now auth is in fact coming from clerk/nextjs/server. So anytime you want to access authentication or get a user ID on the server side, you could simply just use this function. Now here we can again handle, but if there is no user ID for some reason, then in that case, we want to return a object where success is false and message is going to be user not found, for example. And this is something that's very important for us to do to handle all the errors. Now, similar to how we had it earlier, let's just do saved summary, for instance, saved PDF summary. And then here we can assign saved PDF summary to await save PDF summary. And this function does not exist yet. We need to create it. So in order for us to create the function, let's just do async function, save PDF summary. And then this is where the SQL statement for inserting PDF summary needs to go in here. So what we can do is again try catch block as usual, and we can say console.error error saving PDF summary, and then the error itself, and then throw the error as well. Similarly, in the try block, we need to get the SQL. We need to get the SQL database connection that we got earlier. So we got the database connection here. And now we just need to get the data. Before it says anything, let's just await SQL. And this is where our SQL statement can go. So if I say insert into PDF summaries, then I can add user ID. We need to add all the values that we have defined in PDF summaries. So this is default, but we need all of these except created at and updated at. We pretty much need all of these values. So at this point, we can just go to t3.chat and we can ask create a SQL query for inserting in this table and just paste it. And let's see the command it comes up with. That's exactly what we want. So we can just copy this and go in here and paste it. So instead of your table name, it needs to be PDF summaries, but everything else can stay the same, where we have the user ID, original file URL, summary text, status, and status can be default status. We have title, file name, and these are all the values. So let's just insert it one by one. So in terms of user ID, we can get that easily. So we can say user ID. Then we have file URL. We have summary. We have title. And we have file name. Now all of these are just going to be string values. So I'm just gonna type all of them to be string. Same thing for file name as well. There we go. And then rest of these values can just be populated, which it can be user ID. Then we have file URL. We have summary, title, and file name. There we go. So now in here, we have save PDF summary, which needs all of these values. User ID is what we already have from Clerk, but we definitely need the others, which is file URL, summary, title, and file name. And all of these values can need to be passed into the action itself. So again, we have the same saga again. I'm gonna copy the whole thing and paste it in here. Now I don't want to keep typing it over and over, so I'm just gonna create a interface here, and let's just say PDF summary type, and this whole thing can go in there. There we go. Similarly for this as well, it can go in there too, for example. Now this is definitely going to show an error because we don't need to pass in user ID here. And because we have called this exact same thing, let's just call this summary, and that is also taken. So let's just call this saved summary, and then let's just assign saved summary to await saved summary. Okay, so now we are calling save PDF summary and then inserting PDF summary. At the same time, we are assigning saved summary here as well. So we can just handle the error where if there is no saved summary, then we want to just return null. So here we can just say any, All right, so now we have the saved summary, and here we can say failed to save PDF summary. Maybe ask them to please try again. Otherwise, everything is working as expected. We can just return success as true. PDF summary saved successfully. Perfect. So now we have a pretty simple but important action. So let's just see what that looks like. Now, if we go back to our upload form, right now we are just generating the summary. And if data.summary exists is where we need to call await, and the action for that is store. And this is where we need to give it all the values necessary. So summary can be data.summary. File URL is gonna be responsive 0, server data.file.url, data.title, and file name. But if you notice, user ID is also declared here. So what we can do is mark user ID as optional. This way we don't have to do anything. And then we have data, which is data.title and file.name. So instead of data.file name, it means file.name. Now data.title does not exist. It does not exist at all on generate PDF summary. If you notice, we are not returning the title either. So this is where we need to return it. Along with summary, we also need to return the file name. And we can just get the file name by calling a function called as format file name as title. And we can pass in the file name. This could be formatted file name. There we go. Because even though we have file name, we need to make sure we are able to format it correctly. So in utils, let's just create a file called format-utils.ts and paste this function that I'm giving you, because this is going to format the file name. It's going to remove the file extension, convert it to title case, and so on. So now let's just import it and then pass it on. So in upload form, everything is working as expected. So here we can say store result equals any, and then store result equals store summary update action. And if everything works expected, let's just give it the toast necessary. So we can here we can say summary generated. This way we are telling the user that, hey, your PDF has been successfully generated and saved. That's exactly the message we can say. Successfully summarized and saved. There we go. And if everything works as expected, we can move this reset button right in here. So let's just try it out, because we have written a lot of code. So let's just say an upload file name, uploading PDF, processing PDF. And as it's processing, let's also check the terminal. So far the LangChain code is working. Then we have the AI code as well that has been generated, and it looks like everything has worked. So if it did, and if we go to NeonDB and refresh, we do see PDF summaries, which is exactly what we want. Now, ideally, this would only be inserted after the user has an account. But because the user does not have an account, that is completely fine. We can just say, hey, it has, for now, we are uploading all the user summaries. But then later on, as payments get integrated, we are going to also enforce payments as well. But amazing, this is working as expected. So pretty much, if you look at our diagram, we are able to generate all of it. So now even save PDF and PDF summaries inside of NeonDB has been created. So our upload service is pretty much good to go. So congratulations if you're following so far. This has been a huge win for us. And now we can just add in more features and make our application even better. So at this point, once the summary has been saved to the database, we definitely want to redirect the user. So this is where the redirect logic will come in play. So we can pretty much just get rid of this and move this right here as a placeholder, which we need to do. We can work on that. But if we go to store PDF summary action, then in this case, there is one more step we definitely need to perform. Instead of returning the PDF over here, we need to in fact return it towards the end. And here is why. Because we want to take in one more action is to revalidate our cache. In Next.js, a lot of routes are cached. We need to tell Next.js that, hey, I have in fact inserted or updated data. So you should see new data, and which is why we need to tell Next.js that, hey, there is a new update in the cache. And the way we can tell Next.js is by using a function called as revalidate path, which in fact comes from next/cache. Without this, you are going to see stale data. We can just simply call this function here and say the route that we want it to cache. Now, since we don't have that route created yet, that's completely fine. But eventually, this is the route we want to revalidate, which is summaries/saved summary.id. This way, when we do redirect the user, it does have some data. So here we can just call the function redirect, or let's just say router.push, and router comes from Next.js router. And make sure you import next/navigation router, because there's also next/router. We don't want next/router because it's the old code. So we just need to pass in /summaries/store result.id. And if we go here, we are revalidating the path and returning success true with PDF summary saved successfully. And the same thing we want to do here, which is to redirect the user to a specific ID. And lastly, we also want to add a finally block and set is loading is false, so that whenever there's an error that occurs, it turns off the loading to false. Now you may argue, well, why not just redirect it right here as well? We could do the same here. We could use redirect from next navigation and redirect here as well. But since we want to show the user a toast message saying that summary has been generated, we have moved the routing logic here. This way we can show the user a message, reset the form, and then redirect the user as well. So that's expected. And lastly, we are just calling store result.id, but we're not necessarily passing that here. So what we can do is just tweak it. We can say data and ID, and here we can call save summary.id. This way, whenever we get an ID from the database, which we are using to revalidate a cache, we can return the ID here. And here we can say data.id and push the router to this specific ID as well. Now, this page does not exist yet, but it will. So we are preparing for that. All right, moving on to the summaries page. Right now, every time we have to check out if the files have been uploaded or not, we have to go to like the dashboard, select our application, go to files and check out all the files. And there are way too many of these files here. We don't need it. We have uploaded quite a bit. We don't need any of this. But having said that, we want to be able to see what summaries exist in our database. Right now, if we take a look, we have one and we should be able to view it. Now, I know we have not necessarily implemented the individual summary page, but we'll get to that next. But for now, we have to definitely look at building these beautiful cards. And as I say card, we are going to use ShatCN card component for it. So ShatCN has a beautiful card component, as you can see over here. And this card component is really well equipped to give us exactly what we're looking for. So we're going to just use that to use the card component. Add this little delete icon from Lucid React. So when you click on delete, it has this dialog. And that dialog component is also something we're going to get from ShatCN as well. So let's add both of these when we do add it. And if I hit cancel, it's gone. At the same time, this specific section, click here to upgrade to Pro. We will implement that, but the actual logic for it will only come after we implement payments. So there's definitely things we can do now, but there are things we'll do later. So we'll revisit this page as well. So what do we need to build this page in terms of data? We need the title, we need the time, we also need the text and a status for completed or not. So we need the summary text, we also need the title, we need when it was created so we can show how much time has elapsed, right? Like 1 day ago, 8 minutes ago, and so on. And we also want to show the status as well alongside that. So let's just go ahead and build this. So moving on, let's just shrink everything and close everything else and go to the app directory. And in the logged in folder is where we're going to add another folder and call it dashboard, because we go to dashboard to access it. Let's create a new page here and call it page.tsx. This page is going to be simply a dashboard page. So now if I go to your summaries, it works because we have a dashboard page now. Yay. So this works for sure. Now let's add the remaining elements to the page. Now, again, this is going to be main, and inside of main, let's give it a class name of min it's screen, so it doesn't go beyond a certain point. And then we are going to give it a bg gradient as well. So you're going to have that here. And class name is going to be from emerald 200 via teal 200 to cyan 200. There we go. Now let's add the class name. And this time we're going to use the container class name that we set up in our global CSS. Center it, give it flex call, and gap 4. Perfect. Now the first thing we need to do is add an h1, which is going to be just your summaries. And then we also need a p tag, which is going to be transform your PDFs into concise, actionable insights. Perfect. So we have this now, but obviously we need to tweak the styling of it and also give it some spacing as well. And then we also, in the same block, if you notice, right now I am at my limit, but if I, let's say, delete this one, I also should see a new summary button as well, which we also need. So let's add a div and in fact a link. So let's just make it a button which is a variant of a link, and inside that let's add a link that goes to /upload. And instead of upload a PDF, it's gonna be new summary. There we go. So this is that button. Obviously we need to style it, and it also has this plus icon too, so let's add that as well. Plus from Lucid React, and we're gonna have W5 H5 MR2. There we go. But obviously you can see how it's not allow. Let's fix that. Let's give it a flex. There we go. Text white. Nice. And now we need to just item center as well. Perfect. And now for the button itself, we need to give it a linear gradient from rows 500 to rows 700. And then the hover is going to have from rows 600. Again, we want the same effect where it's the inverse of colors. There we go. So now when I hover over it, it's something else, as you can see. And the animation for it, we can also add that too. So we can say hover, scale 105, but then transition all and duration. You can see this nice little animation. And then if you take a look, we don't have any underline here. So we can also just say group and then hover, no underline. There we go. It's looking so much better. Perfect. So now if you take a look, this button and this button are pretty much very similar. All right. So now we don't even need this div per se, but we definitely need to add styling so that it's aligned better. So first of all, let's add the styling. Let's give it another div for making it even. So first, let's just say px2 large, then py 12, and then in small, py is gonna be 24. It's a lot better vertically. Now let's make sure there is enough gap in between all of them. So for this one, we can just say flex, 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 gap 4, MB 8, and justify between. There we go. So now it's good, but we need to club these two together so that they stay together, just like that. So these two are together and this is on the end. That's why there's justify between. And now we can just give it flex, flex, call, gap 2. There we go. So now there's a bit of gap as well. Now let's style the H1. H1 is going to be text for Excel, font bold, and then tracking tight. And then let's also give it a gradient. So we can say from or BG linear to R. And we don't need it to be red. We just need it to be gray 600 to gray 900. BG clip text and test transparent. This is so much better. Perfect. So now you can already see how it's looking so much better. Similarly, let's now for the P, let's give it a different color. Let's just say text gray 600. There we go. Okay, so we have the styling for this that's looking pretty good. Now you can see that the button here is slightly smaller than the button here. And personally, I just prefer this button here because this one has some unnecessary padding that I'm not liking. So again, it's not that big of a deal with the spacings, but so we're going to just stick to what we have here. And next, let's add another div, which is pretty much going to have, let's give it a class name of margin bottom 6. And this specific div is going to have a p tag, which says you have reached the limit of, let's say 5 uploads on the basic plan. And this specific text is actually going to be small. Similarly, for the layout of it, it's going to be BG rows 50, border rows 200. We're just giving it a border around it. Rounded large to make the rounded corners, padding 4, and text rows 800. There we go. So now this is looking a lot better because we want to tell users that, hey, you have reached the uploads, just up already. And here we're just going to have an href, which goes to /pricing, so that we're also giving them a link to upgrade as well. So we can say upgrade to Pro. Give it a space with arrow right. And the class name for this is going to be W4H4 inline block. There we go. And for this itself, it can just auto close on its own. Similarly, let's just complete our sentence that we have. It's going to be for unlimited uploads. There we go. So now this is so much better, but it's not looking like a link. The click here to upgrade. So we need to definitely underline it. So let's just make it so that we can do that. 800 underline font medium and the offset. That means how far the underline needs to be away from the text. It needs to be offset of 4. Inline flex and item center. There we go. And for unlimited uploads can come right after, just like that. There we go. So now we have this. Let's also give it another spacing in the beginning as well. So now when we click on it, it goes to pricing, otherwise not. So this value, the number 5, can be tweaked. So for now, we can just call this value upload limit, which can just be assigned to 5 right here. Okay, so now we have a upload limit as well. So finally, we can start adding the cards necessary. So if we go back to ShatCN UI, we need a dialog. So let's copy this and add it, paste it. And then we also need a card. So both of these components are added now, so we can start using them. So let's shrink this, and towards the bottom, we can add another div. And this div is gonna be grid, because if you take a look at this specific, it's like 3 columns. So if we go back to the app, on desktop, it's 3 columns. In tablets, it's 2, and then later on, it's 1. So that's exactly what we want. So we can just do grid. By default, it's gonna be 1 with gap 4, but in small, it's gonna be gap 6. In medium devices, it's gonna be gap calls 2. In large, grid calls 3. And again, in small, let's just give px of 0. There we go. Nothing is visible right now because we're not necessarily using it. And we can definitely give it like the card that we need here. But again, you can already see that the file is getting really long. So let's create a new folder inside of components called dashboard, or let's just call it summaries. And in this case, let's just give it create a summary card.tsx. Now this specific summary card is very simple. So we can just use it here. And ideally there will be an array of items. So we can just do this in summary card. There we go. And now you can see summary cards are displayed here. And that's exactly what we want. But let's give this summary card some styling and also use the card component as well. So let's give it a div, and then let's use the card component from ShatCN UI. This card component, if we take a look, will have a few elements. So first of all, let's just give it a height of full, and then the div, this is where we would add the delete button. And this would have absolute positioning because we want it to be on top of the content. So here we can say the delete button will have its own styling, and it can be a separate button altogether. So we can say delete button, because eventually this delete button is also going to have delete functionality, and we don't want that. We want it to be separate because we don't want it to be in the same summary card. So here we can just add delete button. And again, like I said, you want it to be add components. Same thing here as well. And then add the delete button from summaries. The delete button is here. You can keep it as is, doesn't matter. And then let's give it a link which goes to /summary/summary.id. And the summary.id is something we can pass in. For now, it does not exist, but it will. So for now, let's just give it any. And the link component will come from next/link. Perfect. Now let's close the link component. And this specific link component will have a class name of block p4, and in small it will be p6. Now, this specific link component is also going to have a header, which will be h3, class name, text space, Excel text large, font semi-bold, text gray 900. Let's truncate the text and set a specific width. Otherwise, it's going to go outside the card if the text is really long. And here we can say summary.title. And let's just disable cursor tab here so that we don't need that autocomplete for AI. And now there'll also be text SM and text gray 500. And this is going to be the date. So for now, we can just say 2024. Now, clearly, it's not liking that there is no values here. So how about we give it a dummy set of value? So we can just say summaries and give it a constant here called as summaries. And this specific constant is going to have ID of 1. Title calls to, then it's going to have a description. Let's just call it description. It's also going to have a created at value. And again, the created at value can come from NeonDB. So we can just get this value, summary underscore text. That's it. So now this has the summaries, so we can just spread summary and this can be summary. Whoops. There we go. So now with summary, or let's just, instead of spreading it, let's assign it to summary equals summary. There we go. So now we can have summary.title. Then we also need summary.summary text. So here we can have summary.summary text. And now you can see already on the right hand side that the card is being displayed. Once we are happy with the layout of the file, we can start feeding in real data. So here we can say 600 line clamp 2 text sm, and small is gonna be text base and pl is gonna be 2. So now you can see that there's this description, and in terms of the status badge itself, it also has a status. So we need to add that here too. So status, it's gonna be completed. So in terms of the status badge, let's give it a span here and say if status is completed, then it needs to be green, for instance. But again, let's just extract this out into a separate file, and even the header can be its own file as well. So let's do that. So we can say const summary header, and then this would be file URL. It will have a title, and it will also have created at, and all of these values would be file URL is a string, title is a string or null. We also have created at, which is gonna be a string, and this itself will return flex item start gap 2, and small is gonna be gap 4. Now let's replace, before we style further so we can see it on the right hand side, let's replace the title with summary header. We have file URL will be summary.original file URL. Title will be summary.title. Created at will be summary.created at. And let's close this entirely. There we go. And now inside of this, let's just paste it, and this can just be titled directly. All right, so now let's give it a file icon, because right now this one has a file icon and right underneath is the created at date. So let's do that. So we can give it a file text icon, and then let's give it W686 small W8 small H8 for 401. And then in terms of the div, let's move H3 inside here, and we're gonna have the created at functionality too, which we haven't added it here, but let's move this inside here. There we go, it's aligned already. And now to give it the styling for the title layout, we can say flex1 min W0. There we go. So now it's not cut off anymore, and you can see exactly the entire title. So this way, now we have the summary header, and we have the created at here, and then we also need a format file name, but we can add that later. Let's focus on the layout first. And now inside here, let's just add a div. This is gonna be flex call gap 3, and in a small gap 4. So there's some description, some gap between each one of them. We have added the summary text, and now let's also create a separate styling for the badge. So this one we also need it all the way to the bottom. So let's just do that. MT2 small MT4. There we go. And now instead of a span, let's create a status badge component separately, with status to be summary.status. And obviously this badge doesn't exist yet, but let's create it. So status badge, which will have status, and that status is going to be string. And this one can just have a span with cn, and this one we can say px3 py1 text xs. But more importantly, let's just pass in the status here so we can see things. All right, so now we have that font medium, rounded full, capitalize. So now you can see it's coming along together, and now the color can be assessed based on the completion or not. So if status is completed, then we want one style, else we want the other style. So if the status is completed, then we do BG green 100, text green 800. But if it's not completed, we do BG yellow 100 and text yellow 800. There we go. So now this is good. So if status is not completed, you can already see it's in fact yellow, or yeah. All right, so now we have the status badge as well, and the card component is looking good. Delete button is not necessarily looking good, so let's fix that. For now, in the delete button, all we can add is the variant would be ghost, and we can say the size will be icon because it's an icon, and then the class name could be text gray 400. But more importantly, let's remove the delete itself and add a trash 2 icon from Lucid React, and then we can say h4. There we go, so much better. And now we can change the background color to be this. Then we have a nice border with border gray of 200. Hover, we can say it can be rows 600, and on hover the background could be rows 50. So now you can see there's this nice hover as well. The rest of the delete functionality could be implemented a bit later, but for now, let's focus on getting the actual values from the database. So in terms of retrieving the values from the database, because page is in fact a server component, as it does not necessarily have any sort of client functionality, we need to retrieve the summaries from the database. We need to get the information and then display it for the user. And the way we could do that is simply by creating a function that we can use. Inside of lib, let's create a new file called as summaries.ts. And in here, we can export a function, and let's just call this get summaries. This function will basically get the summaries based on the user ID the user is logged in. So we can say it will take in user ID and then maintain a database connection that we had earlier, get DB connection. This is why we had that function, get DB connection, so we could just call it whenever. And this time we're just gonna have a list of summaries. So we can say await SQL, and the SQL command is just gonna be something very simple. And we can just say select star from PDF underscore summaries, where user underscore ID is equal to user ID. And then we can also order by descending. So the latest summary is going to be shown first based on created at date. There we go. And now we can just simply return summaries. That's it. That's all we need to do to write queries. And here, instead of getting it from an array, we can just say await get summaries. And this time we want to get the summaries. And let's first convert this into an async function. But we want to get the summaries and pass in based on the user. So this is where we're passing the user ID. And the way we could get the user ID from clerk is by calling it. So we can say user equals await. And this is where we can just get the clerk user. And let's call this function called current user. And if this function does not exist, then we can just return redirect, and we can just say, hey, redirect to sign in. But if it does exist, then we have it here. So now user ID will be user.id. And now this can just be if no user ID, and that's it. This way we are covering our grounds that if the user ID does not exist, then we can simply return it. And this can be just. And now if you see, it does say that the date is an object. So we need to parse the date correctly in our summary card. Right now, created at is in fact shown as is. So we can just say new date and close it to locale string. There we go. Now it has been converted to a proper date, but that's not what we want. Right now, so far, we have the title, we have the date, and we have the description as expected. So this card component is looking very nice. So if I were to click on new summary and simply select a new document, this is an ebook that I wrote. So I'm just going to upload that and let's see what happens. If everything works, we will redirect it to a page which does not exist yet, but it will work. Your PDF has been updated and it says that data.id does not exist, but let's worry about that later. If we do go to summaries, you will see that this does exist. Like the leader's playbook that I just inserted does work. So that's exactly what we want. So our cards are looking very nice. If we go to desktop, then we have a lot more room. But if we go to tablet and then mobile, the styling is also looking very nice. We still haven't worked on the delete functionality yet, but that's something we can do that later. Let's focus on adding the formatting for the date because we want to show 8 minutes ago versus 1 day ago, 5 days ago, and so on. I'm also going to just refresh the page and you can see it says about 20 hours ago. That's exactly the formatting we want to display here. But if you take a look at it right now in our application, we are just simply showing the date, nothing about how much time has elapsed. In order for us to implement this, we are going to use a package called as datefns. It's a modern JavaScript date utility library and it provides a really good way to manipulate JavaScript dates. Now keep this in mind, if you do it yourself, it's going to be a lot more complicated and you can do it, but it's definitely going to be a lot more complicated because manipulating dates is very complex. So having a library for it will really make your life a lot simpler. And because this datefns module is pretty modular, only the code that you need is going to be included in your JavaScript bundle. So that's pretty nice. So let's go ahead and install it. So if we head over to the terminal, let's go ahead and say npm install datefns. Now, if we go back here and go to documentation and go to installation, that's exactly what we have here, datefns. Now, let's just go ahead and restart our server. And now let's go back to our code. And inside the summary card is where we say new date created at along with 2 locale string. So what we could do here is to just manipulate the date altogether. So instead of saying this, we could say format distance to now, and this specific function does come from datefns itself. So this specific function will give us, okay, how much time has elapsed, and we can still construct a new date, pass in created at, but then we also need a second parameter here right after this, which says at suffix is equal to true. And if you hover over it, you will basically see this is what adds the X ago in locale language. So that's what we want. Now, if we refresh this page and you can see about 20 hours ago, about 21 hours ago is displayed. Now keep this in mind whenever I record these type of really long videos, I try to spread out my recording so that I don't burn out. So that's why you can see how it does show 20 hours ago, 21 hours ago, and so on. So keep that in mind as well. The other thing we want to tweak is also the title. Right now, our title is simply whatever we get from our database, but that's not exactly what we want. We also want to make sure we are formatting the file name as well. Now, in order for us to do that, let's just create a new utils. Now, if we go to lib/utils, we already have a function that merges the different Tailwind styles. So this way, we are going to paste in another function here called as format file name. This specific function will allow us to format the title. So we can say if there is title or format file name, which is going to be the file URL. If we get the title, great. But if not, the file URL that we do get, let's just format it and extract the name from the file URL. This way, there's always a file. Alrighty. Now, if you're wondering for datefns, this specific package, wouldn't it be heavy for us to simply use one single function because this specific package can be really heavy? Well, luckily for us, this is in fact a server component, because this page is a server component. Is any of these packages that we are using won't be necessarily included in our browser bundle, which is the advantage of using server component. And also reason why we extracted the delete button, because button definitely needed client functionality, and right now it doesn't have the use client directive because we haven't necessarily added any on-click handlers yet. But next we are going to do that, which means that this specific button component needs to be a client component. But this code can still stay a server component, so this code won't even be included in our browser bundle, which makes our bundle really tiny and our app really performant. So keep that in mind when you are architecting your code. Alrighty, so now let's focus on adding the delete button functionality. Now, first of all, to add a delete button functionality, we need a handler. So let's just convert this into a client component like we talked about. Now that this is a client component, it will be included in the browser bundle. But what we need is an on-click handler on the button itself. But let's see what happens in the actual app. If we go to the app and if we click on delete, it does ask us for this dialog. Are you sure you want to delete this summary? And if we hit cancel, then it's gone. But if we do press delete, then it does show a deleting message. For instance, if I do that, deleting, and now suddenly it's gone from our dashboard as well. That's the functionality we want to implement. And for that, we need the dialog component from ShatsCN. And remember, we already added dialog earlier along with card. So we just need the code for it. So what we can do is just copy this, because this is literally what we want. We want to ask, hey, are you sure you want to delete this or not? Which is the specific component. Are you absolutely sure? And the description. And what we could do is essentially pass in two buttons there, which one is a cancel button and the other one would be the actual delete button. And then we can handle that. But there are so many more examples that we could use here. But let's just stick to the common one. So let's just copy this and then go here and paste what we copied. Now, when it comes to the button itself, let's move our button inside of the footer. So we have the header here. So let's also add a dialog footer and let's move that. Now, when it comes to adding it, let's just copy this and go back here and paste it. These are all the imports, but we also need to add dialog footer here as well. Now, this is a dialog, which right now just has open as a button. So we need this to be in fact here. There we go. I just remove this. And when it comes to this styling on top, what we need to do is we need to say, hey, this is actually a child, which gets rid of the styling completely. This way it thinks that, okay, whatever is inside it is actually the main trigger for it. So the dialog trigger is going to be the trigger. The dialog content will be what will be shown once we press it. So if I press it, you will see, are you absolutely sure? That does show up, but that's it, and it just goes away. What we need here is to ask us, hey, delete summary, as well as, are you sure you want to delete this summary? So let's just copy this and paste it in the description. So now when we press this, it just has absolutely changed. And this is where we are going to say delete summary. And now this is also turned into a delete summary. Are you sure you want to delete it? And all we need now is two buttons. So in the footer, we need two buttons, which is what we are going to add here. So let's just copy this button here and paste it. So if we go back here, we just need cancel and delete button. So we have this delete icon here. And here we can just say cancel. And we definitely want this button to be ghost. We don't necessarily need curly braces here. But when it comes to the styling of it, we can definitely tweak that. So we can just remove this text color. But in terms of background color, we can say BG50, border, BGK, border gray 100. But on hover, let's just also change it to gray. And on hover, let's also change this to gray 100. There we go, which is the cancel functionality here. Similarly, let's copy this and paste this again. And this time this will be called delete. Now, obviously these two definitely need some spacing, but the variant for this is going to be destructive because it's actually a destructive thing. And let's just change the styling here, and let's say this is going to be BG Gray 900 with hover of BG Gray 600. There we go. So now let's just give it the padding necessary. So we can say px2, and let's remove the size equals icon because the size is going to be a regular button, which is what we want here. Now when I hit cancel, nothing happens, but when I hit close, it does close it. So cancel and delete button needs to be hooked up. Now, when it comes to cancel or delete, we definitely need to tweak the dialog a bit here. We need to pass in a property called as open, and this allows us to manipulate which elements on the dialog will allow us to open or close the dialog. So we have these two handlers here. So what we need to do is create a state called as open and set open, which comes from React, and this itself would be set open right here. So open and set open are the ones that are going to manipulate it versus anything else. So now if I click on it, it does open, but nothing really happens here. So in the on click of cancel, we can just say set open is equal to false, versus on the on click of delete, we need a different handler altogether. So if you click on this and hit cancel, it does close. So if you want to tweak the dialog, this is a very good idea to do so. At the same time, what we need is for the delete button, we also want to trigger a completely new handler, a handle delete, for example. So we can say handle delete, which is, and I close this, remove this code, and then the on click for this is also going to have handle delete. Now, whatever gets triggered in handle delete, or whatever we click, whenever we click on the button handle delete, is what will get triggered here. So what do we need in handle delete? What we essentially need is a way for us to delete the summary. Now, ideally what we want to do here, delete summary, and definitely closing the dialog on this as well. So we need a await delete summary as well based on the summary.id. So we need to pass that in inside of the delete button. Let's just pass in summary ID, and let's just create props here, and we can say delete button props, and then this can just be delete button props with summary ID, and I'm missing a Y here. Let's copy this, paste it to be string. So this one would actually be summary ID. And now we just need to create this functionality for delete summary. Now, if we think about it, when it comes to summaries, let's just create a new file here and let's call this summary actions.ts. This is where all our server actions will be. And anytime you have to do any sort of operations that will allow you to create, update, or delete, you need to use a server action inside of the server component and client component model with Next.js app router and React 19. So keep that in mind. So here we can just say export async function and delete summary. And so far we know we need to pass in summary ID. And this specific summary ID is going to be a string. And now inside of that, we are going to essentially add a try catch block and use the same pattern that we have been using so far. And the pattern is going to be return success true or false with data if it's there or not. Now let's think about it. When you think of deleting a summary, we can only think about deleting the action and letting the user know or letting the client know, hey, deleting is done. That's all we need. Because what we need is once deleting is done, this item should disappear from the list. So what we can do is at some point delete from database, and then we could just call the function revalidate path, which deletes it from the Next.js cache as well. This way we know delete has occurred successfully. So the first step to do that is to call SQL, which is to get the DB connection from Neon, for which we already have a function. and then we are going to delete from database. But if we take a look at schema SQL, and I'm just gonna copy this schema, which is why having a schema.sql file really is handy, because we can always just feed it to any AI and say, hey, give me the delete statement for it. Let's just go to t3.chat and go here and say, give me a SQL statement to delete PDF summary record. And here is the schema for it. There we go. Now it has essentially said, okay, delete from summaries where ID is equal to whatever. And we can also say, okay, I want to delete summary by ID as well as by user ID. So let's see what it gives us. There we go. That's exactly what we need. We need delete it and then maybe return me the ID that got deleted as well. And that's it. That's the statement we need. So we can just copy it, go back to our summary actions, and this is where we can paste it. So we can say await SQL, and this time paste it, paste what we copied. And now instead of saying where ID equals UUID or whatever, let's just say ID equal summary ID, and user ID is something we definitely need. Now, if we go back to our summary card, or let's just say we have the delete button right here, where we need to pass in the summary ID, and summary ID is gonna be summary.id. That's correct. But if we go back to page where summary card is being called, let's see, we do have the user ID here already. So how about we pass it down? Now, another option for us to handle this is by calling current user directly inside of delete button as well, the delete button code. This way we don't have to pass down props that we don't necessarily need to. In summary actions is where we want it, right here. So this is where you can say get current user from Next.js server import, and then user ID is gonna be user.id. And if there is no user ID, then just throw an error saying user not found. But then only proceed essentially, or we can just say success is false. Let's just throw an error. And then this is where we can just get the user ID. There we go. Let's just indent it a little bit so that it's a lot easier for us to manage. And now the next step would be to basically check that, hey, if result.length is greater than 0, then we can pretty much just revalidate path that we talked about here. So we can just say revalidate path, and this is where revalidate path will come from next cache and then /dashboard. And the path would be /dashboard because that's where we want to clear the cache because there's no data now. All right. And then let's return success is going to be true here. Similarly, let's return success is otherwise false if that's not the case. Success is also going to be false here because it's an error. So let's just log the error and say error deleting summary and the error itself. There we go. So now we have completed our action for deleting it. So let's hook it up. So this is where we can just say, okay, await delete summary from actions and pass in the summary ID itself. Summary ID is just going to be this. Take a look. That's how we pass it. And now we can just say const result equals delete the summary itself. And if it's not successful, which is what we said earlier, if its success is false, we can just show a toast. And for us to show a toast, we need to import it. So we can say const toast is use toast. And this is where we can say, okay, we want to show the toast for it. So we can say title is going to be error. Description is going to be failed to delete summary. This way we are letting the user know that, hey, we failed. And the variant is going to be destructive. Alrighty, so now if we were to just trigger this toast, and if I delete this, and if I click on delete, this is how it will look like, failed to delete summary. All right, let's bring back this code now. There we go. We can just dismiss this for now. We're deleting the summary using this action. Now, one thing I want to tweak is rename this to delete summary action, and also go back to summary actions and say delete summary action. And that's a pattern I would love to follow so that we know that this is in fact a server action and not just a regular function. So if we try it out and let's say we delete it, hit cancel, it closes. If I do this and let's say we delete it, it's gone. You can see that easily that it's just gone. So delete functionality works as expected, but we can make the experience slightly better. One is by showing that, okay, it's in fact deleting is in progress and then slowly transitioning. And for that, we're going to use a hook from React 19 called as start transition that lets you render part of the UI in the background. This way, we're not blocking the main thread. So you can make this a non-blocking transition. For instance, it's not going to fully block our UI, that is our browser, just until delete happens. It'll just do it and we don't have to worry about it. And for that, we can just use this hook. So over here, we can just call this, and this is where we can say it's pending and start transition. And once we do that, let's just call use transition here. Now use transition does come from React. So that's what we did. And now when we are deleting it, it will be part of our action. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do start transition. Let's make this async because it's an async functionality. And we are going to close it all the way here. That's it. That's all we need to do. And we can delete these because we have implemented it. So we are starting the transition and this is going to be all part of it. And then towards the end, when we are saying delete, here is where you can say if it's pending, then just say deleting. Else, we're going to say just delete. There we go. So now if I refresh the page and if I say delete, cancel, nothing happens, deleting, and now it's gone. So it's a lot better experience than just an abrupt experience that we saw earlier. So our delete functionality has been implemented. It's working and it's pretty much good to go. But notice that when there are no summaries, we are not showing anything to the user. We definitely need to show some sort of an experience, like an empty state, I should say, that will let the user know that, okay, there are no items here, no summaries yet. So for that, let's just create a empty summary state component. And this is where we can import it. So you can export default function empty state. And in this case, or let's just say empty summary state. And this is where we can just return a div and let's just say empty for now. Now let's just render it as well on the page. So if we go to dashboard and right now we are just looping through the items and displaying them. But in here we can say, okay, if summaries.length is 0, then we wanna display empty summary state. If not, we can display pretty much the rest of the content here. There we go. And now empty has appeared here, so we can start styling it. So for empty state, we have a div, which is gonna be text center py12. And over here, let's add another div, which is gonna have file text from Lucid React. And it's going to have a width, a height, and a text gray of 400. And now you can see what we're trying to do here. We're basically going to say, okay, why don't you upload your first PDF to get started with AI powered summaries. There we go. And on top of that, we could just say in an h3 tag that no summaries yet. And then we can ask them, okay, why don't you just create a summary by adding a link component from Next.js or just rendering the button as a link. So you can say variant is going to be link and a link component from Next.js. And like I said, this is going to be /components. And then this is going to have an href, which is going to be /upload. And we can pretty much just have add it outside as well if you want, it doesn't matter. And this is where we can say create your first summary. And in terms of class name, MT4, the text is gonna be white, and then it's just gonna have very similar gradient that we've been adding. So 500 to rows 700, and then hover is gonna be from rows 600. Hover is gonna be to rows 800. There we go. So we have added our summary, the first summary, and this is where we can say hover is gonna be no underline. So we have this nice little button which also goes to /upload as we want, as you can see here. Now we can style the rest of the document here. So we can just add a div, which is gonna be flex call, and it's gonna have maybe some gap, item center, and gap of 4. So this just adds a gap between all the elements, and this can be outside, and we can get rid of this empty div that we added. So this is now centered, which is great. And now we can style the H3 to be text XL, font semi-bold, text gray 600. And this in fact could be an H2. All right, now in terms of the p tag styling, we can say it's gonna be text gray 500 with a max WMD. There we go. So now we have the no summaries document as well, which no summaries empty state as well, so that we are showing an empty state when there are no summaries, and user can basically go ahead and create a new summary as they like as well, because there are no summaries right now. Now let's just quickly demo the entire application just to see what happens. So if we go to your summaries, which is the dashboard page, we get this empty state. If I click on create your first summary, we can upload a page. So I'm just going to upload the ebook that I wrote and hit upload. We get these nice toast messages with disabled input, so we are unable to click it. And then once the processing is completely done, we would get summary generated. But if you see here, it says that cannot read properties of undefined reading ID in upload form. So if we go back to the application, it's saying that it doesn't have data.id. So if we go to store PDF summary action, and saved summary is basically saved summary.id is what we access. So if saved summary does not return an ID, it won't work. So if we go here, you can see that even though our SQL query is like, okay, insert it, it's not returning anything. And that's what we should fix. We can remove this and just say returning ID, and also let's just return summary underscore text, for instance. And let's also actually return something here. So we can say saved summary equals, and here let's also return saved summary. There we go. Let's also indent this. Let's also just indent this so that it's a lot better to read. Same thing here as well. There we go. So now if we upload it, and let's enter a bar menu option, hit upload. Upload has been successful, processing PDF. And then once the PDF has been processed, we are also going to see more information, and summary has been generated, and we have been successfully redirected, which is what we want. Even though this page does not exist, that's completely fine because it doesn't. That's why it's an error. But if you go to your summaries, you will see that it's in fact displayed right here. And if I click on it, nothing really happens. Same thing if I click on this, nothing happens, but we are getting redirected to the right page. So our issue has been resolved, and now we can focus on implementing this specific page. So let's create this individual summary page. Now this is going to be a dynamic route because every time anyone clicks on the summary card, this specific ID changes. The way you could create dynamic routes inside of Next.js is again by heading in the app directory. This is a logged in experience. So let's create a new folder instead of logged in, and let's call it summaries. because we want everyone to navigate to summaries. But then the minute you want to create a dynamic route, you would basically do something like ID, and this box bracket makes it so that it's dynamic. And we are going to create a page.tsx in there. So now if I say summary page here, and let's say we refresh this page and click on this, you can see it's no longer a 404 not found page, and in fact it is a dynamic ID page. Alrighty, so now we have a summary page as well. And the thing with Next.js is that in order for us to get the ID, we have to get it through params, which are available through this property called as params. But you can see these params are only available if you await them, because they are going to be asynchronous. So the way we could do that is, first we need to convert this into an async function. And then let's just call these props and then params. And then it's going to return a promise with ID of string. There we go. Now, in order for us to get the dynamic params, we can just say params equals props dot params. There we go. And now in order for us to get the ID, we can simply do params dot ID. Now, if I just print the ID on the page, you can see the ID that is entered right here in the URL is in fact displayed on the page. If I go back and select some other ID, which starts with E something, then that is also displayed here. But what if we go to a page such as some random value? Now it's still returning it, but we really don't want to go to a random page. We only want to go to a page that has a summary, for instance. And this page clearly, this ID clearly is a random ID and it does not contain the summary. So for that, what we could do is get the summary by ID. Now the easiest way for us to do that is, let's say we create a new file here, and let's just call this get summary, or let's just say summary.ts file. Now in here, we can say async function get summary by ID, because that's what we want to do. And ID can be a string. And now this returns a try catch block, which again, this will return null, but also print out the error, which says error fetching summary by ID. And let's also return an error here, but in the try block, or let's say error, because that's what we call error. And then here, let's get the SQL connection. And this time, let's just get the summary. So the way we could do that is by just getting it. So that will be a select statement. So we can say select, let's just say star from PDF summaries, where ID equals ID. There we go. And now we can just return summary here. And this one needs an await signature as well. There we go. So now if we go back here, let's just say summary equals get summary by ID, and that will come from components/summaries. Now, I don't like that we are storing the code for getting the summary inside of components. In fact, this needs to be probably inside lib. But if we go to lib, we do have this code by user ID, which is gets list of all summaries. So we could just pretty much move the code there. So let's just copy this, delete this file altogether, and now paste it. Now this time, let's just remove the import and let's get summary by ID from lib/summaries. And this makes so much sense. Now we want to say that, okay, if there is no summary, then in that case, we want to just return a summary not found page. For instance, something like this. And this does exist, but if I enter a random value, it gives a summary not found. But better yet, we can just return a 404 not found. And the way we could do that is by saying not found from next navigation. And this automatically just returns the page not found, which is 404 not found page, which is exactly what we want. So now we have made progress for what to do, how to handle page not found. Now let's go ahead and set up the rest of the page. Now here, let's just say we want the class name to be relative, isolate min h screen, again bg linear to b from rows 50/40. So you can see the color is slightly different, and then to white. Now in here, we could just give it the BG gradient component that we had. So this has this nice green color. So if I click on this, it does have a red color, a rose color. So we can just say from rose to white, or let's just go to dashboard and we had these colors, and these are also the same green colors. So in this case, let's just make it a little bit more fun and say from rows 400 via rows 300 to rows, just say to orange 200. There we go. Way better. All right. Now this is what we want here. And now under BG gradient, let's give it a class name. And this time, let's just see how we did it for dashboard. We want this exact same or similar, I should say, divs. There we go. And now in the case of px2, this is going to be px4, and small, it's going to be px6. We are basically giving it horizontal spacing. py6, small is going to be py12, and then large can be py24. All right. So now we can basically code the header for it, which is going to be a column. So we can say flex call, and here it's going to have the header. And then we also need to have the info as well. So for header, we can just say summary.title, or just like here, let's just say summary.title. So we can just get title from summary. If there is a file name, then let's just display file name here, and the file name can also come from summary as well, which is just like that over here. So if we go back to your summaries, this one is going to be the bar menu, and this is the PDF name for it. So far so good. And if we go back to your summaries and go here, this is exactly the page we are building. So we need badge, date, 1 minute read back to dashboard link. And then we also need source. We need view original, download summary, and this specific viewer as well. So let's just start splitting them up into separate components so that it's more manageable for us. So for the header, we can call it summary header. So here in summaries, we can say this is going to be a summary header.tsx, and we're just gonna enter that summary header.tsx. Similarly, this is literally going to be it. Now, I'm not sure about the class name yet, but let's just do each one here. And let's import summary header from components. So now if we go back, this is the header. Similarly for file name and file URL and all the fun stuff here, that is the information such as the source and this specific section altogether, we could make it a separate component. So as long as there is a file name, we could render this, and this component could be called source info with file name data. So now if I copy this whole thing, go here and create source info.tsx, source info, and here it's gonna be file name. And now if we go back here, let's import it. There we go. So now let's just tweak that to say file name. The name needs to be Pascal case. All right, so now we have this. This needs to be a p tag. We have the source info as well. Obviously, source info is going to need more details, but for now, let's just keep it as is. Then we are going to have another div, which will have a relative positioning and a lot more margin among elements. And then in this case, we are definitely going to have a file text icon that just says how many words and also this whole thing. Now for this one entirely, I want to give you a gradient out of the box as well as some code that we could just copy paste. So this is the code for it. We are going to import file text from the icon, and the summary viewer is going to have to be created. So as you can see here, we need definitely the words from it. So we can just say word count here, which doesn't exist right now. So we are basically giving it a really nice gradient that we could just use, and then adding a file text icon along with the word count. So if we go to word count, which is if we go to get summary by ID, this is where we need to tweak word count because word count does not exist. So we can say get star from PDF summaries, or we can just enter all the information. We need user ID, we need title, original file URL, summary text, word count, created at, update, status, file name, and all that fun stuff. But also we can add another property which says length of summary text minus length, and replace summary text with empty strings +1 as word count. There we go. So now if we go back here and get word count, we will definitely get the word count. So let's just go back here and edit it. But let's just format it a bit better so we know we have ID, user ID, title, original file URL, summary text, word count, and instead of returning word count, we can just do this. And we have summary text, we have status, we have title, which we already do in the past. We already did in the previous line. Created at, update, file name, and then this is where the magic occurs. We need length summary underscore text minus length, replace summary underscore text space replace to empty string +1 as word count. And here we are returning from PDF summaries, and this is where we can copy this and go back to what we had earlier, because clearly we are editing the wrong query. So this is what we want, and then copy this whole thing here. Whoops. So if I copy this and just copy this whole query right here. So where ID, there we go. And where ID is equal to ID. So now if I refresh the page, we do see 246 words. So always be careful when the names are quite similar, they will look a little different. All right, so now we have the word count as well. Now we just need summary viewer. So let's create a new file called as summary viewer.tsx, which is literally gonna be this value. Let's import that. And now you can already see that summary viewer does have a bunch of text. We need to format it correctly, but you can see how this looks. So let's just work on summary header first. The summary header is basically going to be this header, but also it's gonna include the back to dashboard button that we have here, and also this information, how long it's gonna take to read, the date, as well as a badge called AI summary. So let's work on that. So first, let's just create a div. And now instead of, just gonna disable cursor tab here, and here let's just say gap 4, margin bottom 4, and justify between, because we want the button to be on one end and the text to be on the other. So let's just create another div, or I guess say let's just create two divs, and one will have the button component, and this button component will be the back button. There we go. And when it comes to the back button itself, let's just work on it where we can say this is gonna be a link, because it just goes back to the link itself. Then the size of the button is gonna be small because we want this to be a small button. So you can see how it's coming into effect here. And when it comes to the class name, I'm just gonna give you the styles here, which is gonna basically look like this. Now we are also gonna have a on-click handler, which pretty much goes to router dot, we're gonna do a router dot push to back, or if we make it a link, we could also just wrap it with a link component as well. So we can just say next link, and the href is gonna be /dashboard. And now we can just say back to dashboard right here. There we go. But we also have an icon here for back to dashboard. So let's just fix that. So for that, we can say chevron left is the icon that we need from Lucid React with these values: rows 500, transition, transform, and then group hover is gonna be this value. This way you can see how it's transforming, and we can be easily go to back. Now at the same time, let's give it a span as well and style this further. And to this we can say text access, text small, and text muted foreground with font medium. There we go. You can already see how it's coming along really well. And then to dashboard could have a different styling slightly, where we'd want to hide the text to dashboard on mobile, so we can accordingly do this, because otherwise it's going to be way too tiny. We just want it to be back. There we go. All right, so this is looking so much better. We have the styling for it, we have everything else working out for us, and we can just pretty much get rid of this. Actually, we do need the title, but we have the back button ready for us. And now we can work on the rest of the content. Let's just make sure that this entire piece of content has vertical spacing. Let's add a div here with a badge component from Chatcn, and also a sparkles icon which says AI summary. There we go. We just need this. Now we can style the badge further, but I'm just going to give you the styles for it, for the badge as well as sparkles. There we have it. We are mainly changing the background color and all the other elements, and I really want to focus on things such as the content of the page, but you can grab the styling from the commits as well. All right, so we have the badge. Now let's give it another div and a calendar icon with class name h4, w4, text, rows 400. And in this case, let's just make sure to close it. In this case, we want to add this specific January 2025 and a 1-minute read code. So we have the calendar icon for it. But when it comes to the date itself, we can just say created at dot to locale date string and US. And then the second parameter could be year is numeric, month is long, and day is numeric. Now we just need to get created at from the props. And right now created at is not passed in. So let's pass that in. We can close everything else. And here let's just pass created at as a prop. There we go. So we have passed that in here. And now you can already see January 31 has been displayed. So now let's just style it. So this one we can just say gap is going to be 2, text SM, and text muted foreground. There we go. Now obviously we want this to be in the same row, so we can just say flex wrap, item center, and gap 4. And this way now it's all in the same line. And lastly, let's also build the functionality for 1-minute read, which is pretty much going to be very similar. So let's copy paste it. But instead of calendar, we're going to have clock icon. And instead of a date, we are going to have a reading time, which is going to be minute read. And reading time will come from as a prop. There we go. And we have to also pass that in here. And reading time will come from our database, and then paste it here. Now, obviously we don't have reading time, which is basically going to be not from here, but we need to grab reading time from using a function called math.ceal, and we can get that from summary count. So we can do word count or 0 if word count does not exist, divided by 200. Now we are definitely making an assumption that it's going to be a specific way of reading. So like there are only so many words you could read. So now if Let's just do reading time. Now we're just assuming that it's going to be basically 200 words, 200 characters. So we're definitely going to make an assumption here that we, on average, our reading speed is 200 words per minute. This is just a common estimate. If you think you can read faster or you think you want to show faster, then you can definitely do that. But I've definitely seen we read about 200 words per minute. All right, so now we have the reading time as well. So if you see reading time, back to dashboard, all of this is looking pretty good. Now we just need to print the title, the source, and all of this information. So that will come from source info, for instance. So let's just give it some spacing here. One thing that's missing on the page is the title. So let's add that now. So once we add the title, we would know what the document is all about. So here we can add title, and the title is right there, but obviously it's way too big. We don't want that. So I'm gonna give you the styling for it, and that's what we're gonna add. So let's just add that. And there we go. All we did was increase the font size and also change the colors here as well. Now we have the title. For the link tag, let's also give it a self-start as well. Or let's just move this in here. There we go. All right, so we have the title and all of this. So summary header is pretty much ready to go. Now, when it comes to source info, we have a few things we need. So let's add that. We need a file name. We need a original file URL. We need title. We need summary text. We need created at. And here's why. If we take a look at this, it's going to be all of this information. So we definitely need the source, which is just with an icon here. We need a view original link, which will link to the original link itself. We also need the download summary button, where we basically get the PDF here. So all of this is going to be converted into text as well. So we need all of this information. So first, let's give it a style. Now I'm gonna give you a basic style for this specific document because we really want to focus on implementing the actual functionality. This is part of it, but this will just help speed us up. So we have the file text icon, and then we have the button. Now button again can be /components. And then we also need an external link as well. The minute we do that, we can see source is right here and there's view original. The view original simply just points to original file URL. And now right underneath it, we also need a download summary button. Now this is where we're gonna have a lot more fun. So when we click on download summary button, let's create a separate component for it. Because this specific component is going to be a client component, as we will need handlers to download it. So user needs to press it and then download it. So this specific button is not just a link. It's in fact a client functionality code. So let's just do that. But at the same time, let's pass in all the values. So we need all of this information in there. File name and created at. So now let's just go ahead and create a new file, and let's call this download summary button.tsx. There we go. And this is where the button code comes in play with import from /button. That's it. So now if we go back here, let's make sure to import it. And now if we see download summary button is right there, but obviously we want the download summary button to download things for us. So in order for us to do that, first let's just style it. So the button is going to be size small with class name of h8, px3, bg rows 100, text rows 600, hover, it's going to be text rows 700, and hover is going to be bg rows 50. There we go. So now it's looking a lot better, as you can see right here. Then we have the download icon itself. So let's get that from the React with the specific styling. So now users can know that this is in fact a download button. And now let's implement the on-click handler as well. So we can say handle download. So let's just do handle download. And this is where we can say, okay, we want the summary content here. So we can say summary content. And this is the content that will essentially get downloaded. So first we are going to have a title, and then we are going to have a generated summary text and generated on text. And if we take a look at the text itself, we literally have all of this information. So generated on, then the actual content, and then we have original file name along with the text generated by AI summary tool. That's exactly what we need here. So we can say new date created at .toLocale string. Then we have the rest of the summary text. And then we also have this text that says original file name is file name. And then it's generated by, let's just say sommaire. That's it. That's the content we need. And obviously the fact that it is a function, it needs a handler. So this needs to be a use client directive, and it needs to be a client component. All right, so now we have the summary content. Let's just declare it. So what we need to do is basically download it in plain text format, for which we'll create a blob object. So we can say blob with summary content and text plain. Then we are also going to have a URL, which is going to be create.object URL. And then we are going to create a link, which is going to be document.createLink. And then we are going to assign the href for that link to be the URL. And link.download will be the name. So we can just say summary with hyphen and then the title. But at the same time, we want to replace the title too. So we can just say, we can give it a specific regex. So it only gives us the title that we need. So we have AZ09, and let's just separate by underscore. And now we can just do link.click and then URL dot object URL, as well as now you can remove that child as well. There we go. This is just cleanup code. So now if I press download, there's an error which says title.replace doesn't exist. So let's make sure we have passed title in. We have. Let's make sure we are passing title and all the information from source info as well. So this is where we need to pass everything in. So we need to pass all of this information and then original file URL as well. There we go. So now if I hit download summary, you can see it does come up with all the information that we need as well. It's exactly what we want. But we also have an error that says failed to execute .remove child. So let's see what we did here. We also need to append child to remove child. So we can say append child link. And then if I download again, the error is no longer there, which is what we want. Now, if you want the formatting to have no space, we need to just do this. Same thing for original file as well. This way there is no additional spacing. And now if I download it and open it, you should see that there is no additional spacing in the file, which is what we want. All right, so our download summary button is also looking pretty good. So now we can pretty much focus on implementing the actual summary viewer as well. It's time for us to render the summary viewer and create this beautiful reel of text. Now, if we want to divide the text in here, if we take a look, this is the summary itself that we are just rendering on the page. It has a hashtag, which means it's titles. It has these bullet points, which means that it is basically a bullet point with an emoji. And that's how we are rendering it. And because we have asked Gemini as well as OpenAI to create a consistent layout for all these reels, we're able to render it in a beautiful reel as well. So for instance, if we were to take a look at this specific image, let's try to figure out what this is. So first of all, we have a section title. So I'm going to highlight it and let's call this section title. So we can just say section title. Then we also have a content section, which is going to be these values. For instance, so we have a content section here. This is going to be the content section. Then we have a progress bar, which is essentially going to be this whole thing. That's a progress bar, which we are also going to create. That just shows, okay, how many elements are there in the list and accordingly display it, for instance. Then we also have these navigation controls as well. These are the navigation controls, for instance. So we have a section title, we have a content section, a progress bar, and a navigation control. And that is all we are going to render in this specific section. So we're going to parse the text and then accordingly divide as per different values. So first come first, how about we look into parsing the section? But there's one more thing I want to show you. If you take a look at this whole thing, this card entirely, this whole thing, or I should say this inner thing right here, that is in fact a card component from Shatsian. So we need to make sure we use the Shatsian card component as well. So first come first, let's do that. Let's get the card component from Shatsian and add basic values. So we can just add card header, card title, and content. So now, as you can see, it's already rendered in a card component, which is what we want. And now let's parse the summary, for instance. We are parsing the summary so that we can render the title accordingly. Let's divide the summary in different sections. So we can summary.split with /n, and let's give it a hashtag space, and then let's map it and say section.trim, and then let's filter out any Boolean values, and then map it, and then map it again, and let's call it a utility called as parse section. Now this section, parse section, is going to be responsible for getting the content out and parsing it. So we can say parse section will have section, and again it will be divided into by splitting it so that we get the title as well as the section. So now if we just return this and print it, so we say sections dot, let's just say json dot stringify sections, you will see what we see. Now we have literally a title and a content value. Title, content, title, content. But you can see as we parse the content, we have even more bullet points as well. So we want to render it in a data structure that it's easier to understand. And we are also parsing all the, I guess, garbage values in the text as well. So let's just give it a clean title. So we can say clean title is going to be starts with, and every clean title will have a hashtag. If that's the case, then I want to just get the first value and trim it. And I'm going to disable cursor tab here and trim it. Otherwise, I just want to trim the title to remove any unnecessary leading space. Now title can be assigned to clean title. And the minute we do that, there is no hashtag, and we can just use this as a title for the page. So in order for us to render the title itself, what we could do is essentially just create a state and store that value in the state. So here we can store the section, current section, and the current section. And then we could just store it, for instance, in a local state value. Now this specific section and current section, which again should have a value of 0, will be the one that will set the current section. If I say this is basically going to be sections.current section.title, and because we have use state, we also need to mark this as use client. You can see sip and savor and stata bar is in fact rendered over here. Similarly, as we loop through it, because this is sections current section dot title, it's going to just display everything in here as well. Now let's continue parsing it. I just wanted to show you an end picture of how we are doing things. So now that we have the title, let's render the content. So we can just say points is gonna be a string array. Just we can assign it to empty. And now here we can say let current point will be empty. And let's map through the content and then accordingly assign the current point. So keep in mind, this is the point we're looking at, the content itself. So we need to parse it accordingly. So if there's a line, let's just trim the line. You can say line.trim, add any unnecessary spaces, and also let's just spread the content here. So now we have the trim line. If trim line dot starts with this value, and we can just copy it directly from here, this dot, then in that case, we want to just trim it accordingly. So let's say if it starts with this, and if it is current point, then we want to push it as a point. So you can say current point dot trim. We're creating a map of values, and then current point becomes trimmed point or trim line. Else, if there is no trim line, then we want to again do the same thing, but then instead here we want to say current point will be empty. Else we just want to say current point plus equal plus trimmed line. There we go. And here if we can say if there is a current point, then you just want to do points dot push, which is going to be current point dot trim. Now when it comes to the content, instead of returning the content, let's return points, and points will need to filter out the title. So we don't want the title at all. So we can say point. If there is a point, then we can say if it does not start with hashtag, and if it does not starts with choose, because that's another thing that kept coming up in the content from Gemini and OpenAI. So if that's the case, that's great. Then in that case, we just want to print it. So here we have the title. So let's also print the content as well. So in terms of the content, instead of printing sections, let's print sections of current section dot points. There we go. And now the points have been rendered, which is what we want, because if you can see, this is literally the point for sip, savor, and stay at a bar. We just want the first point to be shown, and that's exactly it. That's what it's shown. All right, so now we have a basic structure. Let's do the same and add the navigation controls as well. So inside of card or inside of the content, let's add a component and call this navigation controls. And this specific component is simply going to go back and forth between different sections. And for that reason, I'm just going to give you the code for it, wherein we are going back and forth. It's literally the same code. It's just that we are trying to go +1 or -1 over here. As you can see here, we get the navigation controls and pass in all the values. So we say current section is current section. We need a value for total sections, which will be sections.length. And then we basically pass in previous and other sections too, for instance. This is where we can just create a different handler. So we can remove this one, and we can say what the handle next function is going to be. So we can say handle next is going to be set current section previous math.min previous _1 sections.length -1. Similarly, handle previous is going to be -1 instead of +1 and a value of 0. And that's it. So now we can just say on previous is going to be this, on next is going to be handle next, and on section select is going to be set current section. There we go. Now you can already see the content being displayed with different values showing up here. That's exactly what we want. We have the navigation controls and the different values are getting displayed as well. But obviously the card alignment is not correct. So let's do that. So we can just pretty much remove all of this because we don't necessarily need those sections. We can just do it ourselves. And the styling for the card itself is pretty much just going to be this value right here. And we don't need these points. We can just say it's going to be a div value, and this div will be h full, overflow, y, auto, scroll bar hide, padding 12, small padding, top is 16, pb 20, and in small it's going to be pb 24. So now it has a lot more height. And here we can just say it's going to be px4 and small is going to be px6. Width title is going to be h2. And title is going to be sections, current section dot title, or it's going to be empty. Same thing here for the content section itself. It's going to be ul, and just like that, there'll be the points. So as you can see, these are all the different points here that we have rendered, and simply the logic for rendering the next and previous points are literally here. We set the current section +1 and -1, and the navigation controls themselves are literally just two circular buttons with chevron left and chevron right, and then the length is the section. We render a bunch of dots, we highlight the current section, and so on. So now we can actually work on showing the progress bar as well as focusing on how we render the title as well as the content. So let's work on the progress bar. So for that, let's create a separate component called as progress bar, which takes in all the sections and current section. And in this, we can just render progress bar.tsx, and let's just say export default function progress bar with all of these values. Now let's just import it as well over here. Progress bar should be displayed. Now in terms of the progress bar itself, what we want to show is these lines. It's pretty similar to what we have over here, because once we move there, that's when the dots change. Same thing here too. Once we move, we want the lines to change, sort of like animate differently. So we're gonna have position absolute, top 0, left 0, right 0, z20, bg background, 80, backdrop blur access, pt4, pb2, and only bottom border. Plus we also need a border rows 50/10 opacity. All right, so now there is some spacing there. So we can render another div that says px4 and flex and add gap of 1.5. And in this case, what we want to do is map through the sections. So as we map through the sections, let's do exactly that. Like we have h would be 1.5. There is no w, it can be the default one. And then let's give it a background bg linear. We're also giving a nice bg gradient to the dots as well. 2 rows 600, and then transition all with duration 500. And this is where we want to say if index is current section, then width is full. If current section is greater than index, then we want to do width full with opacity 10. Else we want to do with 0. And let's move some styles around here. So we need another div where we will say h1.5 flex 1 rounded full, and then bg rows 500/10 overflow hidden. And we can keep this, but keep the height as full. There we go. So now this way we are setting the opacity accordingly based on what the selected values are. And now when I go right, you can see how it slowly moves from one spot to the other, and that's all thanks to the animations that come out of the box inside of Tailwind. And then in terms of the sections, it will be array of title and points right here. And let's also add a type for parse section, which is simply going to be section. There we go. So now if you go back, the type for that is also fixed. All right. So now when it came to summary viewer, we have these sections, which is title endpoints. So we could just extract this function and create a utils called as summary helper. Because at this point, we are going to create a bunch of helpers for our code. So let's just do that. So we can say export parse section and import it as well as remove any unused imports we don't want. Now let's create the section title. So section title could just live here, and we can say const section title is title, and then let's just add a div of class name flex call. Then we want the title to be centered and in this a little bigger, so we can just say gap 2, margin bottom 6, sticky, top 0, pt2, pb4, bg background 80. We also want a backdrop blur as well of excess z10. And then let's do h2 with a title. And the class name for that would be text3xl with large being text4xl. And let's use that here too, because we're not necessarily doing that. Section title. And now make it font bold. We also want it to be text centered, flex items, item center, justify center, and gap 2. There we go. So now it's looking so much better. And now it's just time for us to render the actual content as well, which should be a separate component because it's actually quite long. So we can say content section.tsx, export default content section. And at this point, we can just say content section and then the rest of the values, title and points. And then over here, we just need a div with space y4 and then map loop through the points, just like that. But now things are going to get a little interesting because we also want to make sure that we are rendering the point accordingly. So we could literally have a text which will give us an emoji point, for instance. So first, if you notice, when it came to actual content itself, this is looking pretty good. But as you can see in the first point, there is no bullet point. But in the second point, we have all bullet points, but sometimes it's actually quite inconsistent. Sometimes the data that does get returned needs to be parsed correctly for us to render the exact point, which is why we're going to check, okay, if it's the main point or if it has an emoji point and so on. So we are going to have to create a component called or a function called as parse point, which is going to look like this. This specific parse point component will check if it's a number, if it's a main point, if it has emoji, or if it's empty. And this will really help us figure out exactly what to render. So now here we can just check use parse point directly and then accordingly handle it. So if it has emoji or if it's main point, then what we want to do and return it. We have an error right now that says that each child in a list should have a unique key property. So let's just fix that. And let's add index here. And then let's give it an index. This way it's unique and the error is gone. So now we need to render the actual item. So for that, let's just create a div and let's replace this as a div. And let's just give it some styling here. It's pretty much going to be just this text, the styling where we're giving it a gradient itself. And then we need to make it so that we're able to get the point as well as the text. So we don't have an emoji, nor do we have a point. So let's just fix that. So we said if it has emoji And if it is the main point, then we can just render it. So let's just render this instead over here. And now obviously it has reached to this point, so we have to fix it. The emoji, in fact, is going to be something we need to extract. So we can say it's going to be parse emoji points function, which is going to take content. Now this function does not exist, but we need to create it. So let's paste this right here. And we are simply just parsing the emoji from here and returning emoji as well as text. So I'm going to give you those functions here. Now, if we go back down here, then we have the point itself. And now you can see that the content has successfully rendered. We have the emoji and then we have the text. But let's see what the error is all about. We are back to that error because we have not copied this area. No, we did. So progress bar has the same issue. So let's just go to progress bar. And here, let's just say it's gonna be index. Perfect. So now you can see we have emoji point, and let's give it a default value here. And if we scroll all the way to the right, you can see all the text being rendered the way we want it to. We have all the values here, but that is true for emoji point. What about if it's a regular point? What about if it does not have a emoji? Well, in that case, let's create another function and do the same thing. So now we can just, in content section itself, let's extract this out and let's call this emoji point, and let's call this emoji point right here. Now paste what we copied, and this is also gonna have index 2. We can get rid of point key from here, and now you can see that emoji point is being rendered here. And let's copy this whole thing again and paste it here. Emoji point is also being rendered right here. But this makes sense for an emoji point, and we can get rid of this from here completely. And this makes sense for an emoji point, but this does not. So let's just render like a regular point if there is no emoji. So let's create another function here. So we can say const regular point, and this is just gonna be a regular point here. All right, so regular point has been rendered, but notice that we need to also tweak its class names and make sure it looks good. So the class name could be exactly this. So we can just copy this whole thing and paste it. Similarly, copy the point values as well. So we can say this is going to be relative, text large, last text large, muted foreground, leading relaxed, and text left. So in case there is no emoji, there's still some hope for regular point, and we can render regular point as well. Now, we don't need to worry about is numbered because typically it doesn't show up. But if it does, then you may want to handle that too. But for some reason, if it's empty, then let's just return null and return nothing because we don't want to render anything here. All right, so now we have the content section ready to go as well. And if I refresh the page, you can see that content section needs a key, and we need to add key right here. The minute we do that, we can get rid of key from here because we don't need it. Similarly, we don't need index here at all because of the way we have structured our code. There we go. The error is gone because we don't necessarily need a key in unnecessary places. So now you can see that the content is looking very nice, same as this one. The content is looking beautiful, which is what we want. So a summary page is also pretty much ready to go. So we can click on this and review it. We can click on the leaders playbook ebook that I created. And again, same thing. It's looking very nice, and I'm quite happy with the changes we have made. Lastly, let's just refactor the code because there's way too much data here and we don't need it. So if we go to summary helpers, we had parse section, and if we go to summaries itself, we have a table where we store all the components. So we can pretty much copy these functions, parse point and parse emoji, and move that to summary helpers with and export them. There we go. Now we can just parse section and import them. There we go. Looking a lot better. So we are ready to go. Our summary page, the individual summary page, is looking pretty nice. You can see how much time it takes to read all of these documents, how many words it contains, and it's looking pretty good. I'm very happy with the changes we have made so far. It is now time for us to integrate payments in our product. Now, the functionality is already looking really good end to end. Once we integrate pricing, then we will be able to lock our product completely, and only people who pay would be able to access our product. So if we head over to pricing, right now we have two pricing tables. One is the basic one and the pro one, and we created these while we were developing the landing page. Now, there are some restrictions in every plan, such as 5 PDF summaries per month for basic plan and unlimited for pro plan. Once we have set up our pricing and Stripe is integrated, which is a service that we will be using, then we can also add these restrictions as well based on the plan that the user has paid for. So for instance, if we head to buy now, nothing happens. And ideally what we want is, if we go to our actual product, we want to redirect to a Stripe checkout. Now this specific checkout is hosted by Stripe, and Stripe will take care of all the payment processing for us. We just need to notify Stripe exactly what we want to create, the pricing for our product, the name of our product, and so on. And Stripe will take care of a lot for us. Now, having said that, some Stripe APIs can be really confusing. So in this specific section of the course, I'm going to literally walk you through every step of the way, exactly what I do when I'm about to create a Stripe product and exactly what needs to happen in each step. I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide to follow through, so you would be able to do this on your own very easily. But before we do that, let's try to understand how Stripe is going to work. So if we head over to our diagram here, this is exactly what we are going to create with Stripe. Let's take a look at this diagram to understand how exactly we are going to integrate Stripe, and then we can go about setting it up. So first, we need to essentially create a Stripe web. And for that, we are going to create a API route with Next.js. Now, this specific API route would be /API/payments, and that itself will create the Stripe webhook that will be listening to all the events. So for instance, let's say a customer purchases, cancels a subscription, purchases your product, updates their information. There are a lot of events that Stripe can notify us. So for instance, if we care about customer purchasing and canceled for now, then Stripe will notify that, and we can then filter out, okay, what all events we really care for, and accordingly, Stripe will only notify us for those events. So that is really important for us to know. However, we obviously need to tell Stripe that, hey, I'm authorized to receive this information. And that is very crucial for us because all this data that Stripe is going to send us is sensitive information for our customers. And in order to build trust and make sure we are not doing anything funky, we really have to make sure we set up things the right way. And the best way to do that is to basically this really nice handshake, the secure handshake, so that Stripe can trust us and our customers' data is also pretty secure. For instance, let's say an event occurs that customer has purchased your product. Then Stripe will notify us because we'll be creating the webhook there. And we will essentially be setting up secret key as well as webhook secret key on the Stripe dashboard. And this is where we will say, hey, I'm authorized to receive this information. Please take this key and give me access to the Stripe data that you're about to notify me for. And Stripe is going to be like, okay, let me verify this key information as well as secret. And if that works, then go ahead, proceed. for instance. So now Stripe has verified us. It says, yes, you are officially authorized because I have the same secret key and webhook secret information. Then slash API slash payments is always going to listen to all Stripe events. And that is very important for us because then we can do lots of other fun things for our users to make their checkout process really seamless. So if you don't know what a webhook is something that we essentially create on Stripe. And that is something where we set up an API and we listen to it. Since our webhook is always listening to all those events, then we will get notified. So anytime anything occurs. But it can get pretty noisy because we don't want to listen to every single type of events. We also want to be mindful of cost because every single time our API will be called, and we really don't want to waste time and resources on some events that we don't care about, which is why we are going to filter out the events that we get from Stripe. These are the two events that we really care for: checkouts.session.completed as well as customer.subscription.deleted. Whenever a customer purchases, this is the event that will get triggered in Stripe, and Stripe is going to tell us that, hey, this customer has purchased. The minute this happens, we want to then create that user in the database because, hey, they have paid, so we need to create their record, update the users table as well, and set the price ID. So whatever plan that they signed up for, it can be basic plan or pro plan and so on. And on top of that, we also need to create a new payments record because they have also paid. So all of this will happen only when they have successfully completed the checkout experience. And this is where Stripe triggers the event. So let's say we already have that user in a database, but then they decided, okay, I like this product for a month, but I'm not using it as much as I would like. So I would love to cancel the subscription. In that case, you could just trigger customer.subscription.deleted, and this specific subscription will get triggered then. Stripe is going to trigger this specific event. In that case, what we could do is the users table will have the status as cancelled. In this case, the users table will have the status as active. So that will instantly tell us that, okay, this status is cancelled. So we could do more fun things on the UI, such as block the user from accessing a product, depending on their status. So that's exactly where the UI part comes in now. We have these events, success customer purchase completed, as well as the subscription deleted. On the UI now, we can basically check, okay, if this user has active subscriptions, then only show them the dashboard. Otherwise, show them a message that, hey, you don't have active subscription, you need to buy. Similarly, we also want to set limits based on the plans because remember, over here, if you sign up for a basic plan, then you only get 5 PDF summaries per month. But if you sign up for a pro plan, you get unlimited. Now, we want to also restrict that on our UI as well, where we say, okay, if it's a basic plan that only allow 5 uploads, so we need to check how many uploads users have already uploaded, have completed in our database, and then accordingly allow the number of uploads. So if we go back here to the product that we are building, we would also be showing this specific buy a plan badge as well if they don't have a plan. So all of this is something that we'll be implementing next as part of our Stripe experience. So now let's go ahead and sign up with Stripe. Now, since I already have an account, I'm not going to necessarily show you the sign up process, but signing up is pretty straightforward. Anyone can sign up with Stripe. But once you do sign up, you can just head over to dashboard and log in. And this is the part where I have already logged in. And if I go to home, this is my test dashboard. Now I have already gone ahead and toggled test mode here. This way, this is all the test data and you won't be able to see my production customer sensitive data. So make sure you toggle this to go to test mode, because in test mode, we can try things, we can create subscriptions, delete them and so on without having actual pricing impact in production. So the other cool thing is that Stripe has recently come out with try sandboxes, which is really awesome. And you would want to basically create a sandbox here as well. So if you go ahead and create a sandbox, then you could create a sandbox called development or production or app specific sandbox as well. So I'm going to call this Sommer sandbox just for this course. And let's create the sandbox here. Now that I have a working sandbox, I could tweak whatever we like. So if I were to give you a quick overview of the Stripe dashboard, first of all, anytime you want to search anything, Stripe's search field is really good. You could search whatever you want here. So for instance, if I say API keys, it is literally going to take me to API keys. And then there's a webhook tab and so on. But let's say if I ask for webhook, then it's going to take me to webhook's tab as well. We have a product catalog where we will be creating our products. But at the same time, we are also going to be creating something called as payment links. And what exactly are payment links? Well, if we head over to pricing, when you click on the buy now button, there is a link that we get redirected to. It's a test link for now, but this specific link is in fact our payment link. We need to create this because this entire experience is something Stripe has already created for us. So we just have to create the link and update the values for us to get a unique link for our plans. So that's exactly what we'll be doing as well. So first come first, let's go ahead and create a product. So if we go to add a product, this is where we can say Sommer AI. And the cool thing about this experience is that, or test sandbox, is that you can always say, hey, now I'm ready. I've made all the changes necessary in Stripe. And you can copy that to live mode. So it's very easy for you to test everything. And once you're good to go, update that and move that to live mode. So that's also pretty handy. Now I'm just going to copy this text and paste it. And this is something that will appear at checkout. So make sure whatever you add here is something that you want the users to see. You can upload an image here if you like as well. So if we can do that, I'm not going to do it. Accordingly, view the documentation and pick the best product code, tax code. And I'm just going to select electronically supplied services here. But make sure whenever you are shipping your SaaS, you follow the right guidelines and pick the right tax code. Then we're going to have it recurring. We don't want any of this here. We're not going to use it. Just go with all the default options. And this is where we have the option to create a recurring product or a one-off. If you want to set up a subscription, then definitely you want to pick recurring. But if you do want to create a one-off product, then you can just select one-off. One-off would be if you want to create something like give them a lifetime access, then do that. Recurring would be, okay, I want to charge them every month or week or so on. In our case, we're going to charge $9 for the basic plan. And we don't want the tax included. Again, it totally depends on you. For me, I always want to add tax on top so they know it's additional for tax reasons. So I'm going to use the default option as no. And in terms of billing period, you can also pick how often do you want to bill them. And I'm also going to pick here monthly. Now, if you take a look at pricing options, these are all the options here. So I'm just going to close preview and let's go ahead and hit next. Now, the minute we do that, we already have a product and we have a $9 product already. Now let's add another product, which is the Pro Plan product. The one thing I did forget with the basic plan is once you click on it, you want to add a pricing description. And this is something that is only mainly for us, so we can manage it. So let's add basic plan here. Let's add another plan. And this is where we want to add a plan of, I believe, $19 per month. So let's just say $19. Rest everything remains the same. And in price description, let's just add Pro Plan. Again, this is not shown to customers. It's mainly for us. So if we hit next, now we have the two plans, $9 as well as $19. I'm going to make this as the default price because I really want people to go for this plan. Now let's go ahead and add the product. Alrighty, so we have added our product. So if this is your first ever Stripe product, congratulations. We are very close to shipping a SaaS. So that would be really awesome for you to build and ship this SaaS. But we have this SaaS product ready to go, which is pretty awesome. Now the next step is for us to go ahead and create a payment link. Now, if we go to payment link, we can create test payment link. And this is where we can pretty much select the products that we created. So in this case, I'm just going to first go for the basic plan product. And customers cannot adjust the quantity because they only can buy this product one time. So we could just say that. And this time we want to basically allow promo code, so we can give them a discount code if you want to create promotions in the future. At the same time, I always love to check this specific checkbox, which allows business customers to provide tax IDs, because if they choose the option in Stripe to generate an invoice as well for themselves, then having this tax ID for their tax filing reasons will get really simple. And this time I'm just going to say subscribe, for instance. And let's go ahead and create a link. Now, this is the link for our basic plan, and we have successfully created a payment link for a basic plan. Similarly, let's just close this, go back to dashboard. That wasn't really working. So if we go back to payment links and create a new one, this time let's create one for the Pro plan. Same thing as we did earlier, allow promo code, allow business customers to provide tax ID, and then go ahead and hit payment link. Now, if you want to modify the checkout experience further, we could also do that by going in preview section and hitting edit. And after, let's just go to after payment, and you can pretty much tweak the message that we get here, just for thanks for subscribing. Now we can replace that with the default message, but let's come back to this later if you want. Alrighty, but this is the payment link for the Pro plan. So if you head over to payment links, we have two payment links, the $9 one and the $19 one. So if you remember, if we go back to our diagram, we now have created the Stripe product and all that. So let's go ahead now. So now let's go ahead and create the Stripe secret key and the Webhook secret. So for that, let's just head over to Stripe again. So in Stripe, we could just look for API keys. And the minute we go here, you will see that the secret key has already been created for us. So we could pretty much just use the secret key for this part where we have the Stripe secret key. But for creating the Webhook secret key, we need a webhook for that. And to create a webhook, we could just go here to Webhooks tab and create an event destination. This is where our API should be called. So ideally, once we create an API, we can then go ahead and set it up over here and pass it a URL for our API, and then configure the events that we want as well. And in our case, it will be these two events: checkout session completed and customer subscription deleted. So Stripe will then go ahead and trigger this specific webhook endpoint for any time there are events, for instance. So we could basically go ahead and add an endpoint here, and Stripe will trigger that endpoint. Or we could also test the same in a local environment as well. So let's say we don't want to do the endpoint thing because you cannot necessarily add localhost. So it should be something that can be accessible by anyone on the internet, which is why we can also use this tab, which is test in a local environment, and we can simulate Stripe events as if a purchase has occurred. And we can log in with Stripe, forward the events to the webhook, and trigger the events. But truth be told here, I personally find this experience, the local environment experience, really confusing, because when you do forward the events and you trigger the events with the CLI, it doesn't necessarily have all the information that we need for that payment to occur successfully. So your code might fail and you may think it's actually your code that's the problem. But in fact, in a test environment, when you test in a local environment, not all the fields are filled out as they would if you were to make an actual purchase. So something to keep in mind as you go ahead and try out the experience further. So we are going to test our experience with adding an endpoint, and I will show you how you can test out the experience and expose your local host and create an endpoint URL here and test it out. But before we do that, let's just go ahead and create this endpoint. So if you look to the right hand side, we already have some code here. They have provided code in all these different languages, and we are going to select Node.js. Now, as you can see, this is exactly the code that we need to trigger an event. Now, we are not using Express, so we don't need to worry about it. but we will be pretty much using a lot of the code here, which will give you a gist of exactly what we are building. But first, like it says, you need to install Stripe. Just install Stripe, and it has done run the install for us. Now we can restart the server again. And now the next thing what we want to do is create our endpoints itself. And the endpoint as per our diagram is going to be /API/payments. So let's just go back to the app directory in our project. And this time under API, let's create a new folder called as payments. And under that, let's create another folder called as route.ts. Now remember, since Next.js uses file-based routing system, they also go with specific conventions to expose specific routes. So anytime something is under API and you want to expose that through Next.js as a route, then you need to create a file called as route.ts. Now this becomes a special route file that we could use to do whatever we want. So here, first come first, this webhook is going to be a post request. So we can just say export const post equals async, because it's going to be an async request, and request is in fact going to be next request. Now let me import this and show you what I mean by that. Now request is in fact a class that extends the web request API with additional convenience methods. So Next.js essentially extends the browser request and extends that and creates next request. So anytime you create an API route inside of Next.js, it's in fact going to be next request, and it will be next response as well. So if you want to return something for us to test out, then this is going to be next response dot JSON. And now then we can say, okay, whatever we want. So I'm going to say status is success, and let's just say message is going to be hello from Stripe API. And this is just going to be an arrow function here. There we go. So now we have a simple post request here. So we have a API that we could point to. But if you want to expose this to Stripe and add a webhook URL here, we need to do a few things. We first need to expose our local host to something, to a external endpoint. But before we do that, let's go ahead and test out the code. So for that, I'm going to use an application called as Yak. If you don't know about this application, it's essentially an API client for modern developers. You can call REST APIs, GraphQL, gRPC, and so on. All you need to do is download Yak. It's really nice, and I really love the interface. So definitely check that out. So let me just go to that application, and here let's just hit new. And this is where you want to select HTTP request. Switch from get request to post, and now we can basically do http/localhost 3000/API/payments. And let's see what happens when I hit send. Look at that. We do get the status as success and message as hello from Stripe API. This means that our API has been created successfully. Now we need to tweak it so that it listens to Stripe events and trigger that as well. So if we go back to our code over here, we already have Stripe. So let's just go ahead and configure Stripe further and listen to it. It's going to minimize this one. And now in the post request here, we need a few things. First, we need to create a Stripe instance, which basically is going to take Stripe secret key. And let's just import Stripe from Stripe here as well. Now that we have the Stripe instance created, we could start using that. But first, if you remember, if we go back to our webhook code, we essentially need to have this secret handshake here too. So for that, let's just get the payload request.text. So this is going to be that. And then we are also going to get a signature, which is basically going to be Stripe signature itself. And this is where we are going to configure the events that says, okay, stripe.webhooks.construct event with a signature and a endpoint secret. Now this specific endpoint secret is going to be stripe.webhook_secret, and it's also going to come from process.end. Stripe underscore webhook underscore secret. We have not created that here, but we will. And let's also add a exclamation here as well. Now we have the event. So we could basically create a simple switch event type, because remember, we only want to listen to checkout session completed as well as subscription deleted. So we can say, okay, if it's event type is this, and let's add a case of checkout session completed, then only do whatever. So we can just add checkout session completed with event data object and logging that specific event. And we also need a default case. So let's just add unhandled event type, and that's it. Now here we have the next response.json. We can basically say status is 400 and error could be invalid signature, or whatever error we get as well. We could just forward that too. So we can just pass the error here as well, so that we know exactly what's going on if something were to go wrong. And overall, towards the end, we could remove the message and the status can be just success 100. Now we need to make sure we do have a return type. Otherwise, this specific API request will never end. So we definitely need to pass this next response.json as status success as well. And the error could be failed to trigger webhook. Alrighty, so now, and we can log the error as well. Alright, so now it's time for us to test it out. The fact that we have added so many different elements here. So in order for us to test it, and in order for us to give it this endpoint URL, we are going to use an app called as Local Tunnel. This allows you to make a port accessible to anyone on the internet. So you need to make sure you install this. So if we head over to our terminal, I'm going to open up a new tab and install this if you haven't already. And this -G is in fact global, which means it's going to add it globally. Now we have our API running on localhost 3000. So we need to expose that through local tunnel. And the way you could do that is by copying this and pasting it here. So all we need to do is 3000 is where our app is running. So expose that via local tunnel. The minute we hit enter, now it's given us a very cool API, Spotty Breads camp. And this means our app will be accessible here. Now, if you want to test it out, you can go to here, and this way it tells us, okay, you're about to visit this app. This website is served for free via local tunnel. To access the website, please enter the password below. So you can just copy this. And to get this specific tunnel password, it literally says it right here. You just need to head over to this specific link. So when you go there, it gives you this code. You can simply enter that code here and click submit. The minute you do that, now your local host is in fact go back to home, because that specific route does not exist. And now Somer is in fact available on this specific URL. So that's very simple to expose your local host like that. Now that we have this, we just need to go to Stripe, enter this information, but this is going to be the URL where your webhook is going to get triggered. So it's going to be /API/payments for us. And you can add any description if you want. I'm going to leave it blank. And in terms of the events on your account, let's just select the events. And this is where you want to select the events such as checkout.session.completed and subscription deleted, customer subscription deleted. Now, if you see, these are all the different events. There are like a bajillion events. You can select all of them. And you can already see how on the right hand side, the code has changed to listen to that in the switch statement. We don't need to do that. We just need to do checkout.session.completed. So we need the code. We have the code here. And also customer.subscription.deleted, which is also the code that got updated here. Let's add the event and add the endpoint. Now this specific endpoint is going to listen to webhooks, and Stripe is going to trigger the events to this specific endpoint. So for instance, if we go back to the diagram, anytime checkout is completed or customer is deleted or any type of Stripe events, Stripe is going to notify to this specific endpoint next-API/payments that we just configured, as long as the secret key and the webhook secret matches. So time to set that up. To get the webhook secret, we need to hit reveal and copy this. Now do not get confused with this specific ID. There's a reason why this is not called a secret and this is, but in fact it can be very confusing. I have definitely made that mistake before, but I assume that this is in fact the secret, but it isn't. Signing secret is the secret. So if we go back to our code, let's just go to end.local file. And here we can say Stripe. And now let's just paste the secret. So we can just say Stripe webhook secret is going to be this. And then we also need a Stripe secret key, which we can get. Again, if we go here and look for API keys, this secret key is in fact the secret key that we need for Stripe. So here, let's just go back to that end local file and get the secret key. And just to confirm, we have the Stripe secret key and the webhook secret, Stripe webhook secret and secret key, which is exactly what we want. I'm going to change the order just for me to remember. And in order for us to organize this code in our head as well, we have the Stripe secret key and then the webhook secret. So make sequencing it in environment local file also makes sense. All right, so now we have this. So what we could do is we need to trigger the event. That is, we need to trigger customer has purchased or customer has canceled event. So let's add another event here that says case customer dot subscription dot deleted. And it can be literally the same code here, where we say, okay, this is the code for it. Now, just to make sure, we can add customer session deleted, completed, and here customer subscription deleted. So first, let's just trigger this event and then the other one. So if we go back to Stripe, and if you remember the payment link, let's just go to the $19 one payment link and open it up in a new tab. Open it up in a new tab. Now this is the checkout experience for it. So here we could essentially just generate a promo code so that we don't have to actually pay for it. But remember, this is in test mode. So what we could do is just enter a test card. So anytime you enter 4242, it's in fact the global test card. So we can enter whatever values we want as long as they are after the date and it's not yesterday's date because it's expired, and do whatever you want. Just gonna enter the details. And now that we have done this, if everything works as expected and we have done what's needed, then let's go ahead and hit subscribe. If I hit subscribe, let's go back here. It's processing, and thanks for subscribing has been triggered. And now you can see that we do have a code, a log here that says checkout session has been completed with the event object that we wanted. Now, if we try to look for specific details about our event, that we could do that as well in here. So you can see my email and name that I entered is in fact here. So it was in fact my record. So if everything works as expected, if we go to Webhook from the search, click on this and refresh the page, you can see now that checkout session completed was in fact triggered and is in fact visible here as well. So congratulations, that's awesome that we have been able to do that. Now, there's one more event that we are listening to, which is customer subscription deleted. So if you go to customers and select the customer, this is where in payments, we don't have that option. But over here, we could just hit cancel subscription. And we can then choose when we want the subscription to cancel, end of the period immediately. Let's just say immediately, no refund, and then hit cancel subscription. The minute we do that, if we go back to Webhook from here, go back here and refresh the page. Refresh is very important. Customer subscription deleted did get triggered with this object. So that's awesome. And if we go back to our terminal and go down, then we should also see customer subscription deleted. There we go. We see our log here with the event object. That means our Stripe webhook is working really well. And this is what I mean, that if you were to do it not through actually going through the account and successfully checking out. But let's say if you were to select the option for testing in a local environment by doing something like this, triggering checkout.payment.succeeded or checkout a session got completed would mean that a lot of these values would actually be empty. So if you were dependent on them in the rest of the code and that's how you're testing it, it won't be reliable. So you won't know what's truth and what's not. Like if you have made a mistake or if it's actually supposed to be null because it's a test environment. So doing this way is the right way, I think. It really helps you get the actual data and you are able to replicate production, which is how I would like to write my code. So this is really awesome. Now, the next step is let's focus on the checkout session completed and perform these operations. But so far, if we were to keep track of it, we have done this. Let's use a sticky marker. We have done this, this, this. We're listening to all the events, and now it's time to focus on this value. So let's do that. So if we go back to our API code, right now we just log the session object itself, which is very handy for us, but let's just also try to retrieve information based on the object we do get as well. So here what we need to do, I'm going to say session is going to be, and this can be .id because we just need ID from it. So we can just say session ID. We want to, from Stripe, get the checkout session information. And the only way to do that is to basically get the information based on the ID, based on the session ID. And additionally, what we need is we need to call this property and call line items from it. Because essentially and again, let's remove this. We don't need it. So essentially what we're doing here is we are trying to retrieve more information about the session so that we could get information about the customers as well and then insert it. Because if you take a look at our terminal, there is no information necessarily about the customer itself or even the price ID as well as much. So we need to get information for that. So if we go to lib, let's create a new file here and call it payments. And this is where we can store all the payment information. So first, let's just call this a handle checkout session completed with session. And this is where we can call it and pass the session in as well. So here we can just call the session and let's just add brackets around it and import it from lib/payments. Now, if we go back to handle checkout session, let's turn this into a curly brace and add the session value as well. In this session, the type of the session is going to be stripe dot, and let's import stripe dot checkout dot session. So the first thing we need to do here is get a bunch of information about the customer and so on. But before we do that, I want us to focus on what we need to create the user. So first we need to create a user in our database, update the user, and then create a new record in payments. So let's focus on that. So over here, let's just create a user. So we can say create or update user. And based on that, we can retrieve information about Stripe. And then we can add a try catch block here, which says error creating or updating the user. And here we could just get the information. But before we do that, let's just get the SQL database information as well. So data session, or I think we call it DB session, DB connection. There we go. And now we can write the query here, which is going to be await SQL query. And we don't need to select anything first. Let's just see what we need to do here. So first we need to select from users and check if this user exists or not. So we can say select star from users where email equal to session, not email, or we need email here. So let's just assign it as a constant. We don't know where this email is going to come from for now. Then if the user does not exist, then only add it. So we can say, okay, if its length is 0, then insert the user. And here we can essentially just insert it. So we can say insert into users. And if we were to search for that in our code base, let's see if we do that at all. No, this is the first time that we're inserting the user. So let's just insert that. So we need email, full name. And if we go to schema.sql file, we just need all of this. So we need email, we need full name, because these two values are going to be created automatically. So we need email, full name, customer ID, price ID. And by default, it's going to be inactive. So we need to set the status to be active. There we go. So we need email, full name, customer ID, price ID, status, and save that. So we just need all of this information about the customer. So just full name, customer ID, price ID, and so on. And if we take a look, we did get some of that information here already, which is we did get email, we did get name, which is the full name itself. We need customer ID that we need to retrieve too. So let's see where we can get all of that. So we could just pass all that information in the parameter here directly and get that information directly as well. So our code for creating the user is done, it's completed. So we are saying if it's only if the user does not exist is when we want to create the user. In handle checkout session completed, let's call it. So we can get the customer information from session itself. So we can pass that as string. Whoops, we can say it's a string. We can get the customer, or I guess this is the customer ID, but we can get the customer information by making another call, which is going to be stripe dot customers dot retrieve customer ID. And this stripe value is something we need to take in and pass in directly, because we create stripe in a different location. We create stripe here as an instance, so we need to pass that in. All right, so now we are going to get the customer information, and we also need to get the price ID. And price ID is available in session dot line items data 0 price dot price ID. And then we can pretty much just create or update user and pass that information. There we go. Now, when it comes to customer.email or customer.string or name, just destructure those values from customer and pass those in here. There we go. We don't need to cast it. We can just pass it in directly. There it is. And here we can just say if there is email in customer and there is price ID, then only do all of this. Cast email and name as string. All right, so now we are getting all the information from the session from Stripe. We're getting the customer information, and now we are inserting all of that. And the status is in fact active, which is something we also pass it in as well over here. So if the user has successfully paid, then we should see a record of them in the database. But on top of that, not only we need to create the user in the database, but we also need to update the users table to set the price ID as well. We already set the price ID here, but we need to check if price ID does get set. Because sometimes I've noticed with Stripe APIs, you need to do another call to set the price ID, because the first time it's not going to work. So we have to keep an eye on this one. So in our diagram, let's keep this on hold. And next, we need to just create a new payment, that is insert payment in the database. So again, we can say insert payment or just create payment, and we can pass in session value if you want. Just see what exactly we want here. So we have payment information, and let's add a try catch block here as well. And now we need to basically just insert into payments. Now, if we go back to schema.sql, we have all of this information. We need to insert amount. We need to insert status, Stripe payment ID, price ID, user email, and so on. So let's just do that now. So we can just say await SQL, insert into payments, and all of this information. Now, again, all of this information does come from session. So let's just pass session in here. It's gonna be that. We don't need to pass in Stripe, just the session. And now let's just destructure all of this information from the session. Now, instead of amount, it's going to be amount total. Just say amount total. We also need status here. So let's add that too. So we have the amount as amount total. We have the status as status. And then for instead of Stripe payment ID, it needs to be ID. Then we also need to get the price ID, which we already do. So let's just pass that in here because we already have the Stripe ID. And we also have the user email as well. So we need to pass that in too. There we go. So now let's just go ahead and insert it. So now that we have successfully created it, now we need to create the payment, which is just this session, price ID, and email. So if we go down here, we are retrieving all of this information. Now keep this in mind. We are trying to get the database connection in this function and in this function, when really we can just take it in one session itself. So let's pass that in too. So we can copy this and get the database connection here. And we can also pass that in directly as well in the functions. So we don't need to pass again, try to retrieve a new database connection every single time. You can just say any here. There we go. So now we have passed in the SQL database connection, and that's what we are getting in both the spots as well. Perfect. So now if everything works as expected, then we have successfully created the user only if the user doesn't exist, and we have also created the payment as well. So let's just go ahead and try it out. So if we go back to Stripe, let's close this, go to customers. This specific customer, we could just delete it. So we could reuse this customer again, deleting your customer, and the delete has been successful. Now let's go back to payment links. Go to this one, the $19 one, open it up in a new tab and check it out, or just do a checkout. So me@kobe.com, again, 424242. This one really doesn't matter. Enter whatever values you want. And now just hit subscribe. The minute we do that, let's see what we get. We have some logs here. So checkout has been completed successfully. And if everything works as expected, if we head to users, we do see me@kobe.com, which was created successfully with customer ID, price ID, status being active, and it also has a reference to payments. So it has successfully created the payments as well in the payments table, which is 1900 amount, status is complete, and so on. So we have been able to successfully insert our user, create a user, update the price ID, and also create payments. So we don't necessarily need to add a separate function for updating the price ID, but I just want to throw it out there that if you notice that price ID is not being set consistently, this is something you need to do as well. All right. So now let's move on to the next section, which is the customer.subscription.deleted. So if we go back here, this part is also done as well. So now let's focus on this one, which is to, once the customer subscription has been deleted, we could update the table. And since we already have a customer, this one is going to be easy for us. If you go to customers, we have this. So we just need to enter in here, press the 3 dots and cancel the subscription. So for that, let's just go back to our code and update the value. So if we go back to route and let's just update the value here. So we can keep the log here. In fact, that's fine. But again, we need a subscription. We need a session ID. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. We can move session ID directly on top. And it says we cannot redeclare block soap variable. So we can just say deleted session ID, for instance, because the ID might in fact be different. It might not be the same. So let's just call it session ID deleted. And we have to call another function just like we did earlier, handle subscription deleted. And we can pass in not SQL, but in fact Stripe. So we need to pass in the ID, which is the subscription ID. So let's just call this subscription ID and pass it in. There we go. So now we just have to create a new function here for that. So let's close all of this, and now let's just create a new function called deleted with all the information here. Alrighty, so now when it comes to deletion, we need to add another try catch block here. Whoops, which is just going to log the error if it's unable to delete the subscription successfully, and also throw the error as well. All right, so now again, if we want to retrieve specific information based on the ID, just like how we did here, we try to retrieve the customers. Similarly, we need to retrieve the subscription as well. So we can say subscription equals exactly this, retrieve the subscription. Let's also try to get a database connection here, for instance. And this time we want to update the users. So we can say, we can basically say update users table. You want to set the status to cancelled, where customer ID equals subscription ID. Or over here, let's just say subscription dot customer. So if we go back to our diagram, the status is in fact cancel with updating the users table like that. So that's it. That's all we need to do here. So let's just go ahead and check it out. Let's import this as well. So if everything works as expected, then we should see subscription has been successfully deleted. And if we want to add logs as well, we could also do that, such as something like this, because if there's an error here, it will actually be caught in the catch block. So we could successfully just enter a log here. Alrighty, so now if we go back to our Stripe dashboard, let's refresh the page one more time, just in case. And this time, let's just hit cancel subscription, and let's just say immediately. Now, the minute we do that, we do see the log customer subscription deleted, which is the log that we added, I guess, here. So let's see if there are any errors, and subscription canceled successfully, which is exactly what we have here. So if we go back to our NeonDB table, and this is active, if I refresh the page, it's in fact canceled. So subscription is canceled for this specific user, which is exactly what we're looking for. The Stripe implementation is pretty much done. We have been also able to work on updating the users table. So now we can basically focus on displaying the UI based on the users plans. If they have active subscriptions or not, then accordingly show a UI that asks them to check out and pay and get a plan so they can continue their uploads. We could set limits based on the plan, such as allowing 5 uploads for basic plan but unlimited uploads for pro plan. At the same time, more importantly, we could also just go ahead and update the links, because right now buy now doesn't take you to anywhere. So we also need to do that. And lastly, also change this from pro to say buy a plan if they don't have a plan, pro and basic plans, and so on as well. So let's do all of that right now. So first, let's go ahead and tweak the URLs here. These would be essentially 2 payment links, which we already have. So if we go back to payment links, let's copy the one for 19, and then we also have to come back for basic as well. So if you go to page, we have the pricing section. This is where we have the pricing card, and pricing card essentially renders everything from basic and pro plans array. So here we can just say if process.end.nodeend is equal to development, then show something. Also show something else. So for basic plan, that's going to be the case. Same thing for pro plan as well. So by default, we want to always default to production. So the URL for the payment link is going to be different for production. But for development, this is going to be the URL. Similarly, if we go to basic plan, copy this. Now keep in mind, you don't have to set node end to be production in production environment. You only need to set node end equal to development in development environment. So at end.local, you want to make sure you have this value, node end equals development, so that this specific environment becomes development environment. And this is what it always defaults to. But if this value does not exist, then it's obviously going to default to the production URL. So now if we go back to home and if I hit buy now, or let's just refresh the page, buy now, we have been redirected to buy now, which is basically the payment link for basic. And if I go back to buy now for pro, then we see pro plan as well, which is exactly what we want. So this works. But at the same time, we also need to get one more value, which is the price ID. Now we already know the price ID as well. So if you take a look at product catalog, and if you go to these two different plans, each one of them has a price ID. So if you go click on this and copy price ID, that's the basic plan price ID. So if you go back here and let's just paste this. But similarly, the price ID will be different for production as well as for development. So we have to tweak that. Similarly, let's copy this and paste it for pro as well. Let's change this to pro. Now, this specific object is going to be the one responsible for letting us know, okay, what are the different IDs, payment links, plans, items, and so on. So definitely something we will need to keep an eye. But because this specific object is in fact in here, and maybe other files might need access to it, let's move it out. Let's go to utils and create a file called as constants.ts. And this is where we could just move this specific file entirely. Copy it, paste it, and now just export it as well. Export it. And now similarly, let's just import plans here. But obviously plans is very vague. So let's just call this pricing plans. And whenever pricing plans. Now let's just call this pricing plans as well. And now let's import pricing plans. And plans don't exist anymore. So let's just remove that. So pricing plans work as expected and constants, and it has been moved to constants as well. But this specific line process.end equals development is something we don't want there. So again, in utils, let's create a new file and let's just call this helpers.ts. And this is where we could just create a function called as isDev. This will just tell us that, hey, if this specific function, if this specific constant, if this specific environment is development or not. So again, is dev, then do that. Same thing here too. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of this. It can just be is dev and oops, is dev. There we go. So now we have made it a lot better as well, wherein we have essentially extracted it functions too. So we could use isDev somewhere else too, if we like, wherever you're using that. For example, in layout, if we need to use it to tweak the canonical URL in the future for SEO reasons, then we could do that too, and using the isDev function. Okay, so now we have the IDs for basic and pro plan. So we could tweak this value too. So right now we show buyer plan or pro plan or basic plan based on the price ID. So let's just do that. So if we go to layout, and in layout, we have the header component. And right now we have hard coded the pro values. So let's just tweak that and call this plan badge. Now this component does not exist, but we are going to create a new one here. So let's just create that in common and call this plan badge.tsx. We can just return pro for now and just import it here. Now, if we take a look at plan badge, right now it says it's maps to a pro account, but what we need is to check what is the price ID for it, and accordingly get that. So for that, let's just try to get the user's plan and then tweak it. So we need to just get the SQL statement for the plan. So inside of lib, we don't have any user yet. So let's just say user.ts. And here we can just export a new function that says get user's plan. And let's remove this. And based on the email, we're gonna get the user's plan itself. So for instance, we're gonna say SQL equal, await get DB connection. And here we're gonna write a query that says SQL is gonna be select price underscore ID from users, where email equals email, which comes from the parameter. And also we need to make sure that the status is also active, because if the status is not active, if it's cancelled, then we want to tell them to buy a plan. So now we can just return query dot 0 dot price ID, or we can say it's going to return null. And this needs to also be await. There we go. So now we have going to get the user plan from there. So we can say email. To get the email, we need to get it from the user. So for that, we need to contact clerk and say, okay, give me the user, please. So we can say current user. And this needs to be a async component for that. And if user is not there, then returns null. Or let's just say user.id is not there, return null. But if it is there, then get the email from it. So we can say email is this value, which again, we have it. We know this value. This code has been repeated quite a bit, so we can definitely extract it out too. Again, add a question mark everywhere so that we can always default to it. Okay, so if there is an email, then only let's try to get the plan here. And this can simply be email. Now let's try to import email here. And that's where the plan comes in play. So now if you notice one thing here, we are getting the price ID and not necessarily the email plan. So let's just call that let get price ID. So we can say get price ID. Similarly, price ID here and get price ID here as well. So price ID has been assigned, but obviously we need to access price ID outside. So let's just assign price ID to be string or null, and price ID, set the price ID to be get price ID. And let's create a plan name here, which by default is going to be buy a plan. But if there is a price ID, then we are going to set it. So we can just get the plan. And this is where pricing plans is going to come in play, where we're going to try to find the pricing plans. And if you remember, pricing plans is just this. And we have the price ID here, so we can just try to retrieve it. So we can say, okay, plan. If plan.price ID equals price ID, then that's correct. This is the plan I have. And if there is a plan, then I can access plan.plan name. Because again, in pricing plans, we already have a name. So we could just retrieve that and return it. There we go. And the plan name could be just this. So now if we go back to our app, you should see buy a plan, which is exactly what we want. And that's because the price ID doesn't match or the account is cancelled, because we say only give me the price ID for active accounts. So in fact, we can even tweak that to say for active. This way we are even more specific with our function name, what to call it. All right, so now let's try to design this application. So first of all, we're going to use the badge component from ShatCN UI to handle this. And like I always tweak it, let's just do add components here. And the badge component will have a variant of outline and a class name as well. Now let's use the CN utility to merge a bunch of styles. But along with the badge, we also need a crown icon from Lucid React, and which is also, we are going to merge it because based on the plan itself, we want to tweak the colors, tweak the styling a bit. So we can say W3, H3, MR1, and then by default, it's going to be text amber 600. But if there is, for some reason, no price ID, then in that case, we are going to say text red 600. There we go. And close this. If we go back here, it's buy a plan. And again, we don't need to keep switching it. We also have it here, so we can just go to localhost 3000 and see the values here too. So we have buy the plan right here, which is what we want. So by default, we are gonna give it margin left 2 and then give it a nice BG gradient, which is gonna be a very light gradient. 100 to amber 200, border amber 300. By default, it's going to be hidden, but we only want to show this on desktop because there's not a lot of room to show it in mobile, for instance. So if I were to expand this, you should see it, but if I collapse it, you shouldn't. So we can keep it here so we can still see it. And this is where we want to say, okay, if there is no price ID, then we want to give it a nice gradient too. So to red 200 with border red 300. There we go. So this is what we want. Buy a plan, and because I don't have a plan, it's in fact inactive. And we could go all the way to saying that, hey, renew a plan, for instance, if they already have canceled a plan and they already had a plan before. But for now, we can just keep it simple and say buy a plan. But these are just some ideas I want to share with you. So you could tweak your SaaS the way you like as well, and the different use cases that you might get into. Now, there are so many specific things you could do for your own SaaS based on your liking, your experience. But this is what I'm going to go for. So we have buy a plan here. And now if we just simply go to Stripe and let's just get rid of this customer altogether, delete customer, delete. And let's say we go here and delete everything. So we don't want any records whatsoever. So let's just go to payments and delete the records. Similarly, PDF summaries, let's delete all of them. Users, let's delete all of them. Now customers as well. If I refresh the page, customer has been deleted. If I go to transactions, these two, I guess we can keep it here. Doesn't matter because the customer itself has been permanently deleted. So we should be fine too. All right. So now we have the customers here. So what we can do is we can just try to make a brand new record. So if I refresh the page, I should still see buy a plan. If we go to your summaries, we see this, which we can tweak as well. So let's do that before we actually make a purchase as well. So if you go back to home, let's just try to make a call here. So let's do unlimited uploads, or in fact, let's just do limited one. So let's do the basic plan this time. And let's just use the same email address I'm using to log in. So it's my email address here. This way we can match it all up. Email address, again, 424242. There we go. 0925 123. My name, Cameroon. And I'm going to hit subscribe. And the minute we do that, we should see a new record in the database the minute it's processed. So now if we refresh the page, we do have my account here with status as active, no PDF summaries with the payment as well. So now if we refresh, we go back to home, and now we see a basic plan, which is what we want because we bought a basic plan. So if we go to your summaries, obviously nothing happens because we haven't necessarily coded that, but this is working. This code of ours is working as expected. So now we can go to your summaries and only let the user upload a limit of 5. So if we go back to the code, let's close this. Let's close all of this, for instance. And this time, let's just go to logged in experiences, summaries, and not summaries, dashboard and page over here. And this time we can start limiting it as well. So let's go back to the user code and let's create a new function here. And let's call this function has reached upload limit, for instance. So you can say has reached upload limit. Again, based on the user ID, and we can try to get the upload count first. So first we need to get the upload count, which should tell us, okay, how many uploads has this specific user completed? If they have reached 5, then obviously we want to show the message accordingly. So we can just call this new function that we are going to create that says get upload count and pass in the user ID. Now, upload count will come in fact from the summaries table, because if we go back here, will tell us how many records a specific user has by user ID. So we could go to lib and go to summaries, And this is where we can just create the function get user upload count. And let's try to add a try catch block here as we do. And like it's it's auto generating the code, but we can see here already that this is going to be count of all from PDF summaries where user ID is that. And let's just try to get it. Now we can just call this function here upload count from upload count. And then we can say, okay, how many what should be the upload limit, for instance. Now the upload limit is, if it's a pro account, then we have the upload limit of, let's say, 1,000. But if not, we have the upload limit of 5. So for that, we definitely need to check what type of plan does the user have. So again, we can say plan equals our get user plan. And again, based on the user ID itself, we need that. So let's create a function here that gives us that. So we can say get user plan, but we already have this here. Get price ID from active user is that. So we can just get price ID from active user. And this is going to be the price ID. And we can simply just try to filter it, which is the code we already had here. We try to find the plans based on it. So we can copy this and paste it. So we can import pricing plans here, and plan.pricing ID is equal to price ID. If that's the case, then we need to get the ID and equate that to pro. And let's just rename that to pro. So for instance, we can simply just pricing plans dot zero dot and just do pro. Now this is why I think it makes sense for this to be not an array. That's fine. All right, so now is pro is what we want. And if it's pro, then it's 1,000 or 5. Now we can just return a few things. So has it reached limit? If upload count is greater than equal to the upload limit, then yes, it has reached. And let's also return the upload limit as well. So this can be of type number. And let's also return this here. Now we definitely get this error here that it cannot be applied, which basically means that if we go here, notice this, we have made a mistake. This needs to be as count, and we can just return result and then result dot count, or let's just do result, add a space here. And now we can just directly access result dot count or 0. Now the error is gone because the type was incorrect. So always make sure that you're following TypeScript rules. So now if we go back here and go to your summaries, obviously nothing really happens here because we haven't fully integrated it. But this is the function that we need to do so. So now if we go back to dashboard, and if you notice here, we have this code which says upload limit. This is where we can call it if it has reached limit. And we already pass in the user ID, which we do already have to. And that's where we can tweak it. Now, we already have the code here, which says, okay, if based on the values, we show this thing. So let's just say, if it has reached limit, then only show this, for instance. Obviously, nothing's going to happen because it has not. Similarly, only show this button if it has not reached the limit. We only want to show the new summary button when there are still number of uploads left. So now we can just go ahead and upload a bunch of them. Hit upload, go back here, close this, again, hit another file, the bar menu, hit upload again. Same thing in your summaries too. Let's close that. Upload it again. Let's select the first document, hit upload. There we go. Again, re-enter the bar menu and enter one more time the bar menu. This is the last document that we are uploading. There it is. So now if we go back to your summaries, we see a message saying that you have reached the limit, and we can no longer select the upload button either. But if we go to /upload, We can still upload it. So user can manually upload it. So let's just lock that as well. So let's just go to upload page. And this is where we want to just run this code too, which says can make it async. It's reached upload limit, but we need the user ID. So we can say user equals await get current user. Oops. Await current user. And this current user comes from clerk. And if, not user, or if user ID, if not user.id, then redirect to /signin. And redirect is a function that is available from Next navigation in Next.js. But then let's just assign user is equal to user.id. And if the user has reached limit, then redirect to /dashboard. Just like that. So we have all this code too. And you can see it has literally been redirected us. So if we go back to /upload, and we have redirected back to dashboard, which is what we want. Even if we click on upload, again, back to dashboard. So that's exactly what we want here. So we have locked our page here too. Your summaries has this banner. If you click to upgrade to pro, they can. So this specific functionality is working as expected. So now let's try to cancel the Stripe plan. We have the customers as refresh the page. Once we cancel the plan, let's go here and click on this cancel subscription immediately. And now if we go back to home and refresh the page, this does turn into buy a plan. I've decided that I don't want the user to access my service at all. So, which is why we need to update this now. They can still view their existing documents and so on. I really don't want that. They have canceled the subscription. Only active people should be able to do that. And for that, we are going to create a UI which only is available to us, which only gets shown if the user does not have a plan. And this is that page wherein we need to do something like this whenever the user doesn't have an active plan. So in order for us to implement that, let's just close all of this now. And now what we need to do is, because we want this page to occur every single time whenever the user goes to any of the routes, we could create a layout specifically for the logged in routes. So anytime the user is logged in but does not have an active subscription, they will see this specific message. So if we go to logged in, we can just create a new file and call this layout.tsx. This file will take in children, which will be React children, and then we can just return the children. So if I refresh the page, still works as expected, except that we could add in whatever we want. So here again, we can just get the user from clerk user. So we can say current user. And now if there is no user, then obviously we want to just redirect the user to sign in. And let's, not from there, from next navigation. And let's convert this layout into async layout. But let's say the user does not have subscription at all. So no active subscription. So we can say has active subscription equals false. Then we want to redirect them to a specific component. So we can say if they don't have active subscription, then we want to return a component called as upgrade required. Now this component does not exist, but it will be inside of common. So it will be, and we have to create that inside common. So we can say upgrade required, and let's just import it. Now it just says upgrade required because obviously we have hard coded the values and we have not necessarily updated that at all. But this, instead of false, this is where we need to check. So we can just call get subscription status and pass in the user. There we go. Now get subscription status is something that does not exist yet. It's not a function that exists. So let's create that in user. So here we can say get subscription status. And if the user does have a active plan, then they do have a account. for instance. Meaning, if they do have a get price ID for and the status is active, this means they do have an account, for instance. And that's exactly what we want to code here. So we can say has subscription equals await get price ID for active user, pass in user, and this takes an email. So we can pass in user dot email addresses, and this will be user, in fact, from clerk. Email addresses 0 email address. If that's the case, then they do have an active subscription. So we can just get the subscription status and pass the user in. And this time, if they don't have an active subscription, then return it. But we definitely made a mistake here. We're just getting the price ID from the active user. But what we need if they actually have an active plan, so the query would be very similar, but instead it would be, we don't need to export it, just to say that do they have an active plan. Everything else is the same, but we are going to check if it has price ID status from users, where email is this, active is this, and we are also going to check if price underscore ID is not null. And this is where we're going to check if there is query and query.length is greater than 0. This means that they have an active plan. So that's exactly what we need to tweak here, for instance. And now if I refresh the page here, and now let's just change this to has active plan. And we definitely need to export this here and hit await. And then we can pretty much pass in the email directly itself, just like that. And you can see upgrade required does come up here because they don't have an active plan, the specific user. So our code is working as expected. So we definitely need to make sure that we create these simple utility functions so that things make a lot more sense. Alrighty. So now upgrade is required. So we can start updating the code here. And let's just say this is going to be relative min h 50 vh. Let's give this a bg gradient. And so let's just give it a nice gradient here, similar to how we have done in the past. We are rows 50 to white. And now let's give it a class name of container with px8 py16. Then let's also give it a div of flex call, item center, justify center, gap 8, text center, max w2xl to restrict the width of it and center it fully. And this is where we need to give it another div with sparkles and also a text that says premium feature, because we want to let them know that, hey, this is not something you can get easily. If we go back here, this is what we are trying to create. Subscription required with all these values. So now let's just code this again and give it a flex, item center, gap 2, text, rows 500. And then let's give it a span and then a width of 6, height of 6. And then the text should also have some styling. It should be text small, font medium, uppercase. This will make it all uppercase, and tracking wider. There we go. You can see it's looking really nice. Now right underneath here, let's give it an H1 that says subscription required. There we have it. We also need a P tag here, which we can just copy. There we go. And towards the end, we also need a button. Now I'm just going to give you the code for the button colors because it's pretty much the same. Paste it. Button can come from Shatsi and UI. Whoops. Link from next link. Arrow right from Lucid React, and so on. Nice. Let's fix the import here to be /components. So the button is looking very nice. And now let's just tweak the border and all that too. So for the H1, we're going to have text for Excel, font bold, tracking tight, BG linear to R from gray 900. And anytime you add a gradient text color or anything like that, the design looks way better. BG clip text and then text transparent. So much better. And this should be too gray. There we go, way better. And now for the P tag, we need this to have a text large. And this is going to be the adding the border as well. Leading 8, text gray 600, border 2, border rows 200, BG white 50, backdrop blur SM, it needs to be XS, and then border dashed with max W XL. There we go. And now looking so much nicer, way nicer. So if you go back here, it's very similar to what we have here, except that the gradient is not getting applied. So if you go back to gradient and see where else we have applied the BG gradient, it's from emerald, from rose. So we can just copy this. There we go. Looking way better. Alrighty. So now the subscription required code has also been implemented because the entire app is fully locked now because they don't have a plan and they need to upgrade or something like that. Otherwise, they won't be able to access anything. So that's really important for us. Now, before we get ready to deploy our application, we are very close to wrapping it up. The one last thing, and that's probably going to add a lot of oomph to your site, is animations. A lot of people ask me, how come my site looks so pretty? How come a lot of the apps I build look really pretty? And yes, design plays a huge role, but also so do animations. Animation really adds a beautiful last touch that really attracts a lot of users, and it also helps you build trust with your users because it shows that you truly care and you have put in the extra work for it. So for instance, if we refresh Sommer, you can see how beautiful everything is as you go from top to bottom. So that's exactly what we're going to start adding. And not only there, but also in a bunch of different applications too. So right now you can see how all the transitions are being shown onto the page as we navigate to it. That's exactly what we would be adding. We would be adding animations to the entire application. So for that, we'll be using a library called as Framer Motion. Now, Framer Motion is quite popular, but recently, Framer Motion is no longer part of Framer, which is why now it's individual. It's on its own. It's called Motion. It's a modern animation library for JavaScript and React, and we are just going to copy it. And if you click on Quick Start, it will show you exactly how to create it. So if you click on React, you can see exactly what we need to do to install it and then to use it. And that's exactly what we're going to do now. Now, in order to add animations or motions to anything in our project, we just need to change the div to motion.div or the specific element to be motion.that element. And you can then use the animate property and a few other properties that I'm going to show you to animate it. So first, let's just go ahead and add motion to it. So we're just going to go here and then let's add npm install motion. Motion has been successfully added. And then we are going to create a file called as motion wrapper. Now this is going to go inside. Let's shrink everything and go to components and common. It's in fact going to go in common. Now, what is this file going to have? It's going to be a client component. And this is going to have motion from Framer Motion. But this is what a lot of applications are going to do. They are going to tell you to install from Framer Motion, and you simply need to change the import to motion/react. And then all you need to do is export const motion div equals motion.div. Now, why are we extracting it to be like this? Because let's say we go to app folder, go to page, and let's say we want to add motion to hero section, which we are going to do as well. When we add motion, this is in fact a server component because it doesn't have any use client directive. It doesn't need the browser at all. So this can be shipped as a server component. But the minute you add motion from Framer Motion, then motion from the package motion, then all of a sudden you have to make this component a client component, which we don't really want to do. So a pattern that you can totally avoid from making something a client component and having your animations be the reason for it, you can use this pattern where you add a use client directive and only export the element itself which adds the animation, and rest everything can stay the same. That's exactly what we're going to do here. We're going to add animation to our hero section and then accordingly handle it. And we're not only going to add motion to motion.div, we're also going to add motion to anything that needs motion, any of the elements. It will be motion.section. We are also going to add motion to h1, h2, h3. Like all these elements need motion, and we're going to add to all of them. Let's just keep it as is and add more as we need it. We definitely need it for span as well. So we're going to add motion to span 2. I've seen often that a lot of people would still wrap motion.div around even p or span elements. You don't need to make it a div every single time. You could just add motion to motion.p. It will just work. All right, so now if we go to hero section, let's change this to motion section wrapper. So we can copy this and paste it. Similarly, close it with this as well. Let's import that from common motion wrapper. Now let's go to home. Oops, let's just refresh this page. Nothing is really going to happen. It now just has the capabilities of adding motion. So we are going to add a few variants to it. And these variants are going to be pretty standard and common in a lot of places. So let's just go to utils, constants, and let's add more constants here. So we're going to have container variants equals, and these are the properties. So first we're going to have it as hidden. So we want it to be hidden opacity of 0. Then as it becomes visible, we want opacity to be 1. And we also want to add a transition element, which is going to be stagger children of 0.2 and delay children of 0.1. Again, feel free to play around with these properties so you know exactly what to create. Now, we're going to add variants to be container variants here, just like that. The minute we add that, again, let's import it from utils. Initial, we want it to be hidden, and animate, we want it to be visible. So they are the properties we need. The minute I do that, you can see how it has added that already, where it has basically just added a transition here, which is what we want. Now let's also add it to the individual items too. So we want it to be motion div, but this time we want another value here, and let's just wrap this up with motion div 2. We want another value, and this time it's going to be an item variant. So let's just add animation to it. Again, by default, we want hidden, but then Y20. When it becomes visible, we want it to be opacity of 1, and we want it to transition. It's going to be very simple, like very standard of Spring, and transition can be a lot of different properties. You can definitely check the doc. Damping to be 15, and you can stiffness, and this needs a comma here, to be 50, and set the duration to be however fast or slow you want. I'm going to set it to be 0.8. Now, if you hover over all these properties, or if you just go to the documentation, you will be able to see how you could tweak it further. So item variants. Now, if I refresh the page, you can see how you are able to simply just animate it. Now, same thing for H1. We need it to be motion div with variant equal item variant. Same up, and this should be H1. Same thing for here, motion H1. Just close it. And now you can see how it displays it very slowly, and that's the animation we want. Same thing for H2 as well. H2 and H2 closing 2. And now you can see, again, same thing. But when it all comes together is when it looks really cool. Now, when it comes to button variants, we want a very different animation. So let's just create a button variance. And in this case, let's scale it to be 1.05, transition to be type of spring, stiffness to be 300, damping to be 10, and so on. Now, when it comes to button variants, this is what we want to do. We want to add a motion div. Same thing here, close it with motion div. And then for variants, we want to add item variants. But for on hover, we want it to be button variants. So now if I refresh the page, you can see that it has that nice animation as well. So we added it to here. Same thing for H2. Let's add item variants here too. So now you can see how it displays it one by one. Similarly, the span should also be converted to motion span, and you don't need to pass in any item variants, but you can definitely pass in the button variants on hover. So now you can see how beautiful the animations are looking. Now see, we could do the same for all the other sections as well. If we go to page, the home page, and go to the demo section, we can pretty much just repeat what we did for all the other sections. So for here, we can just pass in motion H3, and the styling for that could be a little bit different, or I guess the animations. Y would be 20, opacity 0. So you can refresh the page and you can see it has already disappeared. So we want to show something like violin view. We want it to be opacity 1. So now you can see violin view opacity becomes 1. But then this is where we add the transition of 0.5, and you can see how it comes from bottom to the top. So feel free to play around with animations just to see what you exactly want. Now for summary viewer, similarly, let's add a motion div, wrap it up. Again, same thing. And what do you want the initial value to be? Opacity of 0. Then what do you want violin view? Opacity 1. And then what do you want the transition to be? Transition would be duration 0.5. There we go. So this is what you want. So you can see already how the styles are looking so much nicer. Now, speaking of this, if we go to summary view as well, we want some sort of motion here too for the elements. For example, the individual elements. So for that, we're going to make this div a motion div. There we go. And change the import. And for this specific div, the key will be current section. But again, initial will be opacity of 0 and violin view 1, transition of 0. Maybe 2, and let's add a ease duration 2. And then on exit is also an animation we can add to be opacity of 0. If I go to the right, we need to set the min width here too, and that's it. Let's add it to the individual content section so that it displays it one by one. So over here we can have motion div, and then variants will be container variants. This will be motion div as a wrapper, and then the key could be points.join. Initially we want it to hide, but then violin view we want it to be visible, or animate will be visible. And then exit is just gonna be exit. So now if I refresh the page, you can sort of see some animation, but not a lot. So let's also add animation to the emoji point as well as the regular point. So for the emoji point, again, let's just make it a motion div with motion div. And this is where you want to add the variants of item variants. Again, you want to show them one by one. There we go. This could be that. And then now you can see how it's displaying one by one, which is what we want. It has this nice animation. Similarly, same thing, motion div, and item variants, which is why we created the object for it. So we know once we're happy with one type of motion, we could just apply it in a lot of different places, so it looks really good. All right, so let's also fix the width, because depending on the content, it's shrinking more. So for example, right now, if we were to take a look at the demo section itself and the structure, we are pretty much closing this div over here, which is the problem. And these two items could be flex call, but like this has its own container. So let's keep it out. And now you can see it's all there. It's looking really nice with all the animations as well. So now we can focus on adding animations to the next section. So if you go back to page, we have added animations to demo section. Now let's add it to how it works. Now for how it works, we can add it to H2, which will be motion H2. Same thing for H3 as well. Let's add H3 as well. Let's remove the variants from here for now. And going back here, there's no animation yet. We just added motion. So it's going to be a little bit different. So let's say opacity is 0. Y is 20. While in view, opacity is 1. Y is 0. And then transition is simply 0.5. And there's no need for ease in this one. And let's see how that looks. You can see how it looks really beautiful. Same thing for the bottom one too. We add the exact same thing. And over here, let's add a delay of 0.2. So now you can see how it looks really nice. First, we show this title and then we basically show the transform any PDF. So that's why we add the delay there. Okay, so now we could also add a nice motion to the actual steps as well. So we can say motion div, close this. And for this one, we want the motion div items to show up one by one. So if you refresh the page, you can see how it comes from bottom to the top one by one. So I think we need to basically use the index property to delay it further. So in that case, let's copy initial while view and opacity and transition. The first two can be the same because that's exactly what we want. Or I guess the Y could be a bit more. But while in view could be the same. But when it comes to transition, we need to add a delay. And for that, we can use IDX, which is the index, and say 0.2. So when IDX is 0, it will be still 0. But IDX is 1, it will be 1 into 0.2, which is 0.2. Then 2 into 0.2, and so on. So this will again give it that nice effect that we're looking for, but then also add the same effect for this one as well, which is the right icon. Again, we can copy all of this pretty much and paste it here. But instead, in this case, we don't need to move the arrow at all. We can just say opacity. And for that, we don't even need to change the Y values at all. We could just change the opacity and add a delay. And in this one, we can just add a delay of 0.3. So this way we're saying, okay, once the first one shows up, then add the second one and so on. So you can see how it displays it one by one. Very nice. You can see how by structuring it a bit differently and extracting constants for item variants, container variants, and so on, it's already looking very nice. Similarly, let's just copy this completely. Now there is this animation for button variants, which is in the hero section. That is also something that we're using, but we haven't necessarily extracted it out because we're not using it as much as the other ones. So if you take a look at this, it's very standard. So we can leave it as is. Now let's look at the pricing section. If you take a look at the pricing section, we want it to come from the left-hand side. So it's no longer from bottom to top. It's literally the X value that we need to tweak. So let's tweak that. So if we go to the pricing section, let's add a motion section here, just like we did earlier. And then for variants, let's just add container variants import. And then again, initial will be hidden. While in view visible, while in viewport is when you want to animate it. Otherwise, margin would be -100 px. Now this could be motion div and variant would be item variants. There we go. Now for the pricing card itself, we are going to have motion div. Let's change this to motion div as well. But in terms of variants, we're going to have a different type, which is we are going to have a list variant because we want it to be displayed as a list. So let's just create a constant here and let's just say list variant. And this is where I was talking about, where for the list variant, we want X values to be tweaked. So it will be -20 because we wanted the item to come from left to right. And for visible, this could be X is 0. And then transition is going to be type spring, damping 20, stiffness is going to be 100. So if you go back to the pricing card, that would be the list variants for the pricing card. And then we're going to have while hover, let's scale it to be 0.2. And same thing for this div as well, with variants to be list variant and then add motion div. Literally the same thing for this div too. Same thing here as well. And same thing for this item too. So now you can see how it's basically displaying very beautifully. It's just gonna render. Same thing for this card too. Alrighty, so now our landing page is looking very nice. So if you were to full screen it, you can see how beautiful it is. Something happened here, we gotta fix it. So landing page is looking very nice. So if we center it or if we hover, it's very looking very cool as well. If we take a look at this, it looks very nice, except we need to fix this to be centered. So let's do that. So if we go back to demo section, let's just remove this completely. And now you can see how beautiful it's looking. And now you can see it's gonna show up step by step. But if we go to mobile view or desktop view, it's actually looking very nice. Now, we could do the same for the other elements as well now that the animation for the home page is ready to go. So for the dashboard page, which is your summaries page, we're going to inverse the logic so that we could see the upload page essentially. If we go back to logged in, layout, I'm just going to say the opposite. And now we can see the layout already. We need to definitely tweak it. So let's just say to do over here, remove this. Okay, so now if we go back to dashboard and page, this is where we could tweak it to add the motion necessary. So here we can say motion H1 and variance is going to be item variance. And same idea, initial is going to be hidden, but then while in view is visible. And we don't need to do the viewport thing. Same thing for the others too. For this one, it's gonna be motion P. Variance will be item variance, but we are also gonna have initial hidden while in view visible, or let's just say animate visible. So now if I refresh the page, you already see the animations coming in effect. Same thing for here as well. For the button, let's add a motion div. Variance is item variance. Motion div here too. This will be while hover is gonna be scale 1.05. And let's also give it a class of self-start. All right. And we can just pretty much copy this exact same thing for this as well. And I give it a motion div here as well. Now if I refresh the page, you can see it already. So now it's time to add it to the card so that it also nicely animates it too. For summary card, again, I'm just gonna paste the same thing that we copy pasted earlier, but then over here, I'm just gonna say while hover will be scale 1.02, transition duration 0.2, and ease out. There we go. Now let's import it, copy, save it, and import item variance. All right, so now if I refresh, it still has that nice animation as we want. All right, now same thing here. If we click on the individual page, you can see how it comes from the bottom to the top. We have to do the same as well to summaries page. For instance, add a beautiful animation there as well. So here, again, same thing, motion div to be motion div. Same idea. Initial is opacity is 0, y 20. Animate equals opacity of 1, y 0. And then transition equals duration of 0.5. There we go. This is not our, you can see it does come up like that. And we can copy this exact same thing again for a div to be added here as well. So here, whoops, this can again be converted in motion div. Copy paste it again over here too. And let's make sure to close this div right after this one. So now if we refresh the page, you can see how beautiful it's looking. And this one will already be animated because we already worked on the animation of it. So this one is also looking pretty good. Now one last thing we have is the upload page animation. So if we go back here to upload page, again, let's just add a knot here and let's go to upload and let's add a beautiful animation to the upload page as well. So let's give it a motion div. And this time the variance is gonna be container variance, hidden, visible. And if we refresh the page, let's go to upload header. And in upload header, we are pretty much gonna add item variance to everything. So again, motion div, and variance equals item variance. Copy this, paste this exact same here. This can be motion div as well. Same thing here too, motion div with motion div. Again, there's no need for hidden or anything like that, just simply item variance. So now you can see it's already showing the animation for header. So let's do the same for the form. Now in upload form, let's do the same thing, except we're also gonna add another element here in the upload form input. And right underneath that, we are also gonna just add a processing empty element. So you can see it right here. The minute it's in loading, we're gonna add that and also add a midsection here for upload title. There we go. So it matches to the design we have here. And going back to the summer page, when we refresh the page, and here there's this really nice animation that goes from the bottom to the top. But this one is just sort of like abrupt. So let's just fix that as well. For that, let's add a motion div to this element too. We're gonna close everything and add motion div here, and then also add initial opacity 0, y20, animated and transition. So now when I refresh the page, it does come from the bottom to the top, which is what we want, which is very similar to what we have here. So our animation for the summaries page is also looking very nice. So our app overall, if I refresh the page, you can see how beautiful it's looking. If we were to try somewhere, it takes us to pricing. We can also go to upload a PDF. Then we can go to summaries and look at individual items as well. If we were to click on delete and then be also able to delete that specific item. So if I were to delete this additional one, it's gone and new summary button is back as well. And when you click on this specific item, the individual elements display, for instance, and if we hit upload, we get redirected back to dashboard because of the logic we had. So since we deleted an item, we could just remove the to-do that we had in our code base to remove this because we need the opposite of that. So let's do that. And now if I hit upload it, I refresh the page, we go to your summaries. We also see this nice subscription required message as well. It doesn't matter where we go. We pretty much see the same message, which is the layout taking over. So now again, if I add to remove this and enable it again and refresh the page and also go back to upload page and change it there as well, we see the upload page back, which is what we want. So let's just say to remove this as well to test it out. But overall, our application is looking very, very beautiful, which is what we want. Whenever we try to upload a PDF, for instance, if we go to our app, upload a PDF, And this is where, let's say we press the menu, we show this empty skeleton component of the summary viewer. And also when we go back to summaries, and if we refresh the page, we also will sometimes see a empty skeleton here too. So we need to generate the empty states for our app. This way the user has something to see if our application is slow. Now, as developers, as SaaS creators, we may not see that because we are usually typically on the latest laptop, the greatest Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, that's not the case for a lot of folks. So we need to fix that. So here, again, commenting this code out completely and commenting this code out as well so that we don't keep running into issues there. Let's refresh the page here. Let's first add the upload a PDF view. So let's just go to upload and let's go to upload form. And this is where we could proceed to adding it. Now we already added the loading state and we say processing here. So let's also add a loading skeleton towards the end. And this specific loading skeleton does not exist yet. So we can fix that. So let's say loading skeleton in the upload folder. And now let's just add a loading skeleton here. And let's import it from loading skeleton. Now this specific loading skeleton is literally going to be the summary viewer itself. So if we go to summary viewer, it's going to be entirely the component that we want here, except that we are going to render skeleton values here. So for that reason, I'm going to just give you the code for this. And typically you can ask AI to generate this for you. Now, skeleton is something that does not exist yet. So we will be going to Chatcn UI and then looking for skeleton here and going to skeleton component and installing it. And this is what we essentially want to show to the user. So let's copy this, go to the terminal and paste it. Now let's just restart the server here. And I believe I've accidentally shut down our Stripe server that we had exposed as for a webhook. It's okay. We can always create a new one. And now let's just refresh the page here. And let's just say export default. There we go. There we go. So to walk you through the code for what we have done here is we have literally taken, we had copy pasted what we had in summary viewer and generated values for it and used a skeleton instead of having the actual title in there. And skeleton components is loaded completely. We are using 1, 2, 3 to map through the items and show them. So for instance, if I go ahead and upload it again, you will see a beautiful summary viewer skeleton, which is what we want. Now, while that's going on, we can also head over to the dashboard page. And this is also where we need to add our summaries as well. So for instance, if we go all the way down, we do have an empty summary state, upload your PDF, but let's say summaries are in progress and we need to update it, then we also need to update the UI for that too. Now, in order for us to update the UI entirely for our summaries page, which is this page, but this is the entire page that we want to replace and add a empty state for, not just a specific selected section on the page. And for that, what we could do is we could use the loading. So for that, we could use the loading file from Next.js. If we go inside of dashboard, we could create another file, just like how we have page.tsx that allows us to expose a route. We could also create a loading file, which essentially gets called when the request is in progress. So this is automatically taken care of for us inside of Next.js. And we could pretty much just generate anything that we want here. And that is in fact is what will get loaded for the user. So if I say loading and if I refresh the page, let's just try to simulate a slow network. So if we go to network tab and let's just say 3G. And if I refresh the page, you can see there was the loading text, but because let me tweak this a bit further, div and text gray. And if we were to open it up and let's refresh it, We don't see loading here, but there is a UI. So let's just give it maybe some style so we can see it. Minute screen, relative, loading. Let's also give it a BG gradient as usual, like we have been doing, with a class name of from emerald 200 via teal 200 to cyan 200. And let's also give it a section which will probably have a header. And let's also give this a container, px10, py24, mx auto, flex call, and gap4. And now if we expand this, refresh the page, we still see a gradient, but we don't see a loading skeleton. So let's keep building it further. So let's create a header skeleton, which will return, let's say, header with header skeleton right here. And let's create a div, which again will match to what we have here. And this is where we can paste it. But instead of summaries, we can say array.from length 3. But instead of summary card, let's create a summary card skeleton with key equals index. And we can keep this as underscore. Now, inside of the summary card skeleton, we could have a motion div because we want it to animate. So we can say motion div. Variance could be item variance that we have. And then same thing, initial values will be hidden. Animate will be visible. And then we'll have a class name of rounded LG, border, BG card, text card foreground, and shadow small. Okay, now inside this, let's render the skeleton component from ShadCN UI with H48, W full, and rounded LG. There we go. And we can pretty much just auto close this. So now we have a summary card skeleton with a skeleton inside it, as well as a header. So now if we go back here, let's refresh the page. And now if we go to upload a PDF and then go back to summaries, you could see there was a nice little loading state. So if we were to go back and simulate it, go to upload a PDF. But if we go back to summaries, you can see that it stayed a bit more. Let's do 3G for now. Do upload, it works. But if we go to summaries, you can again see for a second it did load it. But because the application is so fast, it was very hard to see for us. All right, so now let's also write code for the header skeleton as well. So for this one, we're going to have a div. And for this, we can just look at the header skeleton here, which is literally this value from flex to motion P. And if we go here, let's just copy it and close this div as well. Let's import motion P and motion H1. And instead of this specific text, this is where we want to render the skeleton. So we can say it's going to be H10, W48. And instead of this, we're going to have skeleton again with class name of H6, W96. So we are basically creating these empty skeleton elements instead of the text to give the skeleton look. All right. So now again, we're going to have another div with variance be item variance, initial hidden, animate visible, and class name as self start. And then again, we're going to have a skeleton, which is going to be H10, W32. So now if I go to upload PDF and come back to summaries, you can see it did show the text skeleton as well, which is what we want, just like that. So our empty skeleton code is also looking pretty nice. We don't need a skeleton code for the landing page because we are good there. But definitely for upload PDF, we will show up a thing here as well. So for instance, now if we upload a menu, you can see processing shows up here. So user can see something is going to happen, and then we get redirected to a new page once the processing is complete. There we go. And now you can see and go through the entire document. When I refresh the page, it still works as expected. Lastly, we need to also add an empty skeleton for this page as well. So if we were to go back, let's close all of this. Similar to how we added loading file, we also need to add loading.tsx for this load page as well, which is the individual summary page. And again, we could pretty much try to do something similar. For instance, we can say loading summary page here, and we can pretty much copy a lot of the elements from here itself. So just copy it and paste it. Let's close the div, import bg gradient. Then we also need a here as well, which is this one. Let's copy that, and even this value too. So, and close it. There we go. And then we have the header. So let's give it a div here for the header. So we can say flex call gap 8. And let's call this header skeleton. And we have header skeleton code here. It's gonna be this value. Let's just say header for now. There we go. So we have the header skeleton, and right after that, we also need another div inside of it, which is going to be relative overflow hidden, and another inside of it. Again, we're just adding the exact same styling, and we can see this code right here. Just copy that and close it. And now comes the icon code, the file text icon, which is gonna be this one. Let's get the icon from Lucid React 2. We don't need this. And then right underneath it, let's give a relative class name with a content skeleton code. And then we can do content skeleton here. Let's work on the code for content skeleton, which is gonna be pretty straightforward. We're gonna give it a space YF4. But if we go back to the individual summary page, you can see how it gets displayed. There we go. So you can see the replacement for it. So there it is. So for over here, we're gonna have an array of 6 and then map through them, comma I. And here we can say skeleton. And this is where we can add key equals I. Class name will be, again, let's get cn from chat.cn, and then h4. And then if I modulo 2 equal to 0, then let's just do w full, else let's do w11/12. So to this we have the class name, fix that. And then next to that, let's also give it a bg white to be 80. There we go. So now if I go back and go to the individual page, let's also copy this and move it right here. We go back and go back to the page. That's where the content skeleton will show up. Now again, a lot of this code we don't need, so we can pretty much get rid of it to make it look exactly how we want it. So for file text, we just need top 4, right 4, and then let's just do text rows 300 divided by 20. We go back here. Same thing here too. We can just give it relative P8 BG white 80, background blur MD, rounded, and then let's just give it border, and then border rows, and let's get rid of everything else. And now let's give it a gradient background. Just gonna be absolute, insert 0, bg gradient to br from rows 50/50 via orange 50/30. Again, reducing the opacity. Transparent opacity to 50, rounded 3xl. There we go. And we can auto close the div. So this is in fact a gradient background. And this is a icon itself, and this is the content skeleton, and everything else can stay the same. So now if I go to your summaries, go back here, we get navigated to this, and now we can actually work on the header component. Now header is going to be similar to this, except we're going to give it a y6 and give it another div of flex wrap, item center, gap 4, and there will be 2 skeleton elements, but not with these specs. So it will be h8 32, rounded full, bg white 80, and copy the same thing here, except it would be h5 and w40. Same thing here too, but h12, w3/4. Alrighty, so we have the header skeleton, the content skeleton, and something that replicates a loading summary. So now if I do this, you can see how it displays it. We can just render it just like that. Now, if we also want to render the same element that we used on upload, we could do that too. But I'm quite happy with how we have this here. So we can just show that to the user. Let's shrink this back. We can pretty much look into what we had for the loading skeleton of summaries and just render that here too if we like. We can see how that looks. And if I refresh the page here, go to summaries, and you can see how it renders it. I definitely prefer this more than what we had earlier, but that also works if you want. Not every single thing should match, but it should match the gist of what we're trying to create here. So you can see how we have that, and it does show up very well. So if I go back here, there we go. So I'm quite happy with this now. So instead of creating a content skeleton ourselves, we can just use the loading skeleton here. Now, if we refresh the page, or if we go back to summaries and see, there is this piece that has not been necessarily covered, but that's completely fine too, because if we go back to summaries and go back to this page, it does do a job of having a skeleton. But if we want to fix that, for instance, then we need to create the loading skeleton for this page entirely. So if we were to copy this, and if we were to create a loading skeleton for it, so right underneath here, we can keep everything as is, but instead of the file name, we can render the skeleton. We can say it's going to be W12. Instead of a button with a value, again, we can render a skeleton of W12, H12. Same thing here as well. So now if we were to go back and click on it, you can see how it does have the value. So we can say it's stuck here. We can remove the unused imports. And instead of this file text icon, we could give it a skeleton value as well. We don't need any of this. All right. So now, again, we go back to summaries and go back to home. We just need something for the source name here. So for source info, the name came underneath file text, which is this. So we can say it's going to be H4 or H12. And let's give it this a skeleton value as well. All right. So now you can see how we are tweaking the values for it to match the skeleton. But again, doesn't need to be that big. So we can reduce the size and tweak it accordingly. Again, I'm just showing you how skeleton code is generated for these items. This way you're able to do it on your own as well. And it looks pretty seamless for what we're trying to create here. So I'm quite happy with how our skeleton is looking. As you go from one page to the other, it's basically rendering that content. So we can tweak it however we like. If you don't want the color to be rose color, you could tweak that as well. But the skeleton code is also looking very cool. I'm very happy with the changes so far. Now, there is one more thing we need to add in the Clerk middleware. Middleware file is sort of the middle person between your request and response. For instance, if we head over to our drawing board, whenever there is a request being made, every single time we basically have a request and then we have a response. Now, middleware would sort of sit in the middle here. So anytime request is being sent, and let's mark this by yellow, and this in fact would denote the middleware. So anytime we try to route, so for example, we say localhost slash or any domain slash, then that before it goes and gives you the response, Vercel gives you the response, or Next.js rather gives you the response, middleware is always being called. So middleware is sort of the middle person that can do the job of helping you redirect your application whenever you need it. So for instance, we have a middleware here and we set up the clerk middleware. So auth sits in the middle. So we need to also configure our auth and tell clerk that, okay, what routes are protected and what are not, and accordingly redirected. For instance, if someone goes to slash dashboard, what should happen? Well, if someone does go to slash dashboard, then ideally they should basically be able to go to slash dashboard. However, this depends if they are logged in or not. So if they are logged in, we definitely want them to go to slash dashboard. But if they are not logged in, then we don't want them to go to slash dashboard. We want them to go to sign in or sign up or whatever, for instance. So let's say sign in is the route we want. This is very important for us because otherwise users won't be able to get redirected in the right spot. And clerk can handle the route management more seamlessly. So let's implement that. So over here, we're going to add a function and clerk take auth as the first one and request as the second parameter. So we want to define if the route is protected route, and this is a function we will create by passing in the request. Then in that case, we want to protect the route, which is auth.protect. Now auth comes from here and protect is a function we need to call. So over here, we can say const is protected route. And this time we are going to create a function, call a function called as route matcher from clerk. And anytime we want to say, okay, if it's slash dashboard slash whatever value, so we can say slash dashboard dot asterisk, or if it's slash summaries, then we want to make sure that we are protecting it. And this one can just be called from auth dot. And this way we are saying that these are the protected routes, but these are not. And we need another protected route, which is slash upload. Now, anytime any of these routes get called, then they are in fact protected and other routes are. So for example, home is not, slash is not protected. So let's just go ahead and push this change as well. But on top of that, there's one more bug that I also want to fix as part of this. There's one more bug in the application. So when we go to plan batch component, so let's go ahead and push this. So let's just push this and say up clerk middleware to protect routes. There we go. And just push it. Let me just quickly show you an example of how to debug in production. Now, our app has been successfully deployed and everything works as intended on local. Our database has also been switched to production. Everything is working fine. But let's say we try and upload the service, which is we upload the PDF and hit upload. We are uploading the PDF and this PDF is getting processed. Hang tight, our AI is reading through your document, and once that happens, it suddenly stops. Now, if you take a look at the console, it does say that the server responded with the status of 504. And let's try again and monitor the network. Just gonna call this, just clear this and just hit refresh. Now, upload thing gets called, and then our service, that is our serverless function, is going to get called as well. That is the upload itself. It's processing the PDF, and upload is the page, for instance. But now this specific upload file gives you a 504 gateway timeout, for instance. If you take a look at payload, we do get file name and file URL, but other than that, we get nothing. It says function invocation timeout. And this is a very common error when you're using the serverless world and you are on a free plan with a service. Now on Vercel, the timeout is in fact 5 seconds. And because it took over 5 seconds for a request to get processed, this in fact failed. And it gave us an error saying that 504 gateway timeout. Now that's something that shouldn't happen. Ideally, when you upgrade to a pro plan, this is not something that you would face. However, how can we fix this now in our free plan that is our hobby plan? You might encounter such issues, especially related to upgrading to pro for your SaaS application. So I want to show you how we can implement it, how we can fix it. So first, we need to make sure that we are essentially dividing our actions. So if you go to upload form, right now we only have one action for starting the upload. So we do get the file URL and so on. The other action for generating the PDF summary, so fetching and extracting the PDF text, as well as generating summary from OpenAI, formatting the file name as a title, and so on. So we are doing 3 separate things in one service. So what we are going to do now is to split this up. So inside of upload form, once the PDF does get generated, we have the data for it and we send the user the data. This time we are going to call OpenAI. So we can say call AI service, for instance. And then once the AI service gives us the data is when we can save the summary to the database. So this is where we're going to call another server action, and every single serve action, every single function that gets exported here in a use server directive file is in fact a server action, which is a separate HTTP endpoint. So we just need to make sure we are going to split it. And this is one way to definitely solve it. And we also have the same thing twice, so we can get rid of that too. So first, let's just say get the PDF. So we can say export async function get PDF text. Again, the map for this would be the same. Let's do that. And now let's just again copy this, paste this here. So we are pretty much going to copy everything. Let's copy the whole thing and then delete it as intended. So let's copy the whole thing, move it in here. But the job of this function is only to extract the PDF and return it. So we don't need this specific try catch block. And here we can say if there is no PDF text, then fail to fetch and extract PDF text, for instance. And then we have no PDF text and we're going to format it. We don't need to format this either. If there is PDF text, then we can say success is true. PDF text generated successfully with data as PDF text. And in terms of the file name, sure, we can have this specific file name getting formatted here and then returned. Now we can get rid of this completely. And now we're saying, okay, if there is no file URL, then the file upload has failed. Fetch and extract the PDF text, format the file name, and return it. Now, this is something that could easily be done on the front end. We don't necessarily need to do it here, but let's just keep it as is for now. Alrighty, so now we have this. And this one we can say fail to fetch and extract PDF text, data is null. So this is a separate, instead of get PDF text, it needs to be generate PDF text. All right, so now we can just, instead of fetch, we're not going to call this at all. So let's remove this completely, and what this would get fed in is this. Now again, file name could be returned here too. Now we are going to only generate the summary from OpenAI and then generate it all together if there is nothing. And we can get rid of this file, and the file name that we do enter would be the formatted file name here. So we can keep it here. Everything else should stay the same. And this could be failed to generate summary. There we go. So now we have split it up. So in here, we can say const PDF text will be generate PDF text. And we are going to call file URL and file name. So let's just do that. File URL. So this is literally what we want, and file name. In fact, if we are not using file name at all, are we using it? Yes, we're only using it to just pass it in and pass it back. Just copy this code, move it in here, import the file here, and now we don't even need to pass in file name. So now if we go back here, let's get rid of file name completely, and we just need to extract the PDF text that we get from fetch and extract PDF text and return it, and that's it. Now we have the formatted file name. So this time we don't need to pass in for file name. We can just pass in the title, we can pass formatted, file name. There we go. Now PDF text has been retrieved. So let's call the AI service now. This time we can say summary equals generate summary. And this thing could be right in here. There we go. So now in generate summary, we have PDF text and file name. So that's exactly what we would need. PDF text, and let's copy this value. We have PDF text and file name. So we're passing in the PDF text, and the file name is going to be formatted file name. Now let's copy this and paste it in here. Now we really don't need this block at all. So we can just move that in here. There we go. If data, we don't need it. Let's get rid of that, and so on. Perfect. So now we are formatting the file name. We are generating the PDF text here. Copy this and move it. And this in fact would be result. And this could be summary result. And there we go. Now generate PDF text does return data.pdf text. So let's get that. So we want result.data.pdf text. Then similarly, we have this value, which will be summary result here. And then data.summary, and generate PDF summary does return data, and then it returns data.summary. So let's pass that in as well. So now let's copy this. We are now going to generate PDF summary. Then after the summary result, we are going to generate PDF summary. And here we are going to, once we are processing the PDF summary, we are uploading the PDF, then we are processing the PDF summary, which is here. Then we are generating the PDF summary. Now we are saving the PDF summary, and then summary has been generated. So this makes a lot more sense, and we have split up our service into multiple steps. So now if we, not here, but if we go to localhost, and let's just try it out by going to upload a PDF, and let's update it. Our AI is reading through the PDF. It's still processing, saving summary, and summary generated. So it still works as intended, which is what we want. So keep this in mind as you get that specific error from Vercel or any other service that you're using. If it's going to take longer than 5 seconds, then you really need to split it up. You need some way to split that up. And larger the document, the more it's going to take longer, the longer it's going to take. Alrighty, so now we can just push this change, and we can say split the server actions. So now if we go to deployment, it just got deployed. And let's just go to Summer AI and refresh the page. And we are also going to monitor the logs tab inside of Vercel, which will essentially tell us the issue. So if I refresh the page here one more time, we can always head on to the logs tab inside of Vercel to let us know if in case of any problems. And this is in fact slow 3G. We don't want any throttling. Alrighty, so now if we go here and upload the same bar menu that we have been uploading, let's see what happens. Now upload, generating PDF summary. Again, upload has been called with a separate service altogether. So it's no longer just one server function, it's several. And it's yet again gave us the gateway timeout. Now, hopefully the error is gone, but let's see what happens. Again, our AI processing is going to take a very long time. It's already taken a lot. So we need to make sure we are handling this correctly. It's generating the summary and it is going on for quite some time, I must say. It's still processing and it failed again for the same error, 504 gateway timeout. So how do we get around this? Well, there's another way. In Vercel, we could, or in Next.js, we could essentially set a max duration property, which is gonna be 20. So by default, it's 10 seconds. Let's just change that to 20 and see what happens. Let's push this change and let's see what happens. So now if we go to deployments, you can see I've already pushed this change. And if we go back to home, let's refresh the page one more time. And now the max duration has gone up. So let's just select the same menu and upload it. And now let's hopefully see that it's not going to time out because we have increased the max duration timeout. Now that we get the same error, the timeout error, how do we get around it? We have already split our giant server action into several smaller parts, but the call for OpenAI is taking longer. So how do you deal with that in the real world? Well, you're going to create and extend the duration of your server actions. Now, by default, Vercel has set it to run for 10 seconds, but we need to change that and increase it. And the way we could do that is by creating a new file called vercel.json. And in this file, we are going to define functions, and those functions are going to have a property which says max duration is going to be 60. Now, we are saying anything under app directory is going to, all the server actions are going to basically run for a max duration of 60 seconds. This increases the limit for our server actions for all server actions inside of app. The other option to do the same thing is by adding it in here in page. So let's do both. Let's increase the limit for server actions execution. And now let's see what happens. Let's refresh the page and let's click on the first one and let's review the build logs to see, make sure everything works as expected. My deployment is successful, so let's try it again. Let's refresh the page and now let's hit upload and let's see what happens. We are generating the PDF summary and there we go. Our PDF has been generated finally. So our upload service is in fact working as expected. As you can see, the data is there. The summary has been generated. For the second one, we have the PDF text as intended. The first one is the file URL itself. So all of this data is working as intended. So you can view the specific summary and view more information about the different cocktails you could get at this specific bar. Alrighty. So our service, our app is fully complete. So congratulations on following along. So you now have learned how to handle production deployment, errors that come up during production and how you can resolve them, the duration or the rate limiting that we did encounter when we deploy to production is also very important. And what are several ways you could increase the execution limits on your server actions and the limitations of it as well. So all of these things you definitely need to account for as you deploy to production, as you ship your SaaS application. It is finally time for us to deploy our application to production. Now, in order for us to do that, we will be using a platform called as Vercel. A lot of the Vercel team is involved in developing Next.js and it's one of the major contributors to the Next.js ecosystem. So that's exactly what we'll be using. They also have a pretty generous free plan as well, which is the hobby tier. And it does give you a lot out of the box. Once you do get the scale that you need with your SaaS application, you could look into upgrading to Pro. And I have done that in a couple of projects. But right now I'm back on the hobby plan, and it is completely free, and I have a lot of projects on Vercel, no complaints whatsoever. So that's exactly what we'll be doing. Now, in order for Vercel to work as expected, what Vercel does is it does the deployment in three different steps. So if you take a look at the deployment, its pipeline, the first step is it basically run npm install. This in fact installs all the dependencies and dev dependencies in your project. What it does is then tries to run npm run build. Now, this specific run build command is going to lint your project and check for types just to make sure everything works as expected. Once that's completed, then it's going to generate the pages using environment file. So in our case, it will be env.local. But let's say if we don't have env.local, then it's just going to try to access it any environment that we have. So let's say if we have env file, then it is going to use that instead. Once all of this is done, it's going to create a static build for our pages, essentially. So any pages that could be statically built, it's going to then build it. And then you will essentially see a bunch of JSON files, HTML files, server files inside of a folder. And that folder is in fact called as the next build folder. This is going to be the next build folder. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be in the __ next folder. Now, all these steps will occur, and then we can basically point our website, and it's going to give us a URL, a deployment URL. So we can, in this case, it could be somewhere demo.vercel.app, and it's always going to suffix it with vercel.app, and that's a subdomain that we get. And this way, it will be able to deploy everything. Now, if there are any issues inside our build, it's going to notify us and it's going to fail the build. But this is all we need to do to deploy it. So let's go ahead and deploy our application to Vercel, and let's get it ready to deploy to production. So let's do that. So the first step is to go here and run npm run build. This is going to again run next build, which is taking up our n.local file, and it's creating a production build for us that's going to install the dependencies and dev dependencies, and then it's going to lint and check the validity of types. Now, I intentionally kept this error in because this is not compatible. It's a type issue, but it also brings up a bigger issue as well. This comes from upload thing /core, and this is the error. And it's saying that the types are not compatible, so it's not assignable to a JSON object. So we need to tweak that. So instead of file, let's return a file URL, which is going to be file.url, and also a file name, which is going to be file.name. Now, everything else can stay the same. The fact that we have tweaked this specific signature, we now need to head to upload form, where we have upload things set up, and let's go all the way to the top. So we are extracting file from the data. Now we can extract a few other things, but more importantly, let's just print the data and add data over here. This way we are not extracting anything, but returning whatever we get. Upload has begun for this specific data. If we scroll down, we also see a function called generate PDF summary. And then we are also accessing the response, which is the upload response. So we can rename this to upload response. Whoops. Let's just rename this to upload response. And now that this has been uploaded, we know exactly what the upload things response is. So there, instead of server data.file.url, we need to change this to file URL, because that's exactly what we have returned over here, file URL. This can stay the same because it in fact comes from the file that we upload on top, which is the form data.file. So we don't need to worry about that. Alrighty. Then in generate PDF summary, which is one of the steps, what we do is we get the upload response, we extract server data, and then we extract all these different fields. Now, if we take a look for user ID, we're not even using it. So we don't even need to pass that in. We can directly pass in the file URL and the name, which is extracting here. So let's just get rid of all of this, and here file URL and file name. And this in fact could be a string value, both of them. File URL and file name, both of them are string. All right, so we don't need this anymore. In fact, we can say if there is no file URL, which means that the upload has failed. Now we don't need to extract all of this. We can just get rid of this completely. And instead of PDF URL, which is what we call the URL, we can call this file URL. Same thing here as well. Everything else stays the same. We don't need to change any of that stuff. And now instead of passing upload response, we can pretty much pass in the file URL. But notice how we're using assigning and accessing file URL twice. So we could just say uploaded file URL equals this, and let's assign it to both the values here. So file URL changes here as well as here, which is what we want. And we can also get rid of this console log because we don't need it. And that's it. So now if we go back to our build and let's run build again, let's see what happens, because it should no longer be a problem since we have resolved that specific type. Now it's linting and checking the validity of types, and it has failed to load config prettier to extend from. So if you have installed prettier, you should not see this error. I don't have it, so I'm good. But everything else is working as expected, which is what we want. And if you see, it has generated the static pages, and it has basically generated all these different routes. What the size of each of these routes are, the first load JavaScript bundle size, and also the how they have essentially rendered it, and it's server rendered on demand. So now if we go back to .next, it wasn't __ next, it was in fact .next as a folder, and this is where all the files are with all the information, a bunch of JSON files and server files and so on. So these three parts of our application is pretty much done. So we have done this, we have done this, and we have also have this. So now we can focus on this thing, which is uploading it to Vercel. So if we go to Vercel, uploading it to Vercel. So if we check our code, I already have a GitHub code ready for us. I've already set up and I was pushing all the commits as we were working on it. So if we go and commit this, and we can say fix build issues, commit it. So if I do git status on branch main, there's nothing else to do. And now I can push it, remote -v, and this specific git doesn't have any remote. So let's just go to GitHub and let's go ahead and create a new repository. And here let's just select my name, and we can say Summaries AI. There we go. It's available. This can be public, and let's just keep it none for now and hit create repository. The minute we do that, all we need to do is follow these instructions on the command line. Since I already have an existing repo, I'm going to use this. But if you're creating a new repo, then you may want to do something like this. All right, so I'm going to copy the remote and add it. Now when I run the same command git remote -v, you will see that I do have a remote that it's going to push to. And remote is essentially this specific URL, the location of the specific GitHub repo. Now let's just copy it and paste it. It's going to rename the branch to main if it hasn't already, and it's going to push to GitHub. And now if I refresh the page, you can see that my commits have successfully been pushed. And if you notice, all the commits are essentially split by the features and the way we were building it. So please follow these commits to check the code that necessary as we were building it. Alrighty. Now I have already prepared a README document for us. So let's just go to README, paste this, and this is essentially how we build this specific application. So you not only learn Next.js 15 app router stuff, but you learn React, Clerk, GPT-4, LangChain, ShatCN UI, PostgreSQL with NeonDB, Upload Things, Stripe, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS4, and so much more. You learned to clear and to create clear structured summaries, beautiful interactive summary viewer, how to handle files securely, protect your routes and API endpoints, create flexible pricing plans for your SaaS application, create webhooks and APIs for with Next.js for Stripe events. Create a user dashboard for managing summaries, a responsive, beautiful design, real-time updates and path revalidation, production-ready deployment, toast notification for all the different statuses such as upload status, processing updates, error handling. You learn performance optimization, SEO-friendly summary generation that we'll work on next, and so much more. All of this is done in this specific course, so I'm really glad if you are able to get through so far. So you should definitely be proud of yourself. So now let's just go ahead and push this. So I can say git add dot, git commit, and let's just say update readme. And let's just hit git push. This is gonna push it. So now if I refresh the page, our project is ready to go. And I'm also gonna add a open graph image that I have already created for us. So I'm just gonna copy it, and let's say we are going to go and paste it inside of the public folder. And there we go. And this is the open graph image that I have created, which means that anytime anyone shares our application, our URL on social media or anywhere else, then they're going to see this beautiful OG image, which is an open graph image for our app. All right. So now that we have this specific image, we are also going to go to the app folder, go to layout and configure it as well. And what we need to do is configure our app so that it's ready to be shared on social media. And this is the SEO part. We have already looked at title and description, but now let's create a new tag called open graph. Let's create a array called images, and this is where we're gonna tell Next.js that, hey, please look for the open graph image over here. And that's the open graph image from the public folder that we just added. Along with that, we are also gonna create a canonical URL and a origin URL. And what I mean by that is what should be the default URL, that is the origin URL for our application, and also what will be the canonical URL. A canonical URL essentially tells any of the search engines that what the actual URL is for your application. That's what we need. So let's just add those properties. So we're going to add meta database, and here we're going to say new URL, and this is where we are going to set a origin underscore URL. And similarly in alternates, we are going to store a canonical URL, which is also going to be origin URL. Now this URL does not exist, so let's just head over to constants or helpers rather, and this is where we are going to create a origin URL. So we can say export const origin underscore URL, and we are going to say if it's going to be development, then it is whatever route or whatever port our application is on, which is going to be localhost 3000. Else, it's in fact the URL from Vercel. So we are going to hold back on this change and from pushing it, but let's just import origin URL from there. Alrighty, so now let's just go ahead and deploy our application. I'm going to log in with Vercel and log in with my GitHub. If you don't have an account, please sign up. And now let's just click on add new, add project. And this is where we can just pick Summaries AI and import it. And this is where you can see that it's going to run npm run build, which is what I mentioned here, npm run build. And the output directory can be the default one. It's going to run npm install. But we also need to pass in all the environment variables that we have created so far. So if we go to n.local file, these are all the different environment variables. Now keep in mind, you don't want to post this one at all in Vercel because this is only for local. But all of this can go inside of Vercel. So let's copy this and paste it. Now, if you're wondering, well, we don't necessarily need to pass in the Stripe secret key and the Webhook secret for development. We, in fact, need to do it for production. Well, we're definitely going to do that. But for now, let's just deploy it and then fix it. So let's just go ahead and click deploy. With all these different environment variables, it's in fact going to create a build, which is the same command that we ran locally. npm run build, it's going to npm install the dependencies, which is what we saw here. And it's expecting a Tailwind CSS plugin, which we don't have. And I believe I accidentally might have deleted that. So let's add that back. There we go. So let's only push the Tailwind dependency here. So let's just add missing Tailwind dependency. All right, let's push that. So now if I go to home, there was an error, but if I refresh the page, it did create the project. So if we go to deployments tab, this is where you can see it has automatically kicked off a new build. And now you can see that there are certain plugins that do expect an older version of Tailwind. So what we can do is, let's just go to settings, environments or environment variables, or let's just go to general. And here we want to just override it and say npm install -- force, because we are using the latest versions from everything and not all libraries have updated it. So let's just force it. Now we don't need to trigger a local build from our using a commit message. We could just do that. And Vercel has these two environments, production versus preview. Let's just do it to production for now, and let's just redeploy. So if you take a look at the build logs, it's going to install it using the force command, and let's see what happens now. So it does warn us for the conflicting peer dependency, but that's okay. It has proceeded to run the build, and now it's creating a production build just like we saw locally. It's deploying the outputs. It has server rendered on demand like we wanted. Deployment has been completed, and hopefully soon we should get it's ready. Perfect. So now if I visit this, we do get our Somer PDF SaaS app ready to go. It has successfully been deployed to production, which is exactly what we want. Now, if we click on this, let's just change the domain here because we want the name to be Somer AI. So use a domain that you want. It has actually taken the name because it was available. So if I click on this, I do see the app as well, which is exactly what we want. So if I copy this and then let's just head to Stripe and let's just go to webhooks. We want to change this now to be something else. So let's just click on update details, and we just want to change the route to Somer AI Vercel app instead of this. And let's hit update endpoint because we want now the pricing to target this URL and not the URL that we had set up locally. So we want to definitely do that. Similarly, if we go to webhooks and let's just exit the sandbox, and now I'm in production mode. So let me add the same endpoint here and go to /API/payments. Let's select the two events, that is checkout.session completed and customer.subscription deleted, and hit add endpoint. Now this secret is what we want inside of our app. So let's just go to Vercel, go to settings, environment variables, and now we want this webhook secret to be updated to this one. Similarly, let's just go to product catalog and click create a new product here. And we might have to repeat it. Now, unfortunately, if I click on test mode and visit the sandbox, go to Sommer sandbox. If you're using sandbox, payment links do get copied, but this one, I need to fill in the business profile for some reason to do it. So we'll have to recreate the products manually. So let's just go here and let's say Sommer AI and do the same thing, repeat the same process that we did earlier. So copy this, paste it, and we can say and get a beautiful summary. Now let's just create the first one as basic plan. For pricing options, let's just say this is a basic plan. And the description, let's add another price and let's call this $19 and this is a pro plan. Hit next. Let's make the $19 pro plan as the default one and hit add product. All right, now product has been added. So we have the two price IDs. So let's copy the pro plan price ID, go to constants, and in price ID for the pro plan, whoops, this is the pro plan price ID. And let's copy the price ID for the basic plan, which is right here. So we have essentially moved the pro plan price ID as well as the basic plan price ID. We have created the webhook, and if we go to payment links, we just need to update that too. So if we go to new and let's just click on basic, let's just add allow promo code, allow business customers to do it. And then after payment, let's replace it with a default message saying thank you for trusting us. Now go to the Sommer AI URL that we have and from Vercel that we got. And this could be whatever URL that you set up. So let's just go to project and visit. This is the URL for it. So we can say now go to Sommer AI /Vercel/sign up and create an account and then simply sign in to access the product. Perfect. So this will tell them to do it. Everything else should stay the same. And let's just create link. Now we can copy this link and go to our code base, and in the payment link, let's just paste it. Similarly, let's go back to payment links and click on new and click on the pro plan. Go to advanced options, same thing. Go to payment, replace with message, copy the payment link and paste it in the pro plan. All right. So now let's look at the message we created for this one. Go to preview, go to after payment and copy this message. Exit this, go to payment links, click on this and let's edit it. And after payment, let's just paste it and hit update link. There we go. If we go to the webhooks, we have the webhook created too with the signing secret. Now I'm going to copy the secret for the Stripe secret key. And this is where you want to create a new secret key. So let's just select the second option, which is you're building your own integration and create secret key. I'm just going to send a verification. Secret key. I'm just going to send a verification. And now I have already added the Stripe secret key. I have pasted that key inside of Vercel as well. Now, keep this in mind. The minute you update all your environment variables, you want to make sure that you are going to redeploy your application. So do that. And let's hit redeploy. Alrighty. So now once the application does get redeployed, we can fully test it. Before we do that, we actually need to paste one more thing. We need to update all of these values and post them. So let's just go ahead and push these changes in. So for that, we're going to say git commit dash, and we are going to say updated with prod data for Stripe and SEO. All right. And now let's just go ahead and push it. Now, even though we have repushed the build, let's just not rely on that one. Let's rely on the latest build. And inverse, the good thing is you can always just cancel the deployment. You don't need to go ahead with it. This way, the latest build will be picked up. Now it's building and it's going to basically take in the latest environment variables and also the environment variables from what we just pushed on Stripe. While this is happening, let's just update the icon in our app too. Now we are using this favicon, which is a virtual favicon. Let's just go ahead and delete it. We don't need it. And now let's just paste this specific Sommer favicon icon that I created. And I in fact used AI to do it. So you can totally do that too for this favicon, whatever favicon you're creating in the future. So now let's go to, again, the same metadata object. Under description, you can just say icons, and the icon would be the icon that you just created, so which is icon.ico, which is what we want. And now let's just do the same thing again, updated favicon, and hit push from here. Again, you can use the push from here or use the push from terminal, whatever works for you. Now, our latest build, if we take a look, has failed. So it is because it's looking to find the config prettier to extend from. Now, prettier is a development thing, not a production thing. So we should just disable prettier inside of production. Now, one way to do that is to move the package ESLint config prettier to dependencies instead of dev dependencies. But the challenge with that is it blurs the line between what is development and what is production. You don't necessarily need ESLint nor prettier in a production environment. You only need that in development environment. So let's just disable it. So let's just go to next config file here and ask ESLint to be ignored. So we can just say ignore during builds. So this allows prod builds to successfully complete. And now one more thing we can do is to just minimize everything, is to look for to do inside of layout. And remember we said we are going to get rid of this. So if they don't have an active subscription, then upgrade required should be shown. At the same time, if remit limit has been reached, then it should also redirect. So let's keep that in. And additionally, we also need to tweak one more thing since we know now the URL is if you go to origin URL right here, we can just say https sommerai.versal.app. This way the origin URL is set as well. Okay, so now we have all of these changes that we have made. So let's just push it. And we could say something like turn off ESLint for prod builds and set origin URL along with cleanup. There we go. And now let's go ahead and push these changes. There it is. So let's just see the build that's running already. So it's gonna skip the linting because again, we said to ignore the build errors, check the validity of types and collect the page data. Now it's successfully generating the static pages as we like. And so far it's looking really promising and it's finally deploying. So everything is working as expected, which is exactly what we want. And there we go. We do see the check marks here. So if we go back to Sommer AI and go to visit, then we have our app deployed. And if we click on try Sommer and click on buy now, it is in fact the production one. It's telling me that I already have a subscription. So we don't need to worry about that. And if I click on buy now, which is again the same thing. So what I could do is just go here and we could also just check out with a different email altogether and then enter the information as expected. We have the promo code enable like we talked about as well. We can enter our card and this is no longer in test mode. So you can actually make a purchase and get access to the account as expected. Now, if you click on sign in, this is where we are still seeing clerk in development mode. And there's a reason why I kept clerk in development mode because the way you create a production instance for clerk is you can create a production instance and clone the development instance, for example. But I cannot add a subdomain here. It needs a proper domain. which I would say it's sort of its a limitation because that should not happen. It should not restrict us like that. But if I create instance, it says versal.app domain cannot be used to deploy to production applications. So it does need a proper domain. So if you once you were to set that up, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to use my development environment for it. But once you're able to set that up, you can just create instance and then go to configure and copy the environment variables as expected as you want, and then add that to your environment variables in Vercel to configure it. So clerk can still be in development mode for me. I'm totally okay with that. So once I do that and log in, once we log in, it still works as expected because we still have the same credentials of clerk. If we go to summaries, it does tell me to sign up. So I'm just going to hit sign out and let's do a end-to-end test here. When we click on sign in, let's sign in. Whoops. Let's just sign in with my other email since no account has been found. So let's just create one, enter that. And now it's asking me to verify it and sign up. So I have successfully signed up here. This is my email address. I can also just manage account and give it an avatar if I like as well. But I'm not going to. It's fine. I'm happy with it. If I click on upload, again, it says you need a subscription. Congratulations if you have followed along or even followed part of the course for helping you build and ship your SaaS applications using the latest technologies and my favorite tech stack. You have successfully built a production ready Next.js application and know what it takes to build and deploy a SaaS app as well. Now, I have a exciting set of videos coming up on SaaS. So please make sure to subscribe to my channel so you learn all the latest and greatest stuff about building and shipping your SaaS app. I'm really excited and congratulations once again for completing this specific course. Now, as next steps, I do have a course on teaching you how to build Next.js applications more in depth. Now, there's so much I wanted to teach about Next.js, the latest version of Next.js, and a lot more in depth, but I just couldn't. So, in this specific course, Next.js course.dev, you can essentially build and deploy production ready applications. What you saw in the AI SaaS app was just the tip of the iceberg. This course will teach you a lot more about it, and we are going to use so many of these technologies that we did use in this AI SaaS app. We're also going to use it here, but and also ship more in-depth projects that should get you really excited to check out, along with a bunch of different bonuses as well that I would highly recommend you to take advantage of. So if you haven't already, then please sign up to the waitlist. I'm planning to launch the course very soon. The full launch of the course will happen very soon, and the waitlist will get exciting discounts, bonuses, and stuff like that. Anyway, congrats once again for completing this course. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.